I gotta get it, don't mindset.
champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep.
I got what it take to be a champ. You know bars life, you should come and join the camp. Title after title, put my rivals off the map. Thought you had the trophy till I came in for the snatch. I was born in it, not sworn in it. I ain't come to play, my wrist mean all business. Running like a mimic, check my jersey, all authentic. In Oakland with some Raiders till my haters deal with it. I'm in the field with it. Stop playing.
I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I do not know defeat, no. All I know is eat. True. I am ahead of these boys. All they see is cleats. 10 toes down. They won't get the best of me. No. I've been cooking all day. They want the recipe. No rookie, I'm OG. I am the king of the league. That mean I do what I please. Whenever I please. I keep a trick up my sleeve. Whenever they coming from me, I'ma pull up from the half. Right in your face, that's a three. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die. Don't let it be the day.
Funky fresh, funky fresh.
Sliggy, it's time to practice the Telestrator. Come. Okay, let's start with the outfit. Pattern works well for the camera, I think so. You know, the t-shirt could have been a little bit tighter, you know, so you can flex a little bit more. But it's we're gonna practice everything. Pants are great, black outfit that are, you know, pretty sit well on your legs. It's all good. Now, when it comes to Telestrator itself, we're gonna always do something with the pen. But what is very important is that your other hand will have to do certain movement to make the audience connect with you. Do you know ballet?
I don't, not extremely well.
Okay,
I know
so
of it.
In ballet, you do plié. Plié is when you like bend your legs, you know?
Yes.
We're gonna do that with our hand.
No legs.
No legs, no, just hands. So when you're gonna draw something on the Telestrator, you're gonna try to connect with the audience by doing plié, right? So we do plié. We draw something and we plié. Very nice, very nice. Now we have a smaller bend of our hand, which will be demi-plié. So we do demi-plié. Demi-plié. Very nice, very nice. And also now, when we have something impactful happening in the game, something like a crescendo of the round, and everything is going to unfold, you go for the grand plié, and you're going to... Very nice. Try it once. Okay, take the pen.
Okay, I've got it. The full lo-fa cosplay is down.
Perfect.
Tragedy! It's falling to pieces!
E2, they're in a very shaky spot.
Everything is possible. There's one man standing. A big play from Chronicle around the outside.
There's the BBL if they get everyone from multiple angles. Here comes the push to go.
This man is so unbelievably good. This is not going to be easy. It is still standing.
Kill. Brings it across and what a finish.
Cloud wanting to get aggressive.
The history books being open for the young Belgian.
OG London United, you have earned your first win in the VCT.
Hello everyone and welcome to the grand finals of EMEA LCQ. Today we're going to be finding out which team will be joining Fnatic and FPX as champions to represent the best region in the world. I'm your host Yinsu and I have three actually lovely people here in the studio with me today. We've got Kaquka, we've got Lothar, and we've got mini Lothar, Sliggy over there. Loving the lesson, Sliggy.
Yeah, it's I've learned a lot from lo-fa, so yeah, putting into use. I did change the t-shirt, but everything else is here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what is going to be happening. Today's the last day.
I cannot believe that we wrapped out a year. Like, I just cannot imagine that we're going to say goodbye in the terms of no more EMEA competition, and we still have to wait until we win champs again.
You have been here for in Berlin.
Forever.
For months.
Forever.
Right?
I live here
now.
Yes. I live in this studio.
You represent Golby now over Zesh. That's how much you've been here.
I don't know if I'm in that level yet.
But I'm glad you mentioned champions. You know, LCQ all around the world is all about that qualification for champions. And quite a few teams actually have locked their last seed in around the world from their respective regions. Last night, Crew, they made it to another international tournament. And this morning, Lothar, the first ever Chinese team, EDG, will be heading to Istanbul.
I was watching the match live when it was unfolding today in the morning, and it was hype, really hype. The team was crushing the opponents 3-0. In general, they didn't lose a single match. But the final, when they were playing on split, they got the last kill. Everyone was just literally exploding from all the emotions. The first Chinese team, not only making an impact, but also going to champions.
Yes.
This is gonna blow blow up everything, right? The viewership is gonna go through the roof.
It's so important, especially moving on to next year, having representation from all these countries. You mentioned it, Crew, to me, that the fact that they secured the spot yesterday makes me very, very happy. And actually looking forward to see what's going to happen with NA.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if it's going to be 100 Thieves or the Guard that loses to Fnatic and FPX, the champions.
True.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that one. And speaking of Fnatic and FPX, let's bring it back to what's been happening here at the EMEA LCQ in our region. Yesterday, sadly, we had to send 2 more teams home. I think OG London United, they defied all expectations. Kaquka, they made top 4 at LCQ.
It's insane, especially for a team like OG, especially with the 2 seasons that they had to end up to wrap up the year like this, means a lot. It's not only the changes that we've seen outside the server, it's inside of it, the kind of compliments that we've been given from this desk, from our casters. If I were from OG, I'd be very happy with the result. Of course, you may have not made it onto champions, maybe lacking that bit of experience, but the rest was definitely there.
It's a little bit sad that it was so late to the party, let's say like that, right? OG looked like a completely, the glow up that they had was actually pretty big, actually kind of unreal when you think about it, because the season for them was not successful at all. Then they come into LCQ, new coaching staff, new strats, new executions. Players are literally almost the same, right? But it's the outer optics, the outgoing results that are going to the viewers, I think it was biggest and most impressive change that I have seen so far in any of the teams in the VCT. I'm very happy for OG to make it to the top 4. You know?
I mean, it just shows you can't underestimate anybody in this tournament. G2, unfortunately, also went out, and Hoodie put out a tweet last night I think we need to address here. As you guys can see, he said, G2 is disbanding today. Good day for fans. See you next time. But Lothar, you know what G2 are like. This is probably a meme, but there is a bit of underlying truth.
There's a very high chance this is a meme. There's a very high chance this is also true. Like, you never know with G2. It's either the players are memeing all the time or they're serious all the time, but it sounds like a meme, so no one knows anywhere. It's the same with Carlos. But one thing has to be said about G2. It's an insanely competitive organization, but one organization that also has a lot of distance to themselves, so they take everything a little bit less seriously. But there are big implications, right, Kaquka? Like them losing in LCQ.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it's not looking good for the rest of the year. As you said, some part of that tweet might be true, might be untrue. We know that they're players outside the game, that they like to play with the audience a lot. I think that what they did here in LCQ was expected and in the lines of what G2 does. The second time that you play against them, there's no chance that you're going to win. The problem is that yesterday was the first time that they were going up against Liquid in this last chance qualifier. And also they were coming, we were mentioning yesterday how some of the teams are going to go through a hard time playing those 2 best 3s in a row and trying to go through a mental reset while you're still inside of that game. You have 15, 20 minutes to literally clean your mind.
Yeah, remember that, you know, we might be like a little bit something like doomsayers because, you know, this is the last VCT before Champions and next year is going to be the partnership system, but we're still going to have third-party tournaments this year. But the question will be, for example, G2, with the disband tweet, right? Is that true? Will they not play the third-party tournaments or will they play still at the same team? Like, we don't know.
I mean, I think the word disband is probably something that everybody is thinking of, not just about G2, but about teams that journey have ended before Champions. If we look at M3C, they don't have an organization. They don't need to worry about being dropped from anyone if they don't perform well. But the reality for this team is, as Chronicle have said in the past, if they don't win here and go on for Champions, the likelihood of all 5 of them getting picked up to one org decreases. And none of us want to see that.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be very complicated moving on to next year for them. But just imagine, they're literally 1 step away from making it to Champions. They've been in international events before. If they were to get their win under NoOrg's name, it would be a blast to the VALORANT community. And moving on to next year, I don't think that they will have trouble finding teams. The problem is, as you said, we want to see them together, you know?
There's 0 chance. If MEC wins LCQ, there's 100% an organization that are going to represent that Champions.
Yeah, I mean,
do you think so?
Some of those players might even be able to go even if they don't win today. We never know what's going to happen. But
I know what you're talking about.
I do want to speak about Liquid because they have put in a lot of investment, Lothar, but they haven't won anything this year, not a single tournament.
So, from my perspective, Liquid is a team that is super highly competitive, just like G2, right? They have high caliber players. They have a huge organization behind them. They have the coaching staff. They had a coaching staff as well, and they changed a little bit, you know? But there's always like, it seems like the public optics is that they're trying hard every single time, but the results are not there. The fact that they won, quote unquote, the last year LCQ, I don't think it's winning a tournament. It's just getting a ticket towards championship. It's not winning an event because that's not the full competition that comes from the same region. It's literally just the guys that didn't go through to champions in the first place.
Yeah, I think last year we talked a lot about FPX and how they're almost there, almost getting there. For Liquid, is actually 1 step ahead of they actually get to the tournaments. The problem is that the results are never that outstanding. When you mention Liquid, everybody knows the players. Everybody knows all the changes that they bring into the game themselves, but you never see them lift them a trophy.
Yeah, we got to talk about the stakes. That's if they aren't able to win. But if they are able to win, one of these teams will be heading to Champions. And I want to make sure you guys at home know that today we are potentially going to see the most competitive best of 5 in our region ever. In the past, a lot of best fights we see are seeding matches. Don't get me wrong, seeding matches are very important, but both of these teams have so much experiences in a best of 5, Kaquka. Although 6-2 looks good, but there's context here.
Exactly. We have to give a lot of context to this. I love how bloody this graphic is because it represents what you just said, what we're going to see today. We see that MEC might be on the 6-1 on best of 5 wins and Liquid on the 6-2, but the context is that MEC has a lot of experience in international events. We're talking about about one of them being Masters, maybe back when it was in the CIS region. We're talking about the Champions Finals. We're talking obviously about Masters 3. On the side of Liquid, the last time that they won a best of 5 was a Red Bull home ground right after winning that second one on LCQ. And it was a tournament that nobody took seriously because it was too close for Champions and no team was showing anything. So kind of tricky.
Yeah, not on that, at Red Bull home ground, I'm not sure if you guys remember, but that was the moment when Fracture got introduced. That was the first tournament with Fracture in it. So there was a lot of question marks when it comes to like how teams will prepare for that. Will they actually just try to like hide strats or not? So that best of 5, definitely the potential quality of that match was lower than from Mech's side.
Yeah, both are incredibly experienced in a best of 5. Both are very confident when it comes to a best of 5. But as Lothar and Kaquka have just said, there is a bit of an advantage on the side of Mech. And I actually pose this question to Yumpy and see if this is going to affect them today. This is what he had to say. I'm now joined by Yumpy from Team Liquid. Hi, welcome back to the show. Now, it was a very grueling best of 3 yesterday for you guys against M3C. I know last year when you played against them at Icebox, it was a bit of a heartbreak situation, but the exact same thing happened yesterday. You know, the 11-5, you go to OT, and then you lose it in OT. Talk me through what you made of that, and how has that affected you, given what happened last year?
It was not as important match as it was last year, last year it was much more tougher. We didn't make it to the Masters, but we still have a chance to make it to the Champions, so it wasn't not that big of a deal. And yeah, I think all of us, or some of us at least, thought, that it was like a redemption of what happened last year, but I think it was not meant to be. But I think today is the day when we will beat Gambit on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, third time's a charm, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure you've seen your old coach and friend Sliggy. He's been on the show with us over the last couple of days.
Unfortunately. No, I'm kidding.
He actually had a question for you, especially regarding to what happened last year. He wanted me to ask you, what did you learn from that heartbreak? It was like a bit of a personal growth for you. And how do you think you have grown as a player since you faced them last time?
Yeah, I think I will always remember that match as I think I would say the worst match I have ever played in my career, and I think it grown up on myself, like a lot of like how I thought about the game at that moment, and I learned a lot from that, and just trying to like learn from different people or like inspiration of how to work in those tough situations. As it was like really tough, like for me personally, of course, because I kind of fucked up the match at that point, but. Yeah, I mean, for the past year now, it's been a lot of like mentally also trying to grow what I want to achieve and what I want to do as a player. But yeah, I think every day I try to improve in some way, and I think that's been going pretty well.
Yeah, you guys. You've definitely been on great form in this tournament, at least, really hitting your shots here. Lastly, I wanted to ask you, today's going to be a best of 5. You guys have been very vocal in the past, rightfully so, that you're very confident in a best of 5. You have an incredible track record, but do you feel like you're in any kind of disadvantage? Because Mech have been playing best of 5s on an international stage, They won a best of 5 at Masters, they lost out at Champions, but it does feel like maybe they have more experience than you in that sense?
Maybe, yeah, but I think still our map pool and the strength of our individuals always, I think the later the game goes, the later we favor ourselves as we all warm up, and I think we have the best individual skill in the world, and when you combine that individual level to the teamwork, we can improve, and like we improve always during the match. I think that's one of the weaknesses of ours, that we always start the match pretty poorly, I would say. So if we just get a good start and we just keep it rolling, I don't think there is like any favors. I think we are as good as them when it comes to best of 5s.
Well, thank you very much, Yumpy, for joining me today, and best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you so much. See ya.
I just want to pick out something he said there. The later the game goes, the more he favors themselves. Do you guys agree with that? What do you think?
I mean, that can happen, but we need to get to late into the game then. If there's a 3-0. To me, the personality that Yumpy has, especially being a very competitive person, I can understand the frustration that he's talking about and actually needing to work in himself, because the more that you want a win, the more likely you are to making mistakes.
I think he's saying that because in pivotal moments, the longer the game goes, there's always a round where Yumpy goes 4K. And he just like turns around everything, It's
yesterday it was nuts.
Yeah, Yes, but we also had a Yampi 4K in overtime, from what I remember. But in general, like both teams, actually kind of in a similar direction, that some players I feel like benefit from the longer matches, just like Nats and Yampi, and some players don't. Like Chronicle, I feel like he gets impatient when there are long matches. He's a little bit too aggressive, sometimes too easy to read.
And also, if you want a long match, like Mech are going to give it to you. They don't care. Like, if they want to play 10 overtimes, they'll play 10 overtimes. But when it comes to the pressure and what Team Liquid have been facing, especially throughout this year, Kaquka has been kind of up and down here and there.
Yeah. We love a good heat wave. But yeah, especially if we think about what happened last year and we take a look at them coming in finalist in Champions. At the beginning of the first stage, this is a graphic that represents the pressure that Liquid have been feeling. You see that it starts to go down. After having an okay split, I think that the inflection point is more especially what happened at Masters 1, because they develop an imposter syndrome of we are here, but we cannot take this seriously, but everybody is like pointing at us, being like, hey, you should not be here, but now you have to perform. No, so now they're underperforming, and after that, everything goes down. They lose Sliggy because we steal him, and throughout the stage 2, they also lose Link, but now, as you can see, the curve is taking a turn, because now they can actually see themselves going back and actually performing again at Champions. They're one match away.
Look, I can't take this graph seriously, because there's no way that you didn't use Comic Sans.
Yeah. I'm not Vincent.
You need to call Vincent and let him explain, this is how you do it. You put Comic Sans here. You do like some graphical like animations as well, like very crude ones, you know?
This is a serious topic, Lothar.
Exactly.
All right, we'll call Vincent next time to get him to make us one. But yeah, I think I agree with you. The pressure now is they have run out of excuses. There we go. The excuses
totally
have run out. But when it comes to the side of Mech, I think they're still kind of the fan favorites. I'm getting this feeling from like Twitter, Reddit, and so on. A lot of people want to see this team succeed. And I actually spoke to Redgar's older brother, Ragnar, who obviously is fully backing his brother right now. And he said when it came to watching Mech play Liquid yesterday, I said to Igor that he needs to pay an ambulance for me. My hands and legs were shaking. I was so stressed. I think every single person felt that. That's so relatable.
Everybody can relate, and he's definitely talking about what was going on Icebox, the way that Team Liquid started turning things around, just like last time, the never-ending overtime. So I think that this is a little bit of what we're going to get today. I don't think that the maps are going to be very one-sided.
Yo, Sliggy, did you get more stress watching Liquid, or if you would get more stress by playing in the game?
No, watching it. When you're on the sidelines and you're not in control, you can't impact the game in like any way other than the timeouts. It's so stressful. Just kind of watching everything unfold and not having any impact is it's so brutal.
It's giving me Barber feels from when they were covering. I was scared.
I've never seen Sliggy like proper smash a desk before, to be fair, Barber level.
I'll be honest with you, when I've seen at Masters the coach's reaction, like I think that was very vital to how the viewers
and it was raw,
resonate, right? Like, because you can see that there's raw emotion between there's a connection between the players and the coaches, and it's very important. Just kind of like in football, when you see the coaches go like, ah!
Is that what they do? Is that?
I think so.
Exactly.
I don't know.
I don't watch football.
I feel like Sliggy's gonna have to give you a lesson in the sideline reaction next time.
Okay.
Yeah, but we speak about a lot of emotions, you know, watching Meg, them probably being quite emotional playing. But there's one man who's always stone ice cold, of course, that is Nats. And this is what he had to say about today's matchup. I'm now joined by Nats from M3C. Hi, Nats. Welcome back to the show. Now, before I get into all of the questions and nitty-gritty, I wanted to ask you about that clutch yesterday on Icebox, the 1v3, when you planted up on B side. Talk me through, you know, what was going through your mind and how did you manage to clutch that out?
Yeah, actually, that clutch was insane. But as for me, the better clutch would be if I won 1v5, when it was before the overtimes. But yeah, on overtimes, actually, I like that kind of things, because on overtimes it's also like shaky. But yeah, the clutch was about the gamble, I guess, because I know the info that two behind the yellow, and I didn't know info about the third one. So in my mind, it was like I need to try to kill one, put my ultimate, and we'll see how it's gonna be. Luckily for me, I found the kill back yellow. I decided to put my ulti not on the top floor, because everybody of us knows the bug with the Vibe ultimate. It could be like only on top floor. Because of that, I decided to put it like underground. Luckily for me, I found the kill on screen. And after that, it was like 1v1. I know the info about the MP, and it wasn't hard to win that. But yeah, as for me, it was a bit. It's more about the gamble, I guess. In that kind of situation, I guess you have to gamble because of that, it's hard to win. You can't predict everything.
I mean, apparently you can, because every time you're in that situation, you tend to win. I do want to ask about your form, because you are in prime form, Masters 3 winning Nats right now. What do you owe that to? What's the motivation? Why do you think you're playing so well right now?
Actually, I'm just playing the game. I don't have that kind of things in my mind. I'm just full confident like always. I still have problems, like it always happens, but I'm just playing the game, I'm just having fun with the game, and that's the main point of me. I'm not overthinking about that. Prime form, not prime form, I don't care about that. I'm just trying to do my best, I'm just living in the game, I'm trying to do everything what I can do for my team, for being better on tournament, but the main point as for me is just having fun on every match.
I mean, that's working out, so keep doing what you're doing. And lastly, today's going to be a rematch from yesterday. It's a best of 5 as well. Talk me through, being a free agent right now. How much pressure is there to prove yourselves and win this tournament and, considering your future for next year?
No pressure at all. It's overthink, in my opinion, because if you're going to think a lot to show yourself for future year, to show better side of you, in my opinion, it's all about overthink. Just play the game, just have fun, do what you can do, and we'll see what's going to happen.
I have full faith in you, Nat. Thank you so much for joining me today, and good luck in the grand finals.
Thank you so much. See you in the grand.
He makes things sound so easy, He's just having fun, killing 1v3 in overtime, putting his Viper's ult down, chilling, beating people in a 1v1, billabim, balabom, bosh, Lothar, it's done. If only we could all be like Nats.
Look, I really love. How do they say that in NA? I heckin' love Nats.
I heckin' love, yeah.
So, I had to check.
I had to double check. I'm not the best with memes. Anyway, it's lovely to watch Nats because he's one of the smartest players. You can literally see how he isolates 1v1 angles and gets an advantage in a disadvantageous situations for him. It's phenomenal.
He's completely as cold as he has been delivering for the longest time already. The fact that he's still with the same mentality proves us that the old Nats is back.
I mean, like he said, he doesn't really care about his prime form, but Lothar, the stats beg to differ.
Look, those are the stats from this Liquid last chance qualifier, right? Wait, what? Fuck. How was it?
Liquid Champions qualifier.
Yeah, I said it. I'm not the best with memes, but those are the stats from this tournament. It's absolutely insane what you are seeing here. First, his KD is through the roof, 1.5. It's absolutely insane. But when you look at his damage, you can see where he is performing the best. On defense, he's dealing almost 50 AD. So damage on round per average, more than on the attack. He's an anchor that you will always want to have on your side. His agent pool is wide. Yes. Most of his, this is 9 maps played. Viper was being picked 5 times. He's absolutely phenomenal with multi-kills as well. In 9 maps, he had 5 quadras, which is mental. He had 13 triple kills and 40 double kills in 9 maps. But also, fun fact, he's the one player that actually picks most of the time his Phantom as his weapon of choice and not the Vandal. He actually picked Sheriff more times than a Vandal in all of those games in LCQ.
The Phantom stocks have just gone.
Yeah, completely.
Straight up.
The same way that Rega did for the Guardian, just with the tabs, Nats just did it with the Phantom. To me, the most outstanding outside of the Viper is the Astra, because the results that he gathered on Ascend, you talk about, and we see here the ADR is over the top. I think that he got over 300 ADR on defense on Ascend. That is insane. And we're talking about a map where Nats used to play that Cypher, and everybody was like, it's impossible to get onto A because Nats is playing there. I think we need to be quiet.
I think Team Liquid are having a huddle there. It's probably like, don't go to Nat's side, anywhere else but Nat's. Figure out where he's playing and just run to the other side. But I do want to talk about maps now, because usually, we can speculate, we can build it up, but it is a best of 5. So we're only going to see 1 map taken away by each team, and then we're going to have our 5 maps. So let's just throw it up here, because I think, as always, Meg usually bans Haven. Yeah. I'm not really expecting to see it today. But yeah, if we could just bring the maps up and see which 5 of them we're going to be seeing today. We are going to find right off the bat, then Icebox, Ascent, Breeze, followed by Split. My goodness, we need that split. We need it.
It literally is the last map, and it could be the last split in such a long time for us to see.
Maybe
I think it would
forever.
be maybe for. Don't say that. But yeah, I would really like to get to that third map. My surprise here when I see this is that Team Liquid has decided to go for Icebox as a first pick. You talked to Yampi. We know that he is very eager into performing onto that map. I think it's kind of bold to maybe not repeat Breeze after what happened yesterday.
I mean, we expect an OT on map 2, right? It's going to take like 1 hour and 37 minutes to resolve Icebox itself, so
When's an A play?
You know? Yeah, but in general, I feel like the first 2 picks are actually advantageous towards Mech, which is interesting, right? If you want to reverse sweep them in a best of 5, that also goes hand in hand with what Yampi expressed, that they are performing better the longer the match is. So maybe they're like, we'll pick our 3 best maps at the end.
I'd love to see that we're going to start on Bind, because we talked about it a lot. And yesterday, when you 2 guys were here on the desk, we saw a different face of Meg being extra proactive, having a different plan for every single round.
On
so
defense,
I really love that we're getting that as the first one.
Yeah, I'm so glad we're going to get Bind first. Mainly because our big-brained telestrator analyst, Sliggy, has broken down some integral game plans we might be seeing today. Over to you, Sliggy.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yes, I'm putting my coach cap back on for this one for sure. Right, we're going on, and I just want to talk about game plans. And basically, game plans is normally between like the IGL and the coach. They're kind of working out a strategy, how they want to approach the map. So I just want to look at Liquid's approach on the defense side. They really want to shut down Hookah early, right? You see Yampi shoot the boombot, and then we have a judge in here to punish. Something that Link was doing all the time. Now Nivea is taking over. We have the smoke there as well to make sure they do extra damage. So just making sure that they can't get much map control. As we get later onto the game, they actually go away from this game plan, and we start to see them giving up Hookah control. And this is where Mech actually realize like how strong they can be in just their executes alone. If I just pause this before we go in, if you look at the mini-map here, you can actually see that there is 3 people, right? There's actually 3 people over towards the site. So they're hitting a site that in theory is heavily stacked. And how Mech normally play is they like to try and find the sites that they try and play more of the map and try and manipulate the rotate. They kind of realize after this round that actually they can just overwhelm sites all the time. Their hits are so good. Maybe the defense isn't the best in terms of dealing with the hits and the strategy that's going in. So you kind of just see them actually adapt in terms of their attack style, and they just start going a bit more aggro, and just we start seeing as we go into the later game, you actually just start seeing 5-man hits just off the back, just straight away. This is the perfect example. You're going to see them use a lot of utility here to push off Yampi, and they, if anything, they overuse utility, right? They're just making sure that there's no chance that this guy can get a shot off. He has to TP back, and they're just overwhelming the site. That's the first Prowler that goes out. You're going to see another one, and then you're going to see an Omen flash as well. Just making sure that he has to back out, and then they just push onto the side, overwhelm. Good thing to note, again, just 3 people, right? 3 people here, but they still win. They're still capable to overwhelm, even though essentially Liquid have 3 people there. So, and then going on to game plan in terms of Mech on the defense, we go over, and this round right here is straight after another aggressive round as well. So the round prior to this, they push 3-man showers, and then we see them now going super aggro, making sure that they're taking a lot of map control, and just, if you look at the mini-map here, just making sure that everyone from Liquid is just in this area. They have no map control, and basically they're just trying to condition them to realizing that they can't take much map control. If you want to take it, you have to use utility. Maybe you have to default, and it just means that they're relying more on like mid-rounding, and essentially with Liquid, they don't have like an IGL that essentially is born and bred IGL. It's more of someone put like into the IGL position. So they're really kind of playing off the weaknesses of Liquid. And yeah, I just thought it was a really good game plan. Pretty much like, I think it was 3 out of the first 5 rounds on defense were just aggressive. So Yinsu, kind of interested to see what they go for today.
How was the Lothar? I need to rate. I need to
Grand Prix. Very good. In general, I'm very happy of what Sliggy just explained, because yesterday we were actually discussing all of that, because it was really impressive that Mech is able to iron out all of the small things that were always a little bit, let's say, hectic for them on the defense. The defense is the win condition, but they were never as proactive as before, and they are, let's say, setting up traps against Liquid that were very effective in the past and Bind here right now, I have very, very high expectations.
Yeah, and I also want to talk about the compositions we saw on Bind. Of course, these two teams played that map, as Sliggy said, already. Yeah, as you guys can see, these compositions, not expecting any changes, surely. They're just be running this, maybe even the game plan that Sliggy spoke about as well going into this map.
It has to be the same one, especially if we take a look at Mech's composition and them not playing with the chamber that is almost mandatory in all of the maps. It calls for something different. It calls for a different Mech. Actually, we're seeing them lately even starting to wanting to start on the attack. So it's completely different. We do not expect really changes from one day to another unless they have something completely crazy and out of the hat. But
Red God Reina.
Oh my God, please don't do this.
But 100% win rate in a best of 5, Lothar.
Fantastic. Has to be good. Has to be good if it worked. Something I wanted to point out is Sliggy actually talked about it and showed it on one of the rounds. Liquid, I feel like, didn't realize that against this composition from Mech, they can't really play on site. They cannot be reactive. With just Raze alone, you have really big issues with holding like backside of B, for example. But when you add Fade to that mix, and then you have the snake bites coming in and clearing all the corners, you have almost no place to stand. So it's a big issue for defense, and I feel like, I hope so, that at least Liquid will realize that, and they're gonna go more for that hookah control that Sliggy described, more for that aggressive guarding control as well, because that's what they need against the Mech lineup.
We're into the Agent Select here now. Again, we've seen them play this map already. This is a best of 5. It's a marathon, not a sprint. However, Kaquka, you know, considering the map pool, Liquid, they need to show something here, maybe even to pick one up early on.
Completely. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but it was maybe Liquid picking this map into Mech yesterday. So it's going to be kind of awkward because actually against G2, they showed a completely different phase. That is the Liquid that we want to see, the Liquid that is ruthless. And I love what Sliggy was mentioning about Mech making the win condition, forcing Team Liquid to play into a mid-round call, because that from Liquid is not going to happen. If Liquid realize the same fact, they could have an easy one.
I wonder how he had that insight that they don't really have like a designated IGL that feels comfortable in that role.
It's almost like that he was at Liquid. Almost. Almost.
To me, it's also the Omen flash.
Yeah, but in general, no changes in the compositions, right? No. So I like the double controller composition. I do prefer the Brimstone over the Omen, but we have seen Redgar had absolutely nasty paranoias that were not only very aggressive when needed, but also I very like his counter spell like way of using the paranoia of like just basically stopping a push from happening and supporting his teammates.
I'm gonna ask for a quick prediction here, just for map 1.
Overtime.
Overtime? Okay,
yes.
Overtime. Who goes to who?
Goes to Mech.
Okay, Mech overtime, Lothar?
Mech wins decisively.
Oh, Sliggy?
I just don't feel like Liquid look that confident on this map. I'm going to go for Mech.
Wow, every one of the devs is on the side of Mech here. And like I said, this is going to be a long day today, and who better to take you through this all-important grand final best of 5 than Mitchman and Tombizz.
Grand Finals time. Tom, are you ready to kick this one off? I mean, what an exciting matchup. 5 maps potentially ending in split if we get there. This is the series I was hoping for already.
Yeah, if it ends on split, I think there's a high chance we're going to die. And the fact that Kaquka's already predicting overtime, I am very, very scared for how today's going to go. But honestly, bring it on. I think it's going to be an amazing series.
Oh, it definitely is. And I mean, we have got 2 of the best teams here in EMEA competing for this spot at Champions. Listen, before we even waste any more time, let's meet those teams and get into the game. Well, the battle's about to kick off between Team Liquid and Mech. We start out on Bind, the first map of a potential 5-map series. And Tom, right off the bat, we heard from the desk their predictions, and they're all siding with Mech. Are you following that?
Yeah, I think that if anything, I went into this series and was going, do they maybe try and float Fracture just to not allow this map through? They played it 4 times over the last couple of months. They haven't managed to win it once, even against the likes of Na'Vi. They've lost to Mech without getting to double digits twice now, and one of those was yesterday. There's not a lot of time for Liquid to try and fix what has been a fair amount of issues, and I think the only thing that could realistically change whether or not they're able to do that is going to be the individual players, whether you get those superstar performances from the likes of Navira, Yumpy, Scream, the players we know can take over games. The problem is we have a server full of those players, Mitch, so realistically we can't just expect that from one side.
Yeah, there is no shortage of individuals, regardless of what side we're looking at here. Team Liquid on the defense, kicking things off and Bind, and they've seen very little. This has been a slow approach by Mech, as we've come to expect.
It's a stack as well. Like 4 players kicking things off for that defensive side over on A. Very much reliant on Yumpy just getting a pick and falling back if they head into this side of the map. And they have both initiators on that attack faking out in towards A. So nobody's been able to rotate. And again, it's just this man.
Oh, that's huge. They've already got the Prowler gone through Hookah, cleared it out. The Flash will double check no one's in the smoke or up close playing something nasty. They've got the control. They've got the side. This solo hold of B has been torn apart. Mech with a plant and the ability to even reset fully back to long before anybody on Team Liquid can even fire a shot.
Yeah, they've quickly managed to garner back some space, though. Like, not losing complete control, but already falling into the afterplan naturally. Soulcats has just begun to stick this. He's already got it halfway! He's just going to try and hold the whole way through! Look at that one! They've already had some lunacy! They just almost call the bluff of Mech and go, you know what? We'll just stick it all the way.
Well, I guess this was the plan from the start, right? Not the normal retake wall that you see. It was put down from B. Then they just leave Yumpy here thinking, well, he can at least take 1 or 2 down. And a rarity with him not finding anything. But this is a disaster. That grenade going down just a moment too late. The haunt came in. The idea behind that, hey, we're going to haunt him up, kill him, no problem. But the person throwing that haunt, Tom, cannot see through the Viper wall. They don't know there's a smoke on the bomb. So there's, they're assuming, oh, we're going to reveal him, shooting through the smoke, easy round. No, he just diffuses under your nose, and a quick play out of Mech to try and recover. They've gone for a couple of pistols here, but for the most part, this is just an eco, so we're not expecting them to get too much. This should be Team Liquid absolutely demolishing them, and already they've gone for a strange play. You don't see teams go for the TP through bathroom versus pistols a lot, and the B site's now wide open because of that.
That's the thing. There's actually now doubt from Mech because you've heard that TP go off twice and you're going, well, surely they didn't just abandon B. That would be a really weird thing to do in a round like this. But I guess with how deep the control was taken from Mech, they're almost like, okay, we'll just call your bluff and try faking back. So they've got a plant. Even still, getting anything more from him, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, definitely. Like, with these pistols up close, maybe you got a chance. Maybe you've got an opportunity, and I'm just looking at that shorty for Chronicle. Oh, it had a chance. It did some damage, but that's all it's going to amount to. Team Liquid getting away with this second round, and it's not a disaster.
The only danger was actually Shados, that flank. And I don't know what it was that the Liquid were attempting. It may be just trying to fake out that player, confident in the retake they already had. But they sat in the TP, maybe just waiting in case somebody came from behind and went, because obviously they lost a lot of A control. They just in case was sitting there. But they also then ran out and just wide swung the player who was waiting to hold them. So they cleared Shadows. Okay, they lost a player, but I don't think he was expecting that many players to just be facing off against him. So yeah, Liquid, they do all right. The first couple of rounds have already been somewhat menacing, especially with how much space Mech have been able to get. And now they go in with the buy. But there is a couple of hidden rifles in there, Mitch, so Liquid still have an opportunity.
Where are you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like with someone like Screen coming in, Vandal in hand, Demasic as well, and Sulcus already grabbing himself that orb, one closer to the Seekers that are just barely online. This could be huge for Team Liquid to gain some value out of this round. The problem is that being on the defensive side, they don't get to initiate a lot of these fights. And versus Mech, you can't really force that. You know, you can see from the hold that Mech are employing right now, if you were to attempt some crazy aggression to make value of this, you're shut down. That's exactly what Mech want, but they're not being given that. And with a minute left, we're starting to see players gravitate towards this A side.
But that was the thing that we sort of saw from Sliggy's Telestrator, a lot of what Mech ended up doing was just falling back into full team fights. And these executions were what really caused the success of their attacking half rather than the defaults. Obviously, they've still got to play defaults, especially in rounds like this, because you're going to expect aggression. But they are ultimately setting up again for what is going to be the double initiator, just clearance of basically the entire close angle.
Oh, the opening for Scream doesn't go his way. Shados has caught him up and above. They haven't cleared out Bath, but they know that that's control that they're conceding on purpose. Yumpy has to be able to find some value here. He's isolated completely. He's been seen, and his teammates can't really cover. They can stop him from being pushed, but they're not really going to be that supportive on range with the Spectres. Demasig comes in with a Vandal for one, but at this point, you start to think whether it's really worth it. You know, Sulcus wants to go in here with the Spectre, grab a frag, but if they find literally nothing and Sulcus dies, it might be better for Demon to carry the Vandal.
Yeah. The thing for Sulcus especially is he'll get Seekers. So dying here is actually completely worth it, especially with that information game. You know Mech like to play slow defaults. You know they almost like to shroud you from having information. Seekers is a great way to counter that, especially some of these closer range angles with the Spectre. Maybe he can catch somebody on the way out. You're hearing most of them rotate, but of course Nats it's not giving up that spike. Like, come on. You've already ninja defused versus him once today, and you ain't letting it happen a second time.
Of course, he was sat inside the orb as well. Just shift walking around inside of Lambs, getting some good timing. Decent stuff. Mech, one round on the board. They found it. They did some damage. Things look good, and they avoided most of the dangers there. I think even at the end, the fact that they're so cautious about taking those swings, you have Demasig up above in heaven looking for an opportunity. He just wants to make the round a little bit more costly if he can, and obviously support his teammate who was going in to maybe get a kill, grab the orb, and so on. But they didn't peek him. They didn't give him the opportunities. Demon just couldn't get a line of sight. Afterwards, a very disciplined play, which again, coming from Mech, it's not a surprise. But it's still a pleasure to watch come into this fourth.
This is Nat's like classic, I'm gonna try and just walk forward wall. Like already putting it down in place so that he could try and sneak through. The nade from Chronicle. Now, one of the things we sort of noted was that a lot of the time you would have some early fights in towards Hookah. This has been switched up from Liquid. They're now going to actually fight back into mid, almost try and deny what has been those sneaky Nats lugs. In fact, they're going to try and kill him. All pushing up. Yumpy's cleared that initial spot, and now they can fall back. And the fact is, they still have enough utility on the other side of the map to delay just in case Mech went for a faster push.
You know, there were some chances there that Nats could have been snuck up on the wall, had a better position around Lamps or something like that, or even in the corners. The fact that he got caught off guard with that timing was impressive, but there were more than enough players to take him down. That looked like a read out of Team Liquid. Certainly confident at shutting down his early play. And those Seekers, well, they don't get a ton. They have revealed that there's someone inside of Hookah, someone on B long, and they got destroyed. Still, they've got the rotation in on time. 3 players on B, and the blitz coming through. Chronicle on site, Vandal in hand, and he's still gotten it!
Remaining. Spike down B.
I know, Scream shutting down another couple. It leaves Shados alone, 1v5. Now, we've seen crazy clutches from both of these teams before, but this would definitely take the biscuit if he was able to pull this one off. And with the amount of time remaining, probably just going to want to hold on to the rifle. Already having his ult online, so it's not even like he can peek in, try and get an extra couple of orbs that might give him something extra for the next round. But no, I really like that from Liquid. Some early aggression. They get that man advantage. They don't overface. They don't overheat. They don't go pushing deeper into mid to try and catch off angles. They fall back. And then with the amount of time that Mech almost not wasted, but used in the early round, that Seekers was enough. You go, okay, 30 seconds left. They're outside Hookah. We know there's a majority of players there. Let's just try and delay them. And while Demasig and Scream do a fantastic job, even with Solcas in the mix as well, just have a crossfire that is very difficult to almost just dive out onto.
Well, the start of this series already delivering for Team Liquid. I think that was a great hold out of Dima as well. Pressure he was under, able to grab the frag, secure the site, and keep the smokes in rotation to slow down that push, or at least cause some problems. This is a much quicker approach out of Mech. They're already right into it, and now I don't know if they will have detected Solcas. They certainly did see his teammate, and well, they've seen him now. This is getting awkward. Everybody's dropping, and the one guy that snuck in gets revealed. A great haunt to lock this one down for Mech.
I love the pace change.
Spike planted.
Like, that's the thing. You can kind of expect, if you're a Liquid player, that you have a little bit of time in the early round to almost set up ready. With Mech normally holding a default, they just change that pacing straight off the bat. Some solid utility to reveal any of the close players. I think the Prowlers as well that came through from Shados was sublime. Like, I don't think Yumpy had any idea where he was even after he TP'd back to his other anchor. So, Mech onto the board for a second time. And more importantly, now the finances actually start to look a little bit more shaky for Liquid. Obviously, both teams not in the most amazing spots just yet, as they haven't been able to do it. And I imagine, was that actually just a timing that he got past the Molotov that was thrown down? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, Mitch, there was a Molotov at his feet there when Chronicle took the opener.
I believe there may have been. Yeah, and I think Chronicle came through, blast packing in just on the back of the last round. Dima takes him down, and this time he goes in for revenge. And look, that's something that Mech have tried a couple of times. I think mid-round has been when they've taken over control of Hookah and tried to get some fights out onto site, but we haven't seen that level of success from it yet. I mean, that was ridiculous, and certainly something that's going to cause Team Liquid some headaches dealing with this guy if he keeps that up. And got a technical pause off the bat here, Tom. They'll have a little bit of a moment, but it doesn't look like it'll take too long. I see everyone running about.
Yeah, and I think going into this round, it's going to be an interesting one. Because you've got Orbital Strike close. Okay, Showstopper kind of close for Scream as well. On the other side, though, Seekers and that Showstopper basically online, especially if they fight for some of the early orbs, which is something I think you can kind of expect from Mech in these rounds. And this is kind of, at least for Liquid, more of a backbreaker. Now, one of the things that's been quite surprising in some of the more recent matches of Bind that we've seen coming out from Mech is that they have started to show more prowess when it comes to the attack, which was never Mech. Was never ever Mech. Like, you could expect them, well, one of the times they played Liquid a few months ago, they went 7-0 on the defense. So it really is a big change. And I think a lot of that comes down to the addition of JD.
Speaking of which, it looks like he's spearheading this push. Well, aside from Chronicle, his flash will be the first thing on site. And then I assume Chronicle's on his way with a blast pack. Well, maybe not. That's fake blast pack. They think he's on site now. That's what that's all about. Seeker's going through, and they actually haven't managed to see the Brimstone on backside. Demon gets away with one. A quick showstopper to trade out. And, well, they're going to at least manage to get this spike down by the looks of things. Pressure needs to come through to deny, and there's just no way Team Liquid decide to run and blitz into that site at this point. Although they seem to be hoping that they are trying to bait them out with the fake plant, but very patient from the defenders, and eventually they will spring into action.
That's the Chronicle now. 1v2, the fallback already from Solcast, just to try and double up. Not wanting to give this man any 1v1 duels, and that's fair enough. Been one of the best players in the world for quite a while. The swing from Solcast is risky, though. That was exactly the opposite of what I was expecting. The hold there, almost trying to bait off his teammate, and Chronicle hits both shots anyway. You can try and have that bait and switch, but the fact is, this man is phenomenal.
That is unbelievable. Well, what an incredible couple of rounds Chronicle is having right now. I mean, momentum dialed up to 100. If for the man that's blitzing his way into this site, first guy in a lot of the time, and sure, in this round, he's not. He's actually trading a lot of his teammates, but what's that?
Liquid actually made what I think was a really nice adaptation in this round, and that is when they hear that initial push coming in, they duck back into the smoke to try and avoid the haunt and all the utility that's coming through. And then they run back out. That's why they didn't actually know initially, or it seemed that way, that on the back of the site, Demastic kind of got away with things. And the same with Scream, because in the round prior, they all got tagged up by utility. And then in this round, seemingly, I think it was only Demastic that got caught by anything.
Clean by good old Yumpy. Firing blanks, unfortunately. He'll go down. B site will too. Now everybody's got pistols. It's a couple of sheriffs that remain. Unlikely to see a showstopper thrown through here. Maybe if it was a closer round, but
spike planted.
Yeah, this is one you just concede.
Yeah, any damage they can do would be nice. I'm sure Navera wouldn't mind an Orbal too, but I love how they're still checking A, because they're like, where is Nats? Where is this man? And honestly, he's been having a worldie of a tournament. I know this is something we say like basically every few months. Like, I feel like a quiet tournament for Nats is like having like 240, 250 ACS, but in this tournament he has been, in my eyes, world away from anyone else. Like, he is back in that world-class Masters winning Berlin form. and he's someone you definitely have to worry about. The thing is, this whole mech team, it does look like a well-oiled machine at this stage. Like, although I think that Defo is a fantastic player, I think that the pickup of JD just adds elements of depth. Like, you have someone who can fill in these roles, and he has superstar potential, but in this team, he doesn't need it. And I think that's a huge pressure off a young player's shoulders as well. When you consider him in Na'Vi, at least that initial roster, he had to do a lot just for them to even come close to winning. Now, he could have a bad game, and theoretically, they could still blitz anyone.
Yeah, that's very true. I think overall, just starting the point on Nats, I mean, this guy, we had the reasons that we suspected he wasn't hitting that same form over the past stage, I would say. But I 100% agree with you. Since pretty much the first game that they've had here, he's been looking absolutely fantastic.
Just almost striked him. Just almost striked him on 3+ back through. That's one way to deal with him, I suppose. It's just like, okay, you're going to try and take that lapse control.
That is
incredible. The rest of the team, not even there at the moment. Yumpy, somewhat alone. Rotation from Demasik will be there, but he's going to be pressured. Prowler did not spot him. Second one.
Oh, it's gone towards the elbow. He's free, able to take Redgar. The play out. Demasik might get caught. In fact, he won't. He's able to take down Nats, the showstopper, providing more than enough cover, stopping a trade from coming through. And well, Shados is going to have a very, very tough time. I mean, these guys probably want to kill him, but they haven't got that many credits. So 40 seconds on the clock, it's tempting. Maybe go shoot some doors, but with 40 seconds, they're also worried that maybe he is on his way back. He's going to run through spawn, grab spike, get the plan. So everyone's playing this safe. Just lock it down.
Yeah, I feel like that's where you kind of get at least my two players within the server, and I'm sure there's many who would disagree. There's a lot of clutch players, but I have a BS meter, and there's two players within this server that the BS meter goes off the charts. One of them is Navera, because genuinely sometimes he just has games where I'm like, it doesn't matter who you are in the world, you've lost. And the other is Shados, where there was a Spectre clip the other day where he just is in a Viper's pit and just sprays down 4 people. I don't think he even saw 2 of them. And you're just kind of sat there like, well, I don't understand how you've actually managed to win that round, but nonetheless, fair play. Good adaptation, though. That they hear the flashes, again, you're going to see all of that utility eventually going through. And it's just, those sound cues are enough that they give the orbital strike over to take out Chronicle.
A second that trap got destroyed, it was on its way. Really good reactions, and I think that's something that for a while we've critiqued Team Liquid on. Defensive reactions haven't always been there. The toolkit maybe needed more definition. So far here on Bind, seems like they've done their homework. They've studied up, and they've got some good ideas to deal with mech. So though these rounds coming up one after another, and it's this guy right here. He's up against an operator that time and only barely gets away with his life. Yumpy not hitting all the shots today to start up, but if he gets warmed up, I don't think he'll be able to do that every time.
Wow. Again, we see this early pressure. Information now being looked for from Liquid off the back of Soulcast. That's going to give some extra space for Yumpy to push, but it might leave them a little bit delayed when it comes to actually defending this A site. May even have to set up for a retake, because when the trap's eventually broken, the haunt going through, they have no space to fight this now, Mitch.
Well, yeah, you are pushed completely back. And you look down at the toolkit, there's something to work with for Liquid on the way back in, at least. Playing through that Viper's pit, it's not going to be ideal. You know, they've already used the Trailblazer up. They've got a nade to play with, can maybe clear some space. Oh, maybe not. That was a crazy peek by Scream. He's tried to open the space for his team. They are here, but the flash catches Moles. Oh, he's got him. He should never have gotten a kill after those first 10 bullets. But
I will say, you can critique the spray.
I can, yes,
but
I will.
That had to be such a good flash that he didn't die, that I'm going to say that it balances out. Like, it was such a good flash and such a bad initial bullet.
No, he flashed out of a Viper's pit. It's not such a good flash.
Three players were completely blind.
It was a good flash.
For longer than he sprayed.
Listen, it was a good flash. I'm not saying it was a bad flash. Was it a good enough flash to cancel out that spray? No. He hit him in the leg. It was a chance. It could have been the headshot. Look.
Blind.
And then the guy in the corner isn't blind, but he didn't have
There's actually a
I'm pretty sure.
No, there's a paranoia there as well. This is such a nasty little crossfire setup. I didn't even see that the first time because I was laughing at JD. Literally, a paranoia comes through from Redgar that also blinds all 3 players. That's the only reason he doesn't die there. So I take it back. JD, that was a nasty whiff. Redgar, that paranoia was beautiful. Well done, Redgar. Round of applause.
There we go. I love to see the backtracking, but
I can admit when I'm wrong. You know?
Well, Redgar is coming in with the assist game. He's got the most on the server and almost more than everyone else added up. Fair play. Good man. Keep up those numbers.
The thing with that round as well though is that Mech just the second the orbital strike is used, they go, okay, Viper's Pit, let's just take lamps. Like, how are they going to retake this? It's so difficult without lamps control to actually get back into the A site, and that's where they've been pressuring a lot in these early rounds. Finance is still fine. Ultimate's not particularly good for either side. Showstopper available, and they actually managed to tag out Redgar. He should be dead here. Flash through, but Nats is quick to trade, and well, that's the easiest kill Chronicle's ever gonna get. He's gone down though.
Yeah, because Yumpy was following and they didn't see him. He's able to catch him off guard, trade it out, and bring this into a winnable position, just doubling up on Bathroom or crunching it at least, helping them out so much. Dima flashed up. Oh, great challenge by his teammate, but he goes down. And with Yumpy finding that frag with ultimate in back pocket, they still need some way out, some way back into this site, and they have no idea whether Mech are going to go play some passive suit, like way back on long with their snake bites, their flashes, or whether they're going to do this and have a nasty crossfire setup up close. Nat's ready to swing on JD's contact. Oh, but he's been spotted.
Oh, he's seen the gun.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and he's actually going to pre-fire through the poison orb, expecting Nats to try and move, but JD's position, it might be a surprise. Who plays this when his teammate is already round the corner? He's wrapping in behind. The first is free. He's hunting for that second player, knowing exactly where both of them are. He can kill off Scream, but instead, he's just going to go for the planter. JD plays the clutch to perfection. And wow, a 6th round for Mech, a couple of those clutches coming through, and Liquid, they got to feel a little down in the dumps at this point.
How's that BS meter doing for you there, Tom? What a nasty spot. And again, the whole point of this play at the beginning, look at the mini-map right now. The point is for JD to take contact. And on the back of that, Nats to swing. JD ends up losing his teammate to a spam in the smoke, and he has a decision. Do I stand where I am? Do I continue the hold and take the fight? Or do exactly what he did, try to outbrain them, outplay them. And as I said, they didn't know if these guys were going to just run back on long and play post plans. Well, they found out the hard way that they weren't. 6-4 on the scoreboard. Team Liquid aren't that far behind, but they're left with no money in this round, and that's the big problem. Very little way to actually fight out into this. And Chronicle, last backing around along. He's not the spotted Dima.
Oh, he's trapped. Every swing from here onwards is going to be a difficult one. Tour de Force gives them at least a little bit of hope, though. We've seen a clutch on one side, and if anybody's going to pull it off on the other side, it would be Yumpy. Bullet used, tag connected onto JD. Man above him, though, is not going to be expected, and it will be Mech with a 7th. Something I want to add as well. So in that previous clutch, it was JD, Scream, and Yumpy. Now, Scream and Yumpy, even though Yumpy's still incredibly young, 2 of the most experienced players we have from CS in Valorant, 2 of the highest profile. JD is still 18 years old and a brand new member of this team. Like, if people don't realize, like, maybe they look at the stats, maybe they look at like ACS and all these other things, or some of the poor performances he's had. JD just schooled 2 incredibly good players and completely outmaneuvered them at such a young age. Like, genuinely. And I mean this to any potential bias to this Mech side. They might be going, oh, this Nats guy is nuts. We should just steal him. Trust me when I say there is not a player within Mech right now that will not be an asset to your team in the future.
There's no weakness. There really isn't. We've already had the discussion about Shados and all that he can do, and yet if you look at the scoreboard, he's certainly not one that's, stealing the cake here. It just shows the depth of this roster. And then Redgar, some of those paranoias, not the one last round, but other than that, have been absolutely on point to allow players like JD to swing out of that pit, find 3 kills, even with a massive mechanical error. Doesn't happen every day. It's just really the last 3 months we've been saying, or 4 months we've been saying we want Mech back on form. We can't wait to see them. And even when they had bad performances, we always just shrugged it off and said, yeah, okay, but world situation and so on. Give them time. Give them time to get back. And this is why. We knew that potential was there. They've made the changes. And wow, this is a fast push. But the Viper's Pit is waiting for Chronicle, so he won't get the space. And they were ready. Look, they could have snake bite down.
Yeah, they hear a blast back and straight away they're like, no.
Viper's Pit, snake bite,
he's already
nated,
out of snake bites. He's already out of snake bites. Within 30 seconds. Like that's how in the head of Liquid Mech are right now. He has used all of his utility up just to try and deny some of that early presence. Now, Seeker's been used again. Look how deep the control that Soulcast currently has, realizing that they need to try and challenge around the map. The thing is, though, Mech are being diligent. You can see them using Prowlers into close mid at the moment, just trying to make sure that nobody has been able to push up. And the only position that's really left, I think, is about to be checked, although Redguard might not have caught the jiggle peek of Soulcast.
Nice shot. It doesn't matter whether he saw it or not. The timing was perfect when the repeat came in. The advantage now sits to the attackers, and the time is on their side. They know a pit was used on A. And the reaction was to slow it down, spread out, and look for where they were pushing, what control they might have taken. Put a smoke inside of Hookah, start to cause problems. Now, we look at the next adaptation, and it's to just ignore the pit. Hey, you don't need to plant over there. Instead, swing it through middle, look for this fight, and it's Yumpy that they're going to need to take down. That operator has not been spotted yet. The element of surprise still there. 10 seconds left for this spike to be planted. They need to get it down here and now, and it stopped. 6 seconds on the clock. The plant resumes, and they've dealt with Navera. The planter has been killed, though, and they haven't found Demasic. They've actually won the round purely off of time. Team Liquid coming out with 5.
Yeah, I don't think we saw it, but I'm pretty sure Scream swung back and managed to just basically throw his life into the wind to actually deny that plant from coming through. So basically just being able to win off of time. It's something that, well, if you look at the current scoreboard, time has been an issue a couple of times. I think it's mainly just, I think Shadow saved in a couple of different rounds, but it's the initial swing that spam that came out from Navera. And then I think moments later, you see the flank out from Scream. He just goes for the planter, drops it, no time left, and nobody was actually watching that. So a little bit of a mishap for Mech. Still a very solid attacker side half, and now we need to see what Liquid have planned.
They better have some big plans here on the attack. 5 rounds they start with. We look with the pistols, and right away, Scream trying to challenge Chronicle and beat him at his own game, but that ain't happening this time around. They've lost their Rays, but they've dragged rotations to the A site, Tom, and bested Team Liquid are right outside of B.
That's currently sat in the tube of the shorty. I'm just premising that because I already hate it. Dodged! Tiger! Dodge the tiger! I don't know he's it. Surely they have to have an idea. Surely somebody has to check within this. He is still on the site. They haven't realized, and he gets nothing. Thank you, Navera. Thank God.
That got scary. Look up inside of Hookah, though. A fight about to ensue. Solkis right out of the smoke. Only one to be found. Another player falls on site. Team Liquid's numbers thinning out. Shados so painfully low, but not low enough. He can still cause problems. Tapping that spike right here and now. Chronicle down immediately, but Team Liquid, they bounce into the round. A wall bang from Yumpy to finish it off, and 6 will be found. They've got the pistol, and we might be neck and neck soon.
And I know he got nothing, but still just watching Nash fly around his own utility is one of my favorite things in VALORANT. Like the way he was able to avoid that Tiger so that even to the last second they didn't know he was there. This little afterplant though from Yumpy is really nice. It only works in rounds where he hasn't used up too many of his headhunter bullets, but they plant for a position that he can specifically wallbang, which is just brilliant.
Aggression right off the bat. Mech blitzing down through the A site, and well, there's not a lot left to meet up with on B. They've lost their team, and they've lost the site, and well, they've lost everyone.
The idea is really cool. Like, he jumps through the TP to paranoia at a better angle to clear the players deeper into mid. So if there's anybody aggressive around that A side of the map, he can get a better angle than he would have done and not risk blinding any of his teammates. It doesn't work, but I like the concept from Mech, and they seem to have a lot of cool little set plays that are purely just based around paranoia.
Yeah, we saw it earlier on with that JD play back A site right here. And a couple of them, especially towards Bath, I think Redgar's just been firing out some incredible paranoias. I think in the first quarter is where they hit the most. We started to see Team Liquid not get punished.
Oh my!
That's a trade. Look, it's good enough, all things considered. Yeah. Spectre's coming into that fight and a Vandal that ends up going down. Yeah, I'll take that fight. I'll take that trade. Maybe not that one.
Yeah, maybe not expecting somebody to be that close. Rifle's going to be picked back up for Solcast, so I guess technically all they've lost is Jumpy Shados is going walkabouts, though. After this man gets a couple, you can normally expect that there's going to be a couple more. Spike's still down. Demasik has been lurking on the other side of the map, but it's where they actually intend to try and make a move here, because realistically, finding any sort of space back into this round, you've got Hookah locked down by a judge. I'm pretty sure the screen is put down just to almost give Nats an opportunity to shroud any vision of players actually running through that position. And they're already rotating another player back in towards Heaven, which, okay, other than the rifle on Demasik, it's going to be fairly hard to get something done.
No, but 30 seconds, no options to really take it anywhere else as well. Coming out, hoping this first fight goes your way, and Shados, well, he had the timing on that swing 4 already, and he's on for the ace. This is a round where you want to limit the amount of damage that you take, and Mech have certainly done that. Sure, they lose Chronicle right off the rip, but wow, Shados had one hell of a round. He has his ulti online, no surprise.
But that's the thing. He's got Nightfall, and that's what you almost want from a round like this. Either you want it for the team on the bonus, where you can kind of go, okay, let's earn up some orbs for a player so we can try and use that going into the next round. But now they play this round with somewhat of a mixed buy still of their own, but they have Nightfall. And although there's an awful lot of ultimates, Viper's Pit probably being the closest, Liquid still don't have anything to start the round off.
Yeah, that's it. The initiation it's going to be a lot more risky. It's going to be a lot more dry peeking, and indeed, taken straight away. And the control over A is given up. Next start to fall back, not holding on to Bathroom, not looking to over skirmish, and someone we've seen from Chronicle getting pretty aggressive in those early duels, but now they reset, and with this noise coming in on the B site, you have a rotation. That player rotating is Shados. Ulti in back pocket, as we said, holding it right here and now, and just waiting for a push to come through.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I'm not sure what Dima was doing, though, because he's got the smokes for the team, right? Obviously, to fill in any gaps. If you want to take it elsewhere, the wall's already down. You don't have a choice to pivot. And the spike was where it is right now, where it's being picked up. They were spreading a default, so very aggressive pick. I wonder if they thought there was no one on B, they had some space. I don't know what it was.
I think he wanted his orbital strike. I think he wanted to try and get a peek. He might have taken the orb, and that would have given them a chance. 2 players caught, though, by elevated angles. Wait to push in, but because they're being picked up, Redgar's just going to hit the instant headshot. The man who loves to play a Guardian, well, it's almost too easy just taking those taps. Such control. They still have positioning in towards the bathrooms, but this time he's cleared off. Blind on the other side, and nothing that can be done. A nice and easy cleanup for Mech going back into the round. While now, financially, Liquid might be in a little bit of trouble.
They are, but they have the Tour de Force if they want to use it. They could maybe force buy up something.
So he wouldn't have got his ult from a kill. I guess he would have had to get the kill and take the orb. Yeah, that is kind of madness.
That's very, very aggressive. It's a strange one for sure. Head scratcher. This round here, though, Tom, like I said, Yumpy coming in with Tour de Force if he wants it. We've got some weapons in the form of Guardians that they can afford, so I think, yeah, Tour de Force is going to be used right off the rip, and it's coming towards mid. Challenge onto Redgar. And this is a big challenge for him. That Tour de Force doesn't seem to be slowing down. It's holding the corner for now. But to be honest, you can entry with that if you want to, especially when you've got a Boombot, Trailblazer, something like that to get you in around the corner.
And Yumpy.
And Yumpy, yeah.
Yumpy can do anything. We've learned that. We've seen him up on Sky. Like, I don't think him entry fragging is going to be anything too crazy. Redgar, though, loving playing some of these closer angles. The Prowler already going to get them some early information, and they're going to have similar in towards bathrooms on the other side of the map. Still having this Nightfall in play as well means any sort of contact plays out from Liquid are going to have their risks about them. And if they lose this weapon from Yumpy, which is definitely playing an unorthodox position for an operator, it's not going to get any easier, especially with the time already ticking down and just more and more smoke's going to be going down on the other side.
That smoke, yep, it's back up. Yumpy is giving away where he is very intentionally. I mean, he has put that down to either get someone to shoot it or cause a problem late on. They're waiting it out. Chronicle, oh my, Chronicle! Just tearing them to shreds. I mean, they had a tour de force, they had Guardians, and they had no chance up against this man. Shados just steps up to the plate, taking over his teammates, or his fallen teammate's position. And this round's done. This is 10-7, with Team Liquid only on 1 kill for the round. Very little economy damage. That's a huge boost to Mech. If they don't lose anyone else here, Team is going to try to make it more costly, but he fails at that mission. And this is now a very, very dire situation for Team Liquid. They're only behind by 3, but the economy is way out of their favor if they lose this.
The setup there for Mech was actually really clever. So because they have the Nightfall, they play contact, they wait for any sort of sign that it's going to be a push in. That's why all of these kills are so easy. Not a single one of them is a headshot. It's just chest shots because they've all been hit to half HP as they try to go for their execution. But also that's why they played deep within Shower's control on the other side of the map, because it means you could just give up that control, Nightfall back in, and you have a perfect retake. Mech basically just played solely around that ultimate, and unfortunately Liquid, they kind of played into their hands by playing slowly, because it gets to the point, 20 seconds left, you get hit by a Nightfall, you don't have time to run back, you don't want to save, you have to now run into the blender, and unfortunately in this case that blender was Chronicle, who now has his showstopper online.
Yeah. And so the safety net, it just looks that little bit stronger for Mech. But when you look at the Team Liquid side, Orbital Strike, Viper's Pit, Seekers, these are fantastic ultimates to play from. But this timeout is aptly called. If they do not decide to take their time here and put the value into this round, this map can completely slip out of Team Liquid's hands. And I think they've realized that. Also, you know, they had that strong start to the first half, kind of slowed down a little bit, win pistol here, and then Mecha right back in the driver's seat. That's not a good tendency to have there off the start.
I will premise it by saying that firstly Liquid won, they won both pistols, so ultimately they probably should have been able to make this a lot closer. This is the map within the series I just expect them to lose. I don't think that it's one where Liquid can realistically compete against most good bind teams, so they're definitely not going to be able to compete versus Mech. If they bring this back, if they turn it around, it will almost set them up wonderfully to take this. But I don't think anybody could come into this map and go, oh yeah, they're favorites. The whole desk went that way. I think we both went that way.
Yeah.
So we're kind of where we expect to be. And as I said, if you win both pistols and you only have 7 rounds, it's a testament to what we've seen so far.
Most definitely. Yeah, it tells me, at least right now, you're not the best team on the server. But we'll see how the rounds go. Again, this buy round being the pivotal one. We've had the timeout beforehand, and we have a Mech attack round out of Team Liquid. Very, very slow. They're holding their control. They're trying to force out some aggression. They don't get those opportunities. And now the push is going to come through onto A blind.
They've got an Orbital Strike and they've got a Viper's. Like, realistically, you should be able to take this A control without too much trouble. Instead, though, you're going to see the showstopper used on the other side. It doesn't really get too much. There goes the Orbital Strike, but within the smoke is Redgar. Nice clear from Yumpy, but they have to get rid of him. He's just dancing around. I don't know how he's managed to get this far. Taking 3 of 4 for Redgar. I don't understand how he's managed to do this much. And Yumpy trying to deal with him. Oh my god. He's been put down, but look at the flank. It seems like Yumpy's aware that, okay, he can't be coming from that defender spawn at this point, but still 1v1.
What an attempt from Redgar. This play is interesting from Yumpy. He has gone walkabouts miles away. And Nat's closing up and suspecting it. But surely he clears heaven here. Who clears the left side? Who would do that? No one. And they've walked past each other. But it's Yumpy that has the advantage, right? He's going to clear this eventually. And oh, there he is. Nice and easy. Wow. He's ended up on top in that round despite an incredible effort from Redgar. Team Liquid end up with their 8th, and that round was much needed. It was
that had me completely flustered. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I definitely messed up my words with that, because I was just like, how is this man allowed to lurk out of a smoke and just wipe out half of their team? I honestly believed for a second he was going to kill off Yumpy at the end. And again, like, this was a round where there were a fair few ultimates being able to put through, like the Orbital Strike clearing the back of the site. The play from Yumpy, though, is brilliant. Because as you said, you're going to try and clear those angles. I think especially from heaven, that after plant is so powerful.
The fact that that shot as well, you saw it in slow-mo, the running last shot to the kneecap. Not a nice way to go. Jumps out of Chronicle. Seeing him there, but not tempted into throwing the nade right away. Very patient from this guy. And you can see that Team Liquid, they're almost annoyed by that. They've got to force this guy out of the corner. They're seeing now Redgar that was tucked in and trying to bait them. Where's the follow through? Because they're putting the bot through. Yumpy's going to take this peek. Almost 100%, but Chronicle has the off angle, and I'm very happy he didn't swing out wide there. You can see he was thinking about it. Does he do it late though? After TPing back, using that as a fake, now he'll lurk up B long. That's interesting.
Meantime, the rest of the team is starting to make their moves. Nats on the other side, already being able to delay them, but it's almost forced Scream into the TP, and I don't know if the rest of the team are going to go back with him. In fact, no, Nats is going to follow. This has ended quite weird. Still manages to get a kill.
30 seconds.
And with 30 seconds left, it now seems like they're almost committed into going onto this site. A fake TP goes through. Shados has found another. It's only 20 seconds, Mitch.
They've got to get a move on, and they don't know how many players are waiting for them. Chronicle started to rotate. He's on his way back. A haunt going through. Shados manages one in the swing. It's perfect, but Redgar's traded instantly. They have no idea about Chronicle, and this round is locked down for Mech. Coming out on top, putting 11 on the board, and decimating Team Liquid once more. The problem, when you look down at that scoreboard, is evident. There is no cash for Team Liquid. The ult economy not on their side. They don't have their tour de force anymore. The last round was important. This one here, though, carried that same weight for the team, and they haven't delivered.
It's weird as well. I feel like Liquid got lost in that round. Like, I think just the snakebite going down and Scream being isolated, he runs through the TP, and I don't think that was the plan at all. Like, every other member just seemed to almost, like, hesitate to run back, and then they get caught by Shados. And well, just look at the confidence coming through on the other side. Are they going to actually try and make a play with the Prowler off the back of this? This seems very risky, but they're going to go for it, and hey, he takes one. Like, when it's a flash, like, out from JD, I think that makes a bit more sense, but I guess that gives a more direct position.
Oh, he doesn't get it shut off. The rocket never leaves the chamber. A snakebite down. Nats is delaying them out inside a bathroom. Divisic can't move, and while he's stuck there, Sulcas, I think, was trying to get into the teleporter unsuccessfully. Good kill with Spike down in the open. These players are already rotating. Mech have a good idea what's going down, and they have to play on backside. A beautiful crossfire, a good haunt, a good kill.
Hit the dink. They're not going to be able to. Oh, actually, he does get a kill. He got killed from behind by the Classic. I was quite surprised. I didn't see anybody else who could actually kill him from the angle. But yeah, 5 of the last 6 rounds going the way of Mech. The only one going in the other direction came off the back of just one player surviving, and that was obviously Yumpy. It's put such a horrible economic restraint on Team Liquid over these last couple of rounds, and now, well, you got a tour de force, you got light shields, they don't even have the Molotov on Demon 6. Like, there are critical pieces of utility just missing from this purchase.
Let's play.
And Yumpy has 29 on... But couldn't have given him a rifle to buy the Molotov?
No.
Okay.
No. Or his teammates full shields as well. That's the other thing. But no, we can't be doing that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's why that's happened. A little bit of an oopsies. Team Liquid here though. 4 rounds in a row needed. 1 minute 8 seconds on the clock. They're still holding outside of A, trapped to watch for the push through, but this is a Chronicle play. It's just Scream looking to try and grab this opening inside of Hookah, hoping that someone jump peeks and grab the head, and they've got their util to execute after.
It seems like maybe the initial read was right from Mech, but they're starting to rotate back in the other direction. JD is about to get a very nasty shot. Although actually, he's going to find the information within a second. That's something at least. Maybe the rotation can come in time from Shados, because that Nightfall could destroy this push. He's going to flash out instead, though, and there comes the Nightfall. Shados just swings back through. and at least one has been found on the other side. They can try and hightail it back to A.
Great reactions by JD on the counter flash, putting the numbers in their favor. Here's the fast rotation from Dima. Down go the smokes. That Prowler, though, confirmed that this is an A play. It saw the move around. Obviously, they can still take the teleporter, but that's about to be canceled out. Nade coming through. He almost got seized. That could have been terrible. The plant, though, will be secured. 6 seconds left. The Prowler reveals Solkas. Dima's all alone. He's got to pick off all 3 remaining players. They're coming together, and he won't find a frag. This one here is done. Both pistols for Team Liquid. A 5-1 early start in both halves. And yet, here we go. 13-8. This is sheer dominance out of Meg. And, well, this is how we expected the map to go.
Yeah, I think that many people have to sit there and almost realize that this is just map 1 of a potential best of 5 series. This is not the map we ever expected Team Liquid to win. If anything, as said, it's the only other map other than Fracture, which they have been banning, which I thought maybe they could ban. The fact is, though, the positives, we've seen the likes of Chronicle and, more importantly, Shados has come in really strong. Like, some of the kills and frags that came out from him in this game were truly insane, but I was more impressed with all of the utility he had coming through. So Mech looking scary, but there's still a long, long road in this series, Mitch.
Oh, yeah, there absolutely is. Look, this is the start of a BO5, as you said. The first map we thought would go to Mech. Now it's Team Liquid's chance to answer back with Icebox up next, Tom. We're going to be throwing this one off to the analyst desk after the break. They're going to break it down for you, so stick around, and we'll see you soon.
Take to be a champ. You know bars life, you should come and join the camp. Title after title, put my rivals off the map. Thought you had the trophy till I came in for the snatch. I was born in it, not sworn in it. I ain't come to play my wrist, mean all business. Running like a mimic, check my jersey, all authentic. In Oakland with some Raiders till my haters deal with it. I'm in the field with it. Stop playing. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the 3. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the 3. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I do not know defeat, no. All I know is eat. True. I am ahead of these boys. All they see is cleats. 10 toes down. They won't get the best of me. No. I've been cooking all day. They want the recipe. No rookie, I'm OG. I am the king of the league. That mean I do what I please. Whenever I please. I keep a trick up my sleeve. Whenever they coming from me, I'ma pull up from the half. Right in your face, that's a 3. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the 3. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the 3. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep.
What a start for Meg here at the grand finals of LCQ as they take a one-map lead against Team Liquid. I'm Yinsu and I'm back in the studio with Kaquka and Sliggy. It is kind of weird to think that this was the map that Liquid picked into Meg yesterday, Sliggy. Meg looking pretty strong here.
Yeah, for sure. I have a little bit of information. I kind of spoke to Bacon a little bit, the analyst, the other day, and I was like, well, like, are you feeling confident on this map? And apparently Prax have been going great on this map, but officials, maybe not so much.
The feeling, you know, definitely Meg had a different read on what the bind from yesterday was, and they decided not only to pick it, but actually make it their first peak in a best of 5. You know, that's something that is going to set a record in the rest of the day. And don't get me wrong, I mean, we all saw that first half. It was 5-7, pretty close. Liquid also getting both pistols, but it was, again, it was Meg's defense. I think that they played with the tempo a lot. They were being aggressive, and they were not, it wasn't the same as yesterday, because yesterday they were always aggressive on the first tempo, but actually seeing them merging and changing those spaces really got into Liquid's head.
And yeah, like the double pistol that you talked about, they got both pistols and they only get 8 rounds. It's honestly, it's not a good look.
That's
it's
like
pretty
half,
brutal.
right? Because it's like pistol and then the next
one.
one.
Exactly. So that's it's a confidence showing from Mech. And yeah, I just liked a lot. Again, on their attack sides, every time they went 5-man just onto sites, they just overwhelmed.
I mean, the game plan you spoke about earlier in your television, did you feel like you saw some of those here?
Yeah, I felt like they started off with a different one, though. I felt like they started off, they wanted to default a bit more. They didn't want to start off with the 5-man hits. And then, honestly, they started getting picked off in the defaults, right? Yes. I felt like Yampu was getting a few kills. We're getting a few kills from, I think, Soulcast as well. And they weren't really getting the picks that they wanted. And then they kind of fell back into their normal game plan of, right, let's just 5-man overwhelm. And they just won all the rounds they did that.
I love that you mentioned Yampi, because I feel like he was being shut down on the attack so much. We saw the aggression coming in from Meg, as we were saying, but also it was the fact that I think at least in 3 or 4 occasions he didn't even have the TP ready to even get out of that situation. On the same department, we have Scream that was tremendously bad on the entries. I'm sorry, sometimes it happens. 1-7, that was the score for him on first kills, first deaths.
Uncharacteristic there from Scream. I know in the pre-show we spoke about how Redgar's brother Ragnar is watching the game. He's very invested and emotional. He will be very proud, Kaquka, of the performance that Redgar put out on Bind.
I think that Tom spotted exactly what we were talking about in the green room, the impact that Redgar has been having, the way that he knows how to direct not only the team, but also his utility, knowing that the Paranoia is one of the strongest flashes, if not the strongest in the game. I do not think we have seen a single one that didn't have an impact. Maybe the impact wasn't the kill, but the amount of pressure that he was putting onto them was something out of this world.
Yeah, I completely agree. Either it was space made or it was just kills combined with it, and just all the kills he was getting as well, just his decision making and stuff like this. Even the last kill, it's crazy.
And the posture.
That's what it is. That's what it is. The posture. But yeah, he just had so much impact, and just kind of seeing why teams maybe are going towards Omen on this map, just with his flashes especially.
And that's your in-game leader. Like, if your in-game leader is having a game like that, I think it sets the tone for how the rest of the day is going to go. But before we move on to Icebox, Lothar, let's break down some of the things that you saw on that map in your lab.
Yeah, there was some interesting stuff. First, we're going to do a Skyrim meme because, you know, this player just took a bullet to the knee. Wait, composition? No, we need a round. Hello.
Production.
Exactly. So we need a... anyway. This is exactly this one. So this is where Nivera just takes a bullet to the knee. Like, this is definitely something that you want to avoid if you want to be a Valorant agent and an adventurous one. But when it comes to actual stuff that Mech was using here, I was very happy to see that I think the knowledge that they gathered from the previous match against Liquid inclined them that the default positioning from the Team Liquid on defense is going to be 3 players on B side and only 2 players on A side. Typically, they were actually playing retake on A, with Scream being the main player to delight the plant. So the moment that Mech is putting effort into getting A control, once the Prowler from Fade gets the spot on the Raze player, because you know that's going to be the position, they know that they can push onto site and get it for free. So I think this comes from the previous map that they played against each other. Now, in one of the things that we described yesterday is the default positioning from Mech on defense is the Viper wall to have control on hookah, is the 2 players into garden, 2 players into showers, and then this smoke onto short. That's something that they were trying to use in the previous match on Bind to make the teleport push and to create a lot of pressure. This is why you see the Brimstone playing so deep in spawn, because they're anticipating that with this setup, this is gonna be the max default position or default strategy with this, but they actually went for a very different the type of defense, because they're just sitting patiently on side waiting for the opponents to push into them. One thing, discipline is something that I also like to explain to a lot of players and viewers, that is so important, and you will see the discipline coming in from Mac here in the last round. One, discipline to wait in the smoke in CT for the teammate to join and then combo the utility. Stops the plant. Maybe could have been done a little bit longer later, but it doesn't matter because it stops the first effort to plant. The prowler through the smoke gives info, and now this is the important thing to me. Look at the positioning from the two players that are pushing out of CT. They are stopping right before the angle from lamps. So they're waiting for the third player to avoid being killed from lamps if they don't check it. This is where you're gonna see the Viper, Nats, is gonna check lamps first so they don't die, and then they're gonna push together, and Nats is gonna be ready for the trade as well. Great patience, discipline, and overall teamwork coming in from Mech, which is something that just makes me happy.
Oh, Lothar! After everything in LCQ, I'm glad to see a smile on your face.
Finally.
That smile might fade on the next map because we're going to head to Icebox. As you guys know, Meg, they like to torture Team Liquid on Icebox. They give them the false hope of maybe you can come back, and then they just nab them in OT. We heard Yumpy say earlier, Sliggy, maybe third time the charm today?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've ever seen a team, like two teams look so evenly matched on a map. It feels like it always goes to overtime. It can go any way. Yeah, I guess probability, maybe there's this time, it just feels like 50-50 every time. So hopefully today they can kind of win the clutches, and then if it does get to overtime, we can see the crazy runs maybe going their way.
I really hope that we get to overtime, because I think it's something that we deserve, something that we saw yesterday. If you take a look at what we have here, right there at the bottom is the amount of rounds that we played yesterday, well, that they played yesterday on Icebox, 34 rounds. In all of those rounds, I was talking about the ratio that Scream had on Bind, that 1-7. Every single player on Liquid ended off with a negative first kill to first death ratio. Every single one of them. And every single player from Mech ended up with a positive one. But that only means that Team Liquid can bring it back every single time. So it's not only, you don't have the same confidence when you get that first kill.
Yeah, and I think as well, that's kind of that's an interesting stat, because when I think of Mech, I think of like fundamentals. I think of the team that's going to convert the 4v5. So that's interesting that maybe on this map they don't feel as comfortable to actually like play off each other as they do in the other maps.
Well, they did throw away an 11-5 lead twice to go to OT to win. We're going to head into Agent Select in just a second. Again, here, I don't feel like we're surprised by anything at this point. Both teams have their actual comfort picks on this map. But after the first kill, first death, when it comes to Scream, yesterday, earlier you said that Kaquka, he's got to do something different here, because there was a lot of weird things that happened yesterday.
Oh, yeah. We saw some satchels. I think that is also the nerves. I think that Nats also addressed it in the interview, how hard it is when the score is so tight, when literally you only need to lose 2 rounds and you're not out, but actually, you know, having to play later in the day. I think it calls for actually those mistakes. I still think that this has to be on Yumpy. He calls it his personal grudge. He wants to change it. I think it has to be on him.
Yeah, this is the redemption of Yumpy we could be seeing today. And Sliggy, I want to ask you just one thing that you would like to see Team Liquid do differently so they don't fall behind that 11-5.
Okay, so when I'm looking at them on the defense half, I talked about this yesterday as well. They play the A side the same time every single time. They allow the players to just get up, make it full control of A. They don't get punished in A main. They let them have A side, and they always play retake A utility. I need to see Liquid go aggressive at the beginning. I need to see them either play A main or just play on A side and just change it up a little bit, because giving so much freedom and just space over towards Mech is just not working out for them.
The next question is, if Mech is aware of all the things that you just said, do you think they're going to change something or do something to prevent that from happening, being like, okay, we just won, but it was very close. Our winning condition on the attack was this one. They're going to be seeing the same map. We're definitely going to play it because they know that they were going to ban Haven.
I think if there was longer than potentially there were like 12 hours to actually change everything up. If there's a longer time frame, I would say yes. The fact that it's a best of 5, they finished late last night, I don't think they're going to have too much time to actually change that stuff up.
But Liquid would have, do you feel like Liquid would have time to...
Is in Liquid on the...
I think Mech is going to react because they did have the time, you know?
Yeah, but I don't think... I don't think the mech need to change anything.
You're underestimating. No, but if they can read onto the read, if they can be one step ahead, you know, being like, yeah,
basically,
this was very
didn't
close.
sleep at all yesterday.
Do you think Eng showered today?
Probably not. Probably not. No, I know how long the coaches work when it's this kind of when you just have just no hours and you're just playing the next day. So I imagine not. But yeah, again, I just don't think the Liquid. Basically, I'm saying the Liquid probably aren't going to change that up. So I'm not sure that Mech will even need to do that.
I mean, you guys were very mech heavy when it came to Bind. You were very confident they were going to take that map. What about Icebox?
So the thing is, I really want to get to Split because I really want to see the last Split. So I'm gonna give this to Liquid. I still think it's going to be very close, but there has to be a reason why they decided to go for these over Breeze.
It's for me, it's Liquid's time. It has to be the first didn't happen, the second didn't happen this time. But again, it's going to go overtime. I just feel it.
I think the overtimes have gotten longer and longer though.
Yes.
The first time wasn't that long. Lothar, I want to ask you as well. Do you feel like we're going to get a record-breaking overtime this time?
Mute myself? No. I think this is gonna be a decisive win for Mech as well, like just on Bind.
Okay, you guys trying to dispute that?
The thing is that I think Mech could do it. So
you just said Liquid.
No, but I said why? I said because I want to get to Split. But it makes me think of again why they decided to go for this. That I want to give them that, you know, a bit of trust in you. Actually, even if they played again later in the day, the rest of the staff was like looking and being like, okay, they made a list of things that could not happen again.
Yeah, I'm just being told that Demastic is experiencing some network issues right now, so the game is being delayed, but bear with us. Lothar over there is gagging to fill this time. Go on, Lothar.
Yeah, I'm raising my hand here like in school, you know? Just to
the youngest out of all of us.
I think Mech is going to take decisively Icebox, I feel like they showcased yesterday that they can be very adaptive to how they play the defense. They showed that on Bind. They showed that on Icebox as well. And I'm assuming they're going to use that as an advantage, just like they use on Bind. On Bind, Liquid was very, like, let's say, on the back foot when it comes to the attack. They were anticipating those pushes from Mech that they showcased the day before. And now it's like, okay, now we bought ourselves some time. We conditioned them that we're going to push into them on defense. So Liquid is going to lose very valuable time on Icebox before they're actually going to go on that side.
Okay, so one thing I know about Liquid is if you lose the first map, it's fine. Mental reset's incredible. It's something that we've always been really good at. We can always lose. There was a time where we were always losing the first map.
Yeah.
We would always, every single time we would bounce back. So I'm very confident that they can bounce back heavy into that. So I don't think they're going to think about Bind too much because, again, they're not like, it's not their strongest map. And I feel like they know that now.
Yeah,
I still remember because I was on LVP back in that day, and I remember that we had this joke of Liquid and being like, oh yeah, so Yampi's sleeping during this first map, so we're just gonna wait until the second one, and there's when he's gonna wake up and he's going to be insane, and it always happened.
Yeah, I love hearing all of your inputs, but I got a little bit of input from Redgar as well. He just tweeted right after Bind saying, okay, Bind was our pick, right now it's Icebox, or you know that map as million overtimes with like a really sadistic smiley face there, like he's not torturing everyone, all the Liquid fans watching this. But this is the thing, I feel like at this point both teams are so well prepared to go the distance, maybe to go to like a ridiculous amount of overtimes. But what more, how deep can you dig, Kaquka? If you're doing this over and over and over again, I mean, we talk about teams have like 1 layer, maybe 2 layers, but at this point they got to have like 50 layers.
Yeah, but I think it also depends on the map, right? I think that Icebox may be their kryptonite in the sense that it's literally it. Like, we cannot go any further.
Yeah, we got quite a million overtimes about to come up, so I'm going to toss this over to Tom and Mitch and get the game started.
Talk about after.
Thank you so much, guys, and thank you for filling in. It was good to see. You know, Tom, I enjoyed a lot of that. We had Lothar raising his hand up there. He looks so cute over there, like a kid at school. But look, we're diving into this series and into this second map. We've seen it a couple of times. Mech and Liquid, they've ran this back. They're always going at it, and last time was 18-16. Ready for another long game?
Yeah, the thing is, I agree with like Lothar's point. Like, building into this game, you could definitely see like almost that momentum, the adaptability of Mech. The thing that really gives me hope for Liquid though is the last time they played, it was incredibly close. But if you look at opening duels, it was dominated by Mech. Over that map, they went +12 as a team in opening duels. Now, do I genuinely believe that will happen again? No, like I don't think you're going to get matches where you have the likes of, for example, Demasik going 1-5 in opening duels, even though he was the top fragger. Yumpy not really able to have that same impact we normally expect from him. So if that evens out a lot more, I feel like Team Liquid could easily take the map. They've shown resilience within this one to make comebacks happen. And honestly, I want to get to split, so I have to believe they're going to win this one.
Well, look, there's a serious chance, and we've even seen the desk start to swing a little bit to Liquid until Vansili came along and brought it right back to Mech. I don't know where things are favored on that front then, Tom. I got to ask you, you think Team Liquid will take it across the line here, or are we getting our split?
The second you start to believe in Liquid is where it's dangerous, but no, I think that this is the map they're favored. I think last time was a blip.
What an opening. Yumpy, a man who struggled on the previous map, a couple of whiffed shots out of that headhunter, but this time around, it's clean to start, all connecting, maybe in the knees to start, but it was a headshot to close it out, and that's what it's all about. Mech losing 2 players right away. Team Liquid are going to presumably have a decent time retaking, but they're not going to be holding it. Like we can see, these guys are currently sitting back and allowing the A site to fall.
Yeah, they should at least be able to get themselves into an afterplant position. Obviously, in pistol rounds, I feel like there's a lot more opportunity for some sort of swing back. Even still, though, the rest of the team being able to come in on a fast flank, a lot of that's going to come down to Nats and what he can do with holding it.
Needs to be a hero over on this attacking side. Spreading it out, and that's... Oh, he's got the timing on that swing up top. Shados is in for 2 as well. Now things are truly dangerous. A double swing as Navera falls. Team Liquid's hopes are falling to pieces in this pistol. This is where they built up the majority of the rounds coming into the previous map, and this time around, it looks set to start with Mech taking 1. It's 30 HP, barely any time, and, well, the only question is whether he can even take 1 or 2 players down, grab some orbs. At the end of the day, the pistol is Mech's.
They got 0 kills in a 5v3. I don't know how Mech managed to make that look so easy. Shados, like, he had a pretty decent game last time out, but what he just did here was insanity. Just flashed in towards them, managed to take a fight versus 2 players and win it almost cleanly. I think maybe he was getting ready for the setup that was there from the likes of Soulcast off the back of the Prowler. The thing is, though, as I sort of said with the opening duel, the reason that game was close is because Mech were throwing away advantages. If Liquid start doing that, this is GG.
Oh, absolutely. And for Liquid at the moment, coming in with pistols, are we looking at a ton of opportunities? No, not really. I think the best thing they can do is if they actually get that info early, which they have. They've pushed up on A, seen nobody peek belt, seen nobody peek on the A side itself, and middle is fairly quiet. At this point, there's a pretty good indication with the utility coming down on B that the push is coming in here, and so the rotation is coming over. A mass exodus from the A side. Team Liquid are going to be stacked up here, so they have a chance to overpower 1 or 2 players with the pistols. That's all it should amount to, but that damage could be enough. So far, though, they are not managing very much, and a push around the back from Shados cements a flawless round for Mech.
Definitely not the way you want some of these early rounds to go. A 3v5 victory for Mech, and then also managing to keep it clean, because now you even have Chronicle buying into an extra Bulldog. They're going to be coming in with mostly rifles into a bonus round, and especially with the way the majority of teams will play bonuses, you'll have those Spectres, pistols, you'll go for a faster play in towards the A site, and a lot of the time you're going to get battered just by that weaponry. They don't have to do that. They can play at range because of the weapons they bought in early. In fact, Navira has almost had to match them here just because the economy on the other side is yet to really have any legs to it.
Oh, those shots for Soulcast come close, but they don't find their target. Chronicle's quickly moving up. Yeah, he's put his trap down. He just wants to annoy them, destroy the trap as quickly as possible, drag those rotations, but he wanted to get out of there. He didn't succeed, but he did exactly what he was supposed to do. Made a lot of noise, dragged a lot of eyes over to that side of the map, and now the A site is open and free. There's no way for them to deny this. That nade, though, will never mind. They broke the wall and got the kill. Mech, I thought they had perfect timing, but that's a disaster.
Yeah, they had so much ready for the afterplant, snake bites, fragments. It was all prepared for that moment, but Scream being able to deny the plant is huge. Behind their own wall to get away from the reveal. might get a nice timing, but the double peek out from Liquid is far too good. And what started as a bit of a danger with space on that A site quickly dwindles into next to nothing. Solid comeback into the rounds for Team Liquid be now on the board.
Even just using that nade when he did, not having it gone in the early round allowed him to break that wall. You'll see it come through, or you did see it come through, and destroy that wall, deal the damage. Here you go. It allows it just to break open that extra spot, take the kill, and I mean, even if he doesn't, that spike planter's not getting out of there. That was beautiful. What a response from Scream. 2-1, and the team's being saved from a very awkward retake. Now they get to set up into a full buy round, though, again.
Force already online. Now, as mentioned, opening Jules was a point for Mech to basically just dominate the game. They probably should have won Icebox a lot more cleanly. Having that tour de force and a focus on Yumpy, that early control on that A side. The thing is, though, this is the second round now where there's just going to be a load of presence in towards the kitchen. The thing is, though, Liquid are somewhat prepared for this.
Oh, this could be dangerous, though. Still with the nade, still with the boom bot on. Oh, no, that's not the nade. Well, I think he was under a little bit of stress in that moment. Clearly, they've still got the orb up. They can cross back. They can at least steal the information out of Liquid's hands. 50 seconds, though. I mean, Mech will need to make a move.
Is this one of Sliggy's lineups? Bouncing all the way across. Actually does catch him right at the end. Oh, God. Dados, again, back to what they were trying to do before. They've still got this 3-man setup though on the cross. Realistically, they could swing back in, but Demus, 1 HP, just about survives. Even still, the trade is there.
Oh, that timing for JD. He swung out, caught the kill. Okay, space opened up. They might even be able to get the plant, but JD can't go down. That spike is up top. Solkus is looking for him from every angle. He's being covered, and Nat's breaking out, though. We'll take down Navera, cement them a spot to play from afterwards, but Yumpy's right on the case. Tour de force now, a Vandal to back him up. Solkus helping out. Haunt back online. Oh, this is right back into their favor. Team Liquid might be able to clear this out. It's Yumpy up close to start. He's managed to slip under. Solkus corrects to finish it off. 2 rounds on the board for Team Liquid. That is an impressive clutch.
Oh, hello. I do like the finisher. I don't remember that one from before, but it is going to be 2-2. And that's the thing. Soulcast coming online. I know that Scream literally has the name Headshot Machine, but this man's first bullet accuracy, or even just his burst accuracy, is incredible. And I think being on this agent in particular really suits his style. Like the way they've been able to sort of control the majority of kitchen just by him almost giving them avenues to re-peek off of, and then just single-handedly almost winning them the round. Okay, it was a good trade onto Yumpy, but ultimately he still had to win those fights. And now you see the damage. Over the last couple of rounds, Mech have brought it close, but now they're running in with Spectres, but they do have a few ults to play with, man.
Oh yeah, there's a couple things that can pick them back up. And right away, denying some of this utility, players are coming back and setting up for this. I thought that was a little bit early. It's actually just an attempted retake right off. Team Liquid don't want to concede and allow a spike plant. Instead, they're going to go in, get a player nestled into this corner being Yumpy.
They're all here.
Wait, does he have an anchor? No, he hasn't put the anchors down to get out either. So that, like, even if he puts one on the floor now, he hasn't got anywhere to go with it.
I think Liquid now starting to hesitate a little bit because their whole team rotated. Just off the knife and a few other pieces of utility thrown in, the whole team came over towards this side of the map. Obviously, the trap on B hasn't been broken, but mid control is fairly open at the moment. So they do have to be a little bit wary of these lurks coming through, and it means the site's not as bolstered as it was a moment ago.
Yep, a good freeze call by Mech. They get the advantage for it now to push in, but they've lost Nats. Wall goes down. So too does JD. The trade, not fantastic until Yumpy dies. They haven't spotted out Smolkus, and so he's able to get the jump and close this round out by the looks of things. 5 HP on Chronicle, and the Classic just ain't gonna cut it. Team Liquid have gained the lead.
Yeah, and seemed relatively prepared for some of those all-in takes. Now, one of the things to note, and I don't think this is necessarily something that can be repeated, but I do think it's an interesting point, is that both teams were far better on the attack last time out. Like, it was almost dominant 8-4 halves. Like there were rounds that just didn't even look particularly close. Even going into OT, we started to see that. So definitely something to keep an eye on if Mech is still playing relatively slow. I will also say that both these teams have the potential to do it on either side. That is most of the time how Icebox will end up working. Already, Team is sick. Well, I feel like that wall has almost just been used for information. He has found out they are outside B.
Deploying drone.
That drone up and over will be followed on. Control taken right back, but Team Liquid are ready for that. In fact, almost gambling on it. They've got 3 players towards this side of the map. Poison orb down on the B side as well. So even actually getting onto the side and planting, if you manage to bypass the yellow player, it's not going to be possible.
No command though. That's the main point of focus. That they can remove pretty much all of this utility. Showstopper is still a danger though if he's far enough back, which I'll be honest, I'm not sure he is.
This is dangerous. Not only do they have the information, they've now canceled out that utility.
He headshot him though.
Chronicle gone, but the res comes through, and that's going to bait out the swing. They knew Dima was coming, but they haven't managed to deal with him. The swing around back yellow, not good for much. Scream, I think his barrel was spotted on the way back. The boombot going through is not going to reveal Nats. He's managed to nest himself in right down below heaven. And Mac are going to rotate. They're leaving.
30 seconds
In
left.
fact, they're sprinting. They want this to be heard by the mid players, by the 2 players. So they start to leave. So they start to run on the back of 3 players stepping away. And now those steps have stopped. So they think, oh, okay, I can come back to this side. But no, Nats has moved up. He's advanced his position, and they have absolutely no clue. A free kill if ever I've seen one. This man has some of the best positioning in the world, but they still need that spike to meet the floor, and it will, just about.
Good reposition again. These slowdowns from Mech have started to play in the minds of Team Liquid. Until he falls off. I think that would have been a free kill. Instead, Yumpy now has his number, spotting him drop down. Orb allowing Shados to at least get a little bit closer, but they don't have any more utility to play with a heal online, which really isn't too helpful. And the Prowler again of Soulcast is able to give information. The Seas leaves him stuck in the mud. Good clearance from Liquid. It definitely got a little bit shaky, and again, we see the power that Nats can have with those lurks. But wasn't enough this time.
Yeah, a really fantastic start to this for Liquid. Look, with losing the pistol and still coming through with this kind of performance, and they've been put in some really tough situations. I think to start this out, again, we had some signs of what to expect, but as soon as they see Dimasic on back yellow, I feel like this round is almost done. Then Nats moves up further and gets his position after they've dealt with Dima, who got 2 kills, and they still don't get the follow on that. That's a rarity.
Did you see the kill that Scream got, by the way? Like where his showstopper gets taken away and he just headshots the guy instead. Like, I'm almost certain he was trying to shoot the showstopper before and just ends up headshotting him. It's the most Scream kill ever. Early control though, just not going to give an awful lot of space. Again, we're seeing this early positioning challenge. Oh, this is dangerous. Yeah, I think Yumpy falling back is a good call because there are about to be a lot of players in on his position.
Yeah, he's at least... Oh, no, they've seen the barrel! The off around the corner, it's just a glaringly obvious sign that he's there. Right through the wall, they've headshot him, and now Team Liquid, they don't have the foothold. They know the player's on top, the spray's coming through. But it doesn't look like Nats has even taken a lick of damage, and he's just going to sit there up top, waiting. And I guess hoping one of those stray bullets doesn't catch him.
Oh, it's caught the planter instead. That's far worse. Dimasic with the spam has been able to take out one. You've got that reveal available as well, but it hasn't actually caught anyone. They're just going to stick that plant through. Soulcast hoping that he's given one for free. Here's the reload though, and that's the Viper's pick on every single person just caught in the middle of no man's land. Chronicle still landed the shot. He's looking to go back for a little bit more, but not this time. Res through. Spray from Shados will get a double of his own. But now it's left onto Redguard. He's retrieved an operator. Doesn't manage to connect, but one of the players already tagged. It has to be Scream going for this defusal, and it has to be the kill coming through, and it won't be. That means they could just go back. The shot dart might be enough. It's going to land back through, but it's too little, too late. A nice attempt in a round full of weaknesses for Mech. Liquid come back.
Still managed to get it across the line, and it is very much this here from Soulcast across the rope, taking Nats down on the reload. The timing could not have been better, and the problem with that is the plant. that position is for the pit. You do not plant there. And in fact, they had the wall down to plant safely past, but the pit gives you so much control, it's silly not to use it. You lose your Viper, and that all flips completely.
Good start for Liquid. And that's the thing, it's a controlled one as well. Like, it was mentioned on the desk, like, that we witnessed some plays, I think from either side at that point, that you wouldn't normally see within a game. Like, some things that were out of control, some things that were very risky, some of them working, some of them not. Whereas what we've seen so far from Liquid is, I feel like they're playing much more as a team in these retakes. Like, okay, sure, there's still some individual plays from the likes of Soulcast, but they've been very good at plant denial. I feel like the Caesars he's been using has just been causing issues. Even if it's not getting a kill, it's just delaying. And then by the time Mech actually do get a plant, the full roster of Liquid is ready for these retakes to come. And that's something that I think in some maps in particular has been missing a little bit, like wanting to challenge for early control consistently, wanting to battle and brawl, and instead, no, let's play the retake, let's play it as a team, let's work together, and well, those rounds have gone their way.
Keep fighting.
5 rounds in a row for Liquid. Very impressive defensive side thus far. And they've got the Viper's Pit to lock down B. Win rate should be reaching for the sky in this round. Operator for Yumpy. Given the chance for an early peek here as they start to push through, funnel in to the A side. He still hasn't been spotted, and he picks his moment perfectly. A fantastic opening. A haunt through will be destroyed, but not before revealing one. Still, he was too far back to actually be punished for it. Oh, that's a close fight, and Scream barely makes it out, but Redgar catches him on the way. Operator up and down. What a shot from Nats.
Oh, and they're just winning every single battle now. The swings are just going their way. Redgar taking this one as the leader of the team. And yeah, you know what, Navera? I don't really blame you for this fallback. You managed to get your Viper's Pit down, unfortunately on the wrong side of the map, but still opportunities there. Again, like after these initial opening picks, I sort of mentioned it. What we'd seen previously was much more willingness to play that retake, allow the afterplant to go through. This time it was much more brawly, like because you had that opening fight. And unfortunately for Scream, I feel like he's at the brunt of it again, just like having opportunities to almost take this round home. And the second he dies, that's where you see some risks taken, like Yumpy swinging. You start seeing those peaks back in, and wow, the confidence of Redguard just to start fighting into these rounds because, okay, I've already won a couple of duels of players almost just peeking into me.
Yeah, some slight over-aggression on the fight back through, and I think maybe feeling the hurt of just the lack of space, having used the pit on B early. You don't want them to get that control for free. I mean, the whole point of having B so solidly controlled is that you can be a little more passive on A, you can play further back, you can let them get close, but especially after finding that opening pick and getting out for free, that's where what we needed to see was just, okay, set up for the retake, play it back in. Instead, they've ended up giving Mech their first round since we've seen that pistol and follow-up. It's a break from the streak of Liquid rounds, and an opportunity to continue it.
Wonder if it's already been spotted. Just the piece of utility placed. Not connecting anything. You're going to see again, like clearing some of these more aggressive angles where Yumpy potentially could be. Instead, he's almost just playing much more passively on that A side this time. But it's almost conditioned Mech into giving up some of that earlier control. Instead, they look to try and head into this B site again. No ultimates online, and wow, Vera patiently waiting for that info.
Yep, that push to come through. Navera still has his utility online, obviously, as you said. Patience paying off. He'll spam on the cross, and JD will be caught. No wall. And now, how do you get this plant down? It's so much more difficult. They try to fight for spawn, and Scream's running in! He's gone absolutely mad! And it's working out, trading back and forth, leaving Team Liquid in a 4 versus 1. Low HP on Dima, but he's healing himself up. And they've got the spike down in the open, deep in the open towards their spawn.
30 seconds left.
They now know where Redgar is. There's absolutely no reason to try and peek this. Like, the fact is, him getting over to it and getting a plant is nigh on impossible. And with the trade position of Soulcast, he's always going to need the timing here on the first, though. That's one at least for free. Problem is that clock, and while Yumpy is just ready and waiting for the drop down. 6-3, and yeah, as you said, like losing that Sage War early, and I think more so the fact that they clearly had ideas to aggressively take towards that spawn control. it left them in the mud. They needed a plant for that to work, and instead they didn't have any control over the cross.
Yeah, it was a real shame. I mean, sometimes you take those, especially when the wall is down, you're ready to play that little bit more aggressive, and then you see that the orb on front B on your default plan spot, the snake bite is there. I guess you do go for the spawn control. You do fight deep, but it's just a death sentence when your Sage goes down. You're just rolling the dice, and this time it didn't land for them.
Running the secondary operator on screen. Now, a lot of this is down to economy. Yumpy just going to run that tour de force, and this will be a bit of a surprise, especially with how deep control he's already got. This is so much information. Look at where the Liquid players are. 4 currently just sat on that A side of the map, 1 watching into mid just in case it's a lurk through, and he's facing basically into the spawn at this point. The information couldn't be better for Liquid, and while Mech, they're going to walk into a stack.
Okay. Well, Scream's being taken down immediately, so a good start to this push into a stack. Navera falls, walls down. Now they can push much more freely. They've got their own wall up on the left side, and Solkas will double peek out. Nice. Viper wall down. Control gonna be much harder to maintain. And if Solkas, oh, he got an angle for a second. If he fired off that shot, it could have been beautiful, but Yumpy will be the one to shoot off instead, taking 2 as they try to push back in, though. Solkas still known to be behind that wall. That was terrible timing. And Shados goes out without his gun. It's left to Yumpy. Shados could be rezzed. Redgar will be, and the numbers stacking up against this man. He's only got 1 to take down, and he gets it done. Yumpy with a 4K clutch, digging deep to give Team Liquid 7.
Well, props given and props deserved. What a round from Yumpy. From the very beginning of just being able to take that much map control, giving the team the information to have that stack in the first place, which I will say didn't exactly go great. Like, he ended up having to get a 4K from the flank, but also just managing to bypass all that utility. And because of how quickly he managed to maneuver him from behind and how many players had been spotted on that site, it wasn't worked out by Mech. And that's an oversight on their part. Just not having anybody aware that that flank could be coming through. It's just a free round for Liquid. Well, free-ish. Still took a lot.
Yeah, there was certainly some cost to it, but look, 7-3, they lost the pistol to start, and now they're looking absolutely fantastic here on the defensive side. That you were saying earlier, this is where they struggled before, and look at them now. Improvements have been there, that's for sure. The comfort level, the reactions, the pivots, I've really enjoyed watching. This is going to be another tough round. With these pistols up close now, they pose a much bigger threat.
Already, Showstopper, not going to be connected. Of course, that's the kill the Scream gets. Also going to see the Viper Spit thrown in. This makes things so much more dangerous. JD already finding 1.
There.
Kaquka does go down, and they're starting to guess where these players are. Already, Navira going to be bought the fray, and they're trying to get at least a little bit of information off the Prowler, but it grants them absolutely nothing. Also a lurk out in from behind from Shados. Such a nasty position to be in. However, that's Nats, and again, it's going to leave them left out in the open. A nice shot from Shados, another from JD as well. He's being cleared, though, by Soulcast. However, that time is ticking. He needs to try and work out where the remaining man is, and I don't think he's realized there is not enough time. Mech, these pistols and fast A hits, they're just so hard to deal with.
That they are. Yeah, you can see the power once they get up close. Team Liquid have so much trouble in weeding them out, and you know, maybe if that Showstopper finds something, who knows. But I do feel like as well we're not seeing the, like, there's a lot of bravado plays coming through on Team Liquid. I think Scream particularly going back into the A site, there's a lot of moments where I find myself wishing for that little bit of extra information, you know, like his teammates going through to spot the guy underneath, or using
like
up some utility,
first.
a Prowler,
like
a Haunt, something like that to really just reveal that player and get the Showstopper pointed in the right direction.
And that's the thing, I think when it comes to the B site, they have that. I think they're oh my god! Has to get the player behind! And Shados ends up with 30 HP, but yeah, he's done fantastically well. Bear in mind, this is some weaker weaponry in play other than that operator. So to be able to get away with 2 there is huge. Oh dear.
Wow. Okay, it was Yumpy baiting them out to allow that double kill to come through, the damage onto Shados, but what is it worth if it ends up with Yumpy falling and a crazy flank from Nats? 5 rounds for Mech at the half, and that is absurd. Oh, they had such a good start to this round, Tom, but once Mech get boots on the ground on A site, it's over.
Yeah, you almost wonder what the scoreline would have been like if they just continuously went A throughout this half. Like, I felt, obviously, it's something that eventually would have been adapted to, but it's just, he actually gets the player in front while shooting at the player behind. That's what happened, but yeah, it's just this, like, the rest of the team, like, flashing, making moves on the other side, and that's when Nats does his best work. It's like, without the distraction play of his teammates, that wouldn't have gone nearly as well. As said, though, in comparison to the last time, a much stronger defensive half coming out from Liquid. And now moving on to the attack, this is where they really brought things back last time. So getting a pistol under their belt might be enough to close out this game. But with these two teams, you never really know.
You know what? I want that pistol for whichever team takes it. I see it as like a kick up the backside. Look at how the last few rounds have gone. Yumpy having his incredible clutch. The energy is high on Team Liquid. They've got to be riding off of that coming into the next. And then Mech slapped them down again and again, finishing off with that beautiful flank out of Nats. That is a momentum killer if Team Liquid allow it to be. It's something they'll have to keep an eye on. This pistol round here could put the wind in their sails. This attack side has found their way forward, but look how many Mech players are here. There's 4. Well, make that 3. Redgar going down.
Interesting wall, actually sectioning them off from wrapping round that outside position. It means that there's only really going to be one angle they peek from, and this is it. Already, though, they managed to win themselves one duel. The trade back's not looking great until Shados comes along. Now it's ended up with just Scream. One player low, the other not so much, and he's not managed to connect that first shot. Just expecting a re-peek, and Chronicle comes out with a triple in the round. And Mech, they just seemingly don't know when to admit they've been defeated. Even with the openers coming through for Liquid, somehow, once more, they turn it.
That's another round where you can have those frustrations start to build up. This is really starting to look good for Mech. Sure, they're still behind, but the context of the last couple, we're seeing them wake up and shade us. That was gorgeous as well, the patience to just wait for them on that one little angle and spray it away. Beautiful. No chance.
He's had so many impact plays throughout this game already, and already looking like his individual performance is hitting the peaks that, again, we saw from that Berlin victory. He was definitely one of the catalysts of it alongside Nats. Chronicle, though, really get up in the faces of them fairly early in this round. The position has been taken from Yumpy is terrifying, though. Shados almost selling his teammate down the river. Scream waiting deep, a chance for him to get a free kill instead, though. Team of Sick has gone down in response, but with the position of Yumpy, Mitch, they're going to go running into this B site almost for free.
Almost for free. Yeah, that cost comes in a little bit late. Navarro on his way back. Not going to get hit by the drone here. That'll clear out up close. Being very cautious of the pistols, being respectful of what their opponents have to work with. They don't have a wall. That would help a lot for Mech. Indeed he does.
Hold it long enough. No, they're going to use it almost instantly, expecting someone to get in on that plan. And well, you know what? JD just had the better weaponry for that swing. Still got a little bit dangerous. A couple of kills a plant, not bad for Liquid, but while Mech are now going to equalize the scoreline from a very strong and commanding position, Liquid now need to have a turn up here.
Yeah, I'm sure you could sit there and say, oh, they did decent damage, but the reality is Mech came in with 3 rifles and they left with 3 rifles, and at the end of the day, that is more than enough with a player that has a headhunter to work with as well. I don't think you're going to be sweating at all. A Bulldog, 2 Vandals, and on a map like this, that is all you need. You can fill in those gaps nice and easy and still have this play out as a bonus. A lot of danger for Team Liquid to play up against. And the one thing that at least is a saving grace, there's no power ultimate online for Mech. This is going to be off the back of the rifles alone, but that doesn't make it that much easier.
Oh, and just look at the way that Mech are actually opting to play this round again. Just incredibly deep A-site control, already getting a lot of information. You can see that Chronicle's just being set up to almost get that opener and get out of there. Instead, it's going to be a jumping boombot. Scream really not wanting to give an angle over. Thing is, though, the position hasn't been given up, and the steps will be heard running away. Like, look at, well, you should start to see rotations back towards other positions already, just with the control that Chronicle has.
Yeah, with the advanced position on A, they will still have 2 players. Someone needs to watch Belt to make sure that Chronicle doesn't end up going down. So they won't have a stack up on B. If anything, this is security for if Team Liquid come late A. But now they'll end up actually playing the retake, even despite that early aggression. So not the greatest of spots. Well, we'll see. There's still the orb here. And Nats is definitely waiting for some more noise to come in so he can stop them from getting that plant down.
Trying to run out of time. Almost wanting to fake things back and, well, looking to go for deeper control. Again, this wall going to go through, and, well, the trade's not bad. Shadow still causing them issues from up above. Vera finding him, though, will mean that the afterplant can come through, and there shouldn't be much they can do to deny it.
The flank spotted. They're perfectly ready for that Redguard peek, Chronicle, and JD to do it all. The rifle's still in play. Now, we saw really nice ideas on the site to try and get JD some of those peaks. I love what Shados was doing, just dancing around on top while Shados held the right angle for a swing, but they didn't fall for it. Team Liquid didn't overextend. They waited, they stayed focused, and they've got their round win for their troubles. A fantastic round from them, and I think unfortunate for Mech. When you push up like that and you hear those rotations, I say those, you heard a single player rotating, you have a choice. Stay there in that 2-man A hold or fall back, solo A hold further back and stack up the B site. But right here, they didn't believe that it was going to be a B hit. And I think a lot of teams do tend towards A. Look at the last half. There was a lot of A action. So you can understand why they didn't decide on that rotation. It gave Team Liquid that open door to walk into.
I will say it. At least from my opinion, when you're playing up against a bonus, you're more likely to lean into B, just because of the range battle. Obviously, there were quite a few rifles bought in from Mech anyway, but I'd still think it's slightly favored. I'm sure there's someone with the stats who might be able to prove me wrong. Either way, though, this is a big round. Like, Liquid have been better in the buys. I don't think that's arguable, with the pistols really going in that direction of Mech. It's almost the polar opposite to the last map, but with those last couple of rounds looking fairly decent for Mech, that's where I feel a little bit different to what we saw on Bind.
Chronicle's not on the shot. Forced all the way back now to the spawn. 60 HP to work with. On the wall that's about to come down, at least I'd assume so. It's going to cause a lot of headaches for him.
Using the Prowlers just to clear it out. Love it from Soulcast. It means he can't even take the pot shots, and over the top. Up high, it's going to be Scream. Peek out from Nats, though, has been able to turn the tide at least back to an even scenario. Got a slow flank watch as well coming out from Redguard, just to make sure that no one's able to get into position. They're starting to get a little bit worried that this wall is going to be broken again, though. Scream still fighting from the heavens. Has now found his 3rd kill of the round. And he's even going to pop the showstopper. He really wants to try and force back anyone from these aggressive positions, and a trade is absolutely fine.
A trade from the grave. Showstopper fired as he took that final lick of damage. Wow, Team Liquid, they're right back in it. They lost the pistol here. They've equalized up in this half, and that puts them one step closer to victory. Just 4 rounds needed. And that's got to be something that haunts Chronicle. That missed shot onto Scream. And he ends up being punished by this man. Almost using their own poison orb against him. Yeah, I said the wall was going to be a problem for them, but it wasn't. That wall was, in fact, inviting Chronicle to take a pick. But once the poison orb went up, he was obviously blocked off so that he could cross back to the spawn. Didn't account for Scream doing, well, Scream things.
Fast A hit coming. Knowing that there might be a fight for the tour de force. Try and challenge here. Nats taking a little bit of damage within his own poison orb. Actually, the Prowler's gone past him. That is about as cursed as it gets. Scream will eventually put him down, but it gives more space. It gives less cover. However, Liquid come out swinging.
Spike planted.
It's the tour de force still online, though. We just saw it in Chronicle's hands, and he'll move around through heaven. Redguard challenged in the back, and okay, that's perfect, but there's so many players coming his way. The thing is, he's taken down Navera, so at least the post plans disappear. If you want to take him off that spike, you got to face this man, and he might just have a bullet or two for you. Solka's the first to experience it, but the trade is quick and fast. Team Liquid, 10-7. 3 rounds needed here to lock in this map.
and guarantee us at least that 4th.
Yeah, we're in a really weird spot where we might actually see the team that wins both pistols losing both maps, which is, again, not something you will see very often in matches. I think Lothar will have the exact stat. I remember him last time saying something like 75%.
It should be about that, yeah, 70-80.
I'm hoping that's still correct, Lothar. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but yeah, just showing that we're starting off this best of 5 on the team's strengths. Liquid, they love their icebox. They've been phenomenal. The only loss they had was to Mech in like quadruple overtime. Now Chronicle, well, wants to try and put a spanner in the works.
Just a wall separating them. Yumpy's got a nice spot, but he's taken down. A perfect spam. Confirming there was a player just there. And so the peak comes out. Easy kill. Demasic gone. And the Viper's pit on B. Maybe a little bit early on that Viper's pit, but 5 versus 3. I guess they really want this round.
Yeah, Mitch just trying to deny the plant. Shado's only going to get 1, but that's absolutely fine. There would have to be some almost free kills coming through on the other side for this round to turn back in their favor. There is a Nightfall if we get into some of those late round scenarios. Potentially Soulcast could try and use that. And he's going to use the Prowler. It does actually find Nats. He's just trying to spot him out, but Nats too quick on the trigger. He's also done damage onto Scream, and well, Scream left 47 HP. Okay, slightly more with the decay fading, but still a mountain to climb.
Yeah, you can see that he's focused in, though, dialed into this round. 20 seconds. Cross. Oh, he's been spotted. He's been heard. He's been slowed. 10 seconds. No time to get on that site.
10 seconds left.
So this comes down to saving.
Yeah, that's the thing. This round was much more of a sort of aggressive stance coming out. The spam shot, obviously, from Redgar, a little bit lucky, but just expecting someone to try and cross off the back of the orb. And I think after spotting that, that's where you see the reaction of the Viper's pit. Okay, they've tried to split under tube. That must mean that there's players looking to head into that B site. It just so happens that seconds later, Chronicle then takes down. I agree. I think if they didn't get that kill, the Viper's pit probably doesn't go through, but important for Mech to actually get themselves back onto the board. As said, in this second half, that's the first Byron they've actually managed to win. The dangerous thing here, though, and the reason I think Liquid are taking a pause, they have everything. Other than that showstopper, you're looking at Nightfall, you're looking at a Tour de Force, a Res, and a Viper's Pit. This is a round that, in reality, should be almost free. But you're up against Mech. And over the last couple of rounds, Mech have decided to try and disrupt your attacking side. Because I think it's clear the executions that we've seen from Liquid so far, especially off the back of Scream, have looked very, very good. And he is playing an incredible map at the moment.
Oh, yeah, look, he's 20 and 13. The only man without his ult on Team Liquid as well. And with this timeout, you don't imagine a very easy round is about to come up for this defensive side. I mean, Team Liquid have so many options on how they set this one up. And Mech's responses will be limited with the res almost online for JD. They could do with an early orb. I wonder if they'll go for it, because I think there's been a lot of contest from up on top on Belt.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, that was Chronicle. Oh, it's so quick to try and find that opening kill. As said, being disruptive in this round is going to be important. And already spawning Scream. Look at where the rotation's coming through from this side of Mech. They're looking to try and stack up on this side of the map. Already spotting out the Boombot, delaying it, but here comes the Nightfall. That's the space taker. Now you expect the move to come through from the players on the other side. And as said, with the ultimates they have in tow, it should be fairly difficult to get back into this.
Fantastic use here. When they come into the site, they put the slow orb down up top. It stops Chronicle from taking the space back, but he still gets in for one. A little bit dangerous, but down below is Navera spotting two inside the ultimate, and players all around Mech dominate the duels. But Nats grabbing that double to close it out. It is 10-9. And Mech are right back on it, putting Team Liquid down to an eco pretty much. I mean, sure, we see a buy come through here, but look at some of the cash. It's going to be strained. You're going to have a lack of utility, a lack of shields. Definitely not the prettiest of buys for Team Liquid.
And that's the thing, though. It looks like Liquid came into that one with Oh, sorry, Mech came into that one with a very good read. Like, just that initial aggression from Chronicle was basically just to confirm the plan that they expected to come through. They rotate players in early, they delay them on the take, but they're also very, very fast on the retake. They're not allowing them to get into those post plants with the Viper's Pit and all of their utility still intact, and the res. So, I like the response from Mech. And as you said, this round, it's not looking great financially. Even still, though, Liquid are not deterred by making a move towards this A site, but the steps, I believe, were heard by JD, and that's why he's already placed a wall.
You see, for Team Liquid, you can't even be sure that you're good on that wall. You could still have Chronicle on the other side ready to TP out. This could all be a fake just to get that op on the early kill. So you see this kind of 20-second time burn while they start to move up and clear out these corners together, making sure that he's not going to grab him. Now here comes the Prowler. That's a post cleared left side completely, and they know roughly where JD is. I mean, some good control if they could just break this wall and get through, but as they take more and more time, Mech are filtering into this site. There's now 4 players here ready and waiting for these attackers to come on in.
Again, just these rotations coming out from Mech have been fantastic, and you're almost hoping that somebody can win you the duel. It's not started off strong. Scream is just going to try and run it through, get some space. They desperately need it. With time ticking away, that wall is finally going to go down. They're going to try and get the planted, but it's broken almost instantly. The spam shots actually help out, though, and Scream again. He's just putting up these numbers, just landing every headshot. And he might have just stolen this round away. It was looking good for Mech, but the Scream show is back in town.
I mean, that's unbelievable. Quick 2 taps on them. 10-9, pushing to 11. Team Liquid, a remarkable job. You know, Chronicle was holding down on Tube, watching their back. You've got 4 players, as I said, ready and waiting for that push to come through. That's not a scenario that I see Team Liquid getting out in a 3 versus 1 in. And again, I look to Scream on the majority of these pushes. He is unbelievable right now. The consistency, round in, round out, he's able to put up these numbers. And if Team Liquid end up taking this, I hope we see more Scream performances like this on the coming maps.
Yeah, like it's a polar opposite for Sean Pine. Like he was 1-7 in opening duels, 8-16 in the fragging department, barely any ACS. Here, he headshot someone through the wall to delay them on the retake, and then from here onwards, it's just headshot galore. Like a wonderful just reaction time to be able to take down a couple. And that's the difference maker. As I said, I don't think Mech did anything particularly wrong in that round. They had a fast rotation, a decent setup. They went for the plant denial, and Scream got in the way.
Just Scream things. I think that's the wonderful thing about having a player like that who is just a wild card. And you bring those variables into the round, and he is going to grab you one every so often. We've seen this aggression. Chronicle was checked last round. They were very cautious of him. And in this spot up close, Boombot's not going to see him. Scream baited into a false sense of security, but they will use the res to get him back online.
A little bit costly, but it's worthwhile even just to clear him out of these early positions. Starting to see Alert come through. Drone just spotting into mid, and he's just gone. He's gone in. The thing is, the rest of the team are looking to go. They've noted the fact that the rotations are coming so quickly. The thing is, it's in the back of the head of Nats. He's made that realization that this is a ruse, and so have the rest of the team. The thing is, though, are they going to expect anybody to be this deep? No, they're not, but it's still the trades come back.
Nats, though, the drop down, he finishes Dima. He missed the shots to start it, gave away his position, but ends up coming up big with the kill. The spike, Solkus grabbing one and Scream unaccounted for. They don't know that he wasn't on mid with his teammate.
Last player standing.
Solkus is caught, though. That 3rd kill for Nats in this round. Now they know where Scream is. Pretty good idea, you'd imagine. And all that's left. Oh, that flash is just perfect. Pinpoint accurate. Still ends up with a kill from it, but they trade him out. Make sure it's not another Scream round. Mech instead reaching double digits at last.
I think it's almost just the reaction of Nats. Like, the rest of the team had fallen hook, line, and sinker for this fake. The showstopper thrown in. They basically just sold Scream down the river, and after how he's been performing, you didn't really expect them to do that. But Nats reacts quickly enough that he still has some decent control. Doesn't completely give up the site. Doesn't allow Yumpy to just run riot. Oh, now we're actually going to see another timeout call.
A Team Liquid won again. They're down to their last, and at this point, they better make sure that they get everything ironed out. Scream has been putting up numbers. You see him 24 and 17, but with that showstopper used in the previous round and cancelled out by Shados's utility, they don't have any ultimates. Remember, they had to res Scream to get him back online to allow for that space to be taken, for that threat to be present in the late round. So it's a fantastic start by Chronicle, good utility follow-up by Shados to not allow it to find anything, and then they still get back in for the retake. And the problem here for Team Liquid, like I said, they don't have those ultimates, but Mech do. They've got money, they've got a successful game plan from what we've seen, and now they've got a safety net of a Viper's Pit and a res in case anything goes awry, maybe even a tour de force online if things go well. This is a really scary prospect coming into a round that Team Liquid have to put all of their finances into. And even then, Tom, it's not going to be a pretty buy.
Oh, no, it's not. And they're going to have to almost gamble in for this one. The thing is, there's still going to be a little bit of extra cash remaining for the next round, but it's not going to be anything too pretty. Maybe hoping that they can try and scrape something together, but this could be the chance for Mech to almost take this one over the line. Again, it has been an almost A-site simulator from both of these teams, and it's expected by Mech. Look how aggressively Chronicle is playing again, just trying to lock this position down. They expect it, though.
Oh, trying to get the wall bangs there. Scream's loving that angle. But okay, they find nothing. However, they push these players back. It concerns me the spike is going up towards Belt, but I think it's passive, just watching for any sort of aggression. I pray that Dima does not just swing out, get opt on this. But of course, he's not silly. Team Liquid moving into the B site, and this is all going to be a fake. A ruse to drag these players to this side and hopefully get some space opened for Yumpy to capitalize on.
Look at the positioning of Redgar. He's so deep within. He's actually going to get some information off of the dart. They are still lurking back around, and Chronicle has already managed to land that first shot. They've lost Yumpy early. That Headhunter will play no part in the round, and Chronicle is just being a demon within this site. Someone they struggle to deal with in almost every single round. They've only got 35 seconds, Mitch, and they haven't even made a dent.
Devera putting through a little bit of utility. Chronicle is staring right at it. He wanted to stay out wide, but the nade has pushed him back. Nevera able to eventually pounce, but that spike needs to go down. A flank is underway. Redgar coming up to Belt as we speak. The Haunt going up towards the back of the site, destroyed immediately, and now there's the cancel. Oh no! Redgar won't get it, but it looks like it's all stabilized. Solkis is the last alive. 1v3 spotted out and taken out. This is 11 rounds for Mech. Economy struggles are definitely there for Team Liquid. No ultimates to be burned up by Mech. And Tom, we're at 11-11. Mech might just retake control of this series.
Yeah, if anything, they probably should do at this point. The rounds on this defender side have really started to look good for them. And I don't think they're falling for any of the ruses that are coming through on the other side. A lot of this is off the back of just Redgar. Like, he's able to just take so much space, get so much information, that every time they try and fall back into a late hit of this site, it just isn't working out for them. And it's another mixed bag buy. That's the thing.
This is kind of crazy, right? At this stage of the game. Last round, I can understand it. Try to just shut the door on their face right away. But here, coming in with a lot of weaknesses, a lot. And again, we've already taken the consideration of what Mech have to work with. You're not going to break their economy. They have an operator, they have a tour de force, a res, and a Viper's Pit. This reveal going to send Chronicle right back to the B site. But there's so much control for Mech here. I think Team Liquid are hoping that they get some panic out of this defensive side, but they're again content to play passive A, and that gives them a lot more power on this side of the map. With the retake wall on A, of course, that's why they're much more passive.
Teleport's ready. Not 9. They're not going to use it just for this position, surely. They're almost set up like a firing squad, ready for Chronicle to take a peek. The question is, will they be quick enough? Flash comes through, it's perfect. It just hands him that initial peek, and okay, sure, the weaponry can be retrieved, but again, these rounds are just ticking down. Nice shot from Scream, though. He might have just given them a chance.
Well, they know Shados is somewhere around here. He's the one that popped that flash. Redgar is being popped in middle. Big problems starting to brew here for Mech. They've now got the man disadvantage, but a res, as we discussed earlier. It looks like they're going to use that right now. There you go. Redgar back into the game. Now Viper's Pit is also online, and that could really get them right up and into the site. Problems if Team Liquid allowed them to do that. Now Snakebite from Nats, another to go through. They know that he's close, and well, here we go. Viper's Pit now activated, and they're going to look to push forward, grab this defuse. Someone needs to stop him, and the wall is just sectioning them off. It seems to be a little bit of an oversight from Team Liquid. It seemed to be. They had the angle. Scream, though, comes up behind. They've got to kill him. The defuse on your way, and he stopped it.
Oh! Scream! Oh my god, this man wants to make his way to champions. We've seen some of the craziest rounds out from Scream that we've ever had in VCT, dating back all the way to 2020. And this might just be the pinnacle of them. The late wraparound, the calmest one tap you're ever gonna see to bring them home to 12. A round that just looked out of the question. JD almost defused it. The first layer of this wraparound did absolutely nothing. And then this from Scream. Oh my god. That was insane.
If Nat stays up, that round is done. That Viper's Pit had it secured, but as soon as they get that on the floor, it's done. That wrap was just so good, so well timed. And pretty much the only thing that they could do. I thought it was an oversight, but it clearly wasn't. Oh, come on!
He's killed himself! He's killed himself!
The TP got Chronicle out! That's insane!
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. He genuinely TP'd at the last second, and now Scream has removed himself from the round. It's just going to put a spanner in the works.
That faked me out.
They could have had a two-man advantage with a split second, but the fastest reactions in the West coming out of Chronicle has given them a man advantage without or not a man advantage, an equalization without killing anyone. Yuppie! That's the only way you can kill him. There's still a tour de force on the other side, but they're going to hightail their way back in towards the B site. And Yumpie's control might be a nasty surprise.
30 seconds left.
Push around has been heard. They know that Redgar marched his way over here, but somehow he's left essentially unaccounted for. A shot from Yumpie connects, and down goes Redgar. This might just be done. JD's gonna try to save and recover it all, but Yumpie lands that final shot, puts 13 on the board, and gets Icebox for Liquid. The land of eternal overtimes. Well, not today. Team Liquid take it in regulation.
I couldn't have coped with overtime. I'll be honest, those last couple of rounds, we've seen things that we may never see again. Scream basically winning them round number 23 and then killing himself with a showstopper in the very next round. And not, I want to say, like, there's going to be like, what a new... No, that was completely brilliant from Chronicle on the other side. And then Yumpie... can we just send it to a break?
Yes.
I don't have any more words to say.
Yeah, let's get it out of here, man. I need a break after that one. I'm sure the players do too. We'll be back with the analyst desk in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I'm in the end zone. Where did he go? You way too slow, homie, I been gone. I know you see, I got the rings, homie, I been flown. Me and the team going for rings, that is the end goal. Hey, I go beast mode, all on the world like Eco. I go crazy like CeeLo, can't stop me like Chico's. I'm suave like Rico, can't be mine no repo. This my home like Depot, can't deny like Vito. Hey, hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash. So I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash.
Team Liquid are on their way to complete a redemption arc, and it started on Icebox. I'm your host, Yinsu. I'm back here with Kaquka and Sliggy. Third time's the charm, Sliggy. Heartbroken last year, heartbroken yesterday. But Yumpy to close it out of all people on Icebox to finally beat Mech.
Yeah, it was a perfect ending for sure. Yumpy and Scream kind of just popping off as well. So it's nice to see that happen. Kind of fought, again, it was close to the overtime. Wanted the overtime. We didn't quite get it. But again, that's the result that I wanted to see for sure. And we were kind of just talking about this earlier. This is what happened last year in terms of last chance qualifier for Liquid as well. Lost the first map, which was Haven. This time it's Bind, and then just an instant bounce back. So it's great to see Liquid doing what they always do. They always bounce back from the first map. Let's see if they can kind of keep the momentum going.
Even though they were the winners of the first half with that 7-5, to me, the most important was the second one when they were attacking, and they actually learned from yesterday when was the moment that Mech was going to go on that retake. If someone was going to be overstepping, when was that going to be? I love the fact that they were changing stuff all the time, especially on their half, changing the walls, changing the entries, changing everything, so Mech could not adapt to any pattern on them.
Yeah, especially, so I was worried about their defense side, right? I was talking about their A site. They didn't win all the rounds where they did it, but I saw a lot. Yumpy was playing just more on the site, and they actually just had getting like first kills on the site over towards A. That was not happening in those other two games that we were referring to.
I mean, they learned quickly, even though they didn't have very much time to learn. It was a great result for them. But what about Meg on the side of them? I felt like it was going to go to overtime at one point. Why do you guys think that they didn't show up as well as they did previously here?
I think it was pretty good. I think it was more just towards Liquid just looking better. I really do. I feel like Mech kind of just they looked good. They did a lot of the same stuff. And then when it came to like clutches, Liquid winning quite a few of the clutches, and then honestly, individuals to Scream, Yumpy. I have to mention them both again. That's what it felt like was the difference maker for me today.
You mentioned them. I was actually kind of worried because especially on that first half, when they were on the defense, I saw Nivera having no impact, knowing all the clutches that he's been given us being brilliant on the server. And I was actually scared that was going to continue on the attack. But Yumpy and Scream actually picking up and just being the ones closing up the game. The rounds was very important. And also on the side of Mech, we saw some incredible rounds by Nats. So that it got to a point where if Nats was down, the round was kind of lost.
Yeah, it was a close match. And you guys both mentioned the incredible rounds. And Lothar, you have one right now in your lab that we're going to revisit.
It's actually a very nice round with a double fake, and both teams played here very well, and there were just small details that decided about this round. So first, we're going to pay attention to the minimap and the movement on the map. There's a chamber trap onto B side that allows the defenders to be more inclined towards taking aggressive space on A side here in the lobby, but also have two players just playing mid because of the chamber trap being put onto B side. Now we will see that Liquid on attacker side are gonna put a wall from Viper on B before they actually do something impactful on the A side, and it's very important because they essentially, by doing that, they give an inclination that they're gonna go or end up on B, right? Maybe even a first push would be with that B wall that they're currently gonna get. But now Chronicle will get a kill on Raze, and then the res will happen. And that is very important to see, like instant reaction from Dimasik. After he gets that res, he immediately falls back towards B, which gives us, as a viewer, the information this is gonna be a B push and a fake onto A. Fade also used the utility first on A side to make sure that the defenders are thinking, okay, there's a Raze here, she was being rezzed, there's a Fade player here, and a Sage, most likely an A hit. This is why it's so important that the Sage immediately rotated towards B, and the defenders will react towards the situation. But also, just when you rewind a little bit, look at Shader's position on screens. From the beginning of the round, he's also prepared against that Raze ult, because he knows that if there's gonna be a push towards A, he can immediately counter that, and also be in a position where he can rotate faster to B in case that rocket is gonna be aimed there. And this is such a peculiar situation, because when Raze is being countered by the KO ultimate, Scream goes back with full info. He runs back with his knife, and that makes sure that Nets realize that this is gonna be a fake because the trap went down, but he also stands there as an anchor and 100% gives the comms about how many players did he hear, who is here, and who is doing what, and because of that he's controlling the rotation, and they are more safe through the kitchen than they would be if you would rotate first tempo on that Raze ultimate.
Yeah, very, very cool round there. I think all of us kind of maybe expected Liquid to win that out, but in the end, it was a bit of a back and forth with Mech as well. But I do want to talk about someone that you both touched on already. Didn't have the best performance on Bind, but Scream on Icebox. Again, what a redemption for this guy, Kaquka. Yeah. And we talk about him in the past when he's doing out well. Liquid just cannot lose.
Yeah, exactly. Don't look at the ACS. Look at the damage per round this Scream was managing to do during that game. True that on the last round he killed himself with a showstopper, but hey,
only he can kill him.
Yeah. He was so sure that the round was won that he was like, I don't even need to be alive. But you know, these things happen. Love to see this face of Scream much more secure than what we saw yesterday, for sure.
And this is just what he does best, right? Literal headshots. That is what he's put on the team to do, to get the entries, to get the headshots. That's what he did in this map. Good bounce back from him from the first game as well. It was 1-7, right, in terms of first kill, first death, first map. So this is very impressive to do that. Very quiet for the first map, and just
this round was
showing
beautiful.
Up huge. Yeah, this one was really nice. Yes. Like the middle.
When he chooses, he sees the one defuse, and he's like, it's gonna be you.
I need to know what the time was, though. Like, how much time did they have?
0.3.
You reckon?
Tops.
We'll check. We'll check with production. But
20-something.
I do want to talk about Scream a little bit more, because we're moving on to Ascent. And this is where he kind of broke the internet a little bit once again for bringing back that Phoenix. Obviously, Sliggy, he played a lot of Phoenix when you were there. And what do you make of him on this agent?
So in my opinion, he is the best Phoenix in the world. Like, I'm going to put it out there. I know there's like a lot of questions with it, but he is so good on this agent. We had a 13 or maybe it was 14 win streak. We were just, he has the best stats. He just had so much impact. It's the most comfiest I've seen him looked, other than Reyna again. But like he's just so good. It fits him perfectly, right? Especially with the all entering into sites, he's just hitting shots, everything is so good.
I love the fact that you're here, because it was actually after you left the team that we saw Liquid completely ignoring Ascent. We didn't see it throughout the entirety of stage 2, but now we see a different composition, as you said, Scream back on that Phoenix. What do you think that this composition makes it so it can work on the terms of Liquid?
It's the KO and just the amount of information, right? It's the amount of information with the KO and the Fade gives them so much info. They can always take the A mains, they can always get the orbs. And it's the thing with Phoenix at the moment, in my opinion, is it's still in that sweet spot where teams just haven't got used to it yet as well. So it has like a kind of 2-week kind of like sweet spot, and we're still in that. And maybe teams just aren't realizing just how fast this Flash is. And we saw against when they played BBL. BBL maybe didn't punish them enough in terms of like the orb, in terms of like the A mains and the B mains, and they had 3 orbs. really hoping that Mech actually go into this and deny the A main control.
I love the fact because one of that you mentioned that because one of the things that is going to be preventing those freedom in those orbs is going to be Nats. We were highlighting it at the beginning of the day and how important he was on the win that Mech got against Oglu on the same map. Of course, the composition is much more in their terms, but I think it's going to be a great clash.
Yeah, so looking at the Mech comp, this is my personal favorite comp in Ascent. I think it's so good. I think it's unreal. The triple initiator, they play it very well as well. It's fast. It's real fast. It's early mid control. It's very hard to defend mid when all this util's going out. They have so much information. So on the attack, I really, really like this comp. And again, to kind of defend mid, Liquid might even have to put like 3 people there. It's really hard to play against this comp.
I mean, you spoke about how teams need to get used to Phoenix, you know, what to do against Phoenix. So looking at the kit that Mech have here, what would you say would be the thing that is going to be able to stop Scream?
I mean, they can always find out where he is. They can always, like, they have so much information. It's a comp built for information. They have good util to fight into the mains. So again, on their defense side, super aggressive. I want to see them fight for mains, or at least just do it early on, so they at least think they're going to get challenged, so we see more utility used.
They literally have the 3 best initiators to recognizing where Scream is, because you have the Recon that is going to tell you where it is, the Knife as well is going to even give you the agents just in case you don't want to see them, and Fade as well. So it's a lot of pressure that is going to be put onto Liquid. I want to see how they react to that. Maybe playing on a slower tempo. We've been seeing them hold them a lot of defaults lately, so probably they'll lean into that.
So in terms of Liquid here as well, I'm a little bit worried against their defense side. Talking about Mech with their attack side looking so good.
Yes.
The Phoenix on defense is always a weird one. You kind of have to do like aggro strats with the ult, and you never always, it's a weird one with the ult. Sometimes your retake's good, but I'm kind of interested to see what they're actually bringing to the table when it comes to Phoenix defensive ults.
Well, we're into the agent select now, and Scream has obviously locked in that Phoenix. It doesn't look like Mech want to change anything on their side either. No one is changing anything today. This is just like we're all on our comfort picks and we're confident.
And one of the things that I also wanted to mention is that the first time that we saw Liquid with this composition, doing this last chance qualifier, them coming back, it was also the first time that Dimasic was playing on the Omen. Now we have seen him, I think, one more time, and we have definitely seen him picking more up on the role. But still, let's cut him some slack. You know, let's give him a little bit of room because everybody needs to work and adapt onto that. And especially since now he's having also a Phoenix in the composition, could have been difficult for him.
If I'm looking at old games as well from these, right, Team Liquid against BBL, they won both pistols, and it was a close game.
Yeah.
It was a close game. So when I'm actually thinking about both these teams in terms of what I've visually seen, I'm really leaning towards Mech in terms of being the favorites for this one.
I was going to say that now Liquid are halfway to redemption. Like, are the scripts flipped? Like, are we fancying Liquid here at all?
No. No. I mean, I want to get to split, and I think that for that, Mech is going to have to win this one, and Liquid's going to take Breeze.
Oh, I can't wait to see this Phoenix up against a Mech, and for us to get back into game with your casters, Tombizz and Mitchman.
Well, Tom, I'm certainly excited to get to see this Phoenix come out. Where are you sitting on this? I've heard the desk, they're not necessarily convinced. Are you on Team Liquid?
I'm similar to what Sliggy said, is like on the defensive side, I don't think it has massive amounts of value other than if Scream's just like popping off and doing his thing. But like on the attack is where it really excites me, especially when it comes to their A-site executions. I think he's brilliant at sort of taking map control. The thing is, though, a lot of the time there, he's going to have to go toe-to-toe with Nat's Astra setup, which is also something I really love to watch. And in fact, one of their previous games, one of the main reasons they actually managed to do well on this map was just because Nats was off the charts in terms of his own individual ability. So I think that maybe gives Liquid a little bit more of a chance, because I don't know if that's going to happen every single time, but I do have a lot of faith in Nats. I am excited to see the Phoenix.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot to write home about on this Phoenix. At least I hope so. Looking at his performance in the previous map, man, you're telling me that Scream's coming in.
Just don't look at Baby Bay from yesterday.
Yeah. We don't need to talk about that.
Don't look at that Phoenix. It's not like that Phoenix.
Hopefully four kills? Or?
It was a bad day. Baby Bay's very good player.
Bad day, exactly. But look, for Team Liquid, you're telling me last map that, you know, Scream is more comfortable on this agent from what Sliggy said than the Race, right? So the only agent he's looked better on, more comfortable, is the Reyna. So, you know, that's a pretty big promise. I'm expecting, let's say, 10% better than last map, which is probably too much to ask because he was unbelievable.
That's more than 30 kills then. If you're asking for 10% more, you're asking for a 30 bomb. Which,
Get the 30
just-
bomb
just
on the screen.
Small things being asked for by Mitchman, as always. But very, very passive start here from him. Just almost feeling out the map, waiting to see if there's any aggression. As it was said on the desk, like, this Phoenix almost has to have levels of aggression because his kit doesn't really allow much more. You've got the Molotov to potentially delay at least a little bit of extra time. You're also going to see the knife thrown over almost to potentially sell a little bit of a ruse that they're heading into this site. They've actually used the drone as well on A-Mitch. This is a full attempt at faking out Liquid. That hasn't worked.
It's a full pull, but the reaction is there as well on B, right? Like you see Mech, they don't take that long to put it through. There were 3 players from Liquid on A, but with no one covering mid, they still have that stack. They still have the ability to hold strong on this site, opening it up with a beautiful haunt. That reveal destroying them. And they'll try to return some of their own with the C's, but Mech are truly running headfirst into a brick wall here. I don't see a way out for JD. He is surrounded, and Team Liquid will look to take him down together, knowing now that he's closer to the boathouse. They move up and they get ready to
10 seconds left.
that was, yeah, well, not planned, but look, he can't plant it now, so they've won the round off time.
I don't know if Tombizz meant to jump that far. I think that's all it was. It was
Shoulder
like,
peeking, guys.
He underestimated his own ability as a long jumper, and that's why that went a little bit wrong. I actually, do you know what? It genuinely took me a second to be like, wait, oh, kill with a Molotov that late? I think it's because he got it back from the kills he got through it again, but it just like, I haven't seen a Molotov kill on Phoenix in so long. I was just like, what the hell? Oh, okay, that's his utility. But a strong start from him. And actually, I really like this round from them. They don't over-rotate. They don't get pulled into position. And it's just that almost relying on their aim at the back of the site and the small piece of utility they have, which I think Liquid Aura is going to be good for.
Oh, Yumpy, don't you dare. He's gone out through mid. He's already taken one, and, well, he's sticking around because Scream is continuing the aggression. It's eventually going to be given up and conceded, but they've gotten out of there with a good amount of damage. And I'll tell you what, if nothing else, they have set the tone for how some of these rounds are going to play out. Maybe not in that fight, but in the other ones.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Yeah, a little bit costly. Oh, Tombizz is making some weird decisions in these first couple of rounds. I'm going to call it jitters, even though the man is normally ice cold. These have been some like little fumbles, little mistakes, and actually a few of these players are starting to get a little bit low. And it is Nats on the other side, who is definitely one of the players I put within frame of Bulldog expert. So be careful.
And look at what he's up against, right? Navera and Scream. You've even got Prowlers from Solkus. Like the flashes on the other two are just so threatening. You could see him try to bait them out. He was swinging left and right so he could avoid the flash, but eventually he's got to take the fight. Now look, the firing squad there, he's not going to win this, but if he can manage to drop a few players, it could have been huge. 38 HP, 53 on Navera, but they do get out of here with most of their weapons.
I don't know if you're going to agree with this necessarily, but do you think that Team Liquid now have a monopoly on Phoenix players? Because in my mind, Demasic and Scream were the 2 best Phoenix players in EMEA.
You might be right there. I think in EMEA, they definitely have like top 3. Maybe there's someone we're not accounting for, but yeah.
That's funny. I love the idea that Liquid go, we're going to play Phoenix, and Demon's is like, yes, my moment. It's like, not you, bud. Sorry.
Scream, you played Breach on this map before. Can you smoke or? Oh, here we go, Prowler. That's going to reveal them, and the push on short. This is ludicrous. Oh, just non-stop, non-relenting aggression out of these guys, and he hadn't even got his run it back. He does now for next round. Good damage.
But that's the thing. Mech are having to almost weather the storm in these early rounds. Like, if they can get through this, the chances are Liquid are going to have to adapt. So even just coming out with a man advantage, even though it's some weaker weaponry, it might quell some of these pushes in the future rounds, because that didn't go as well as I'm sure Liquid are hoping it would. A lot of that came down to Shados, though. And look at Liquid's... This is such a gamble, such a risk, but in a round like this, that's absolutely fine. They are sitting all 3 players into the B site. And Mitch, that is exactly where Mech are going. Oh.
Only one scene, and that drone's not likely to show anymore. These guys are likely to stay tucked in. Solkus, first point of contact. Oh no, I'm alone on the site. Did a bit of damage. Even if they kill Dima. Oh no, there's going to be a flash. Or at least it looked like there was going to be. Demasik on 2. Now here comes the flash, the swing, and the mistake is noted. Mech have run into the stack, and Team Liquid have torn them apart. 3-0. What a response. And for that gamble to be called, Tom, they just could not have made a better call.
Yeah, I love the fact as well that the first 2 rounds we saw Demasik almost jiggle peek and get killed, and then get stuck switching guns, and then he just headshots 2 people cleanly with a ghost in the next one. Hot flash as well to give the kill onto Nats, and while it's so blind on the other side for Shadows, there was nothing he could do. A huge gamble taken by Liquid, but that's exactly the sort of plays you want to see from them in those sort of rounds. And as we mentioned already, this all is about how many rounds can they get on their defensive side. They're already up 3-0 and now going with a 4x versus pistol.
You know, knife A followed by hot hands down. Chronicle clearing the angle. All he needs is the headhunter. And that was a successful hunt. The Prowler not going to find anything, but that's all they want. The information, they speed it up. They even see Solkas running back to site, but they don't catch him. He resets, ready to take the fights, ready to do the damage, and this site hold looking good. Another connection from Mech. If they get more damage here, it would be a fantastic round, but they're shut down after 2.
Yeah, some solid interplay as well from Liquid. The paranoia coming out of Demasik, just making those peaks from Solkas a lot less risky, and again, ultimately just being able to slow down with a round that could have very easily got out of control with how things started. Even still though, this is where I guess things really need to get going. As we sort of mentioned, like I do have a fair bit of faith in the Mech defensive side as well, mostly because of the ability of Nats, but I do think that Liquid have their strengths also on the attack side, so the fact that this is already 4-0 is very, very good for Liquid.
Prowler to spot the info. They know now 1 outside of B. Not sure quite who it is, but that tour de force was waiting.
Where are you?
Holding to catch someone as they come on through. A little bit of Mech mid control. They got a trap outside of A to cover those pushes, and the trap destroyed. So this is the early round. We've seen this from Mech. Chronicle up through 2, and Icebox was a good example. Getting in early in these rounds, destroying the trap, and seeing what Team Liquid's response is going to be when they lose that information.
Using the drone, but the fact is nobody's really going to be able to play off of this. Scream goes right back into a position again. Now, actually the knife on the other side that's going to tag up the majority of the players from Mech. They're getting a lot of early information about this current position, and a well-timed flash from Scream could be devastating. They're just trying to shock dive off some of these close angles. He has to play close to this wall, and that's probably panicking a little bit while trying to use his utility.
Oh, there goes the door. Team Liquid on the rotate, going to be caught off guard. Nats again behind enemy lines, and that's just diluting this push. Mech are all over the site, and nobody's able to hold strong. In fact, Nats even catching another. This is a plant and an assured round for Mech with Scream on a Phoenix and attacker spawn. I think he might even just consider the save. A bit of damage on the way out could be beneficial at this point as well. Mech haven't got that much of a credit buff to them.
But also, he has one of the cheapest ults in the game, so realistically, any damage is going to be fantastic. They're only on 2 orbs at the moment. I like that, though, again, from Mech. As said, they kind of weathered the storm with that middle control fairly early on, so been able to take that, I wouldn't say with ease, but with relative ease, at least in these last few rounds. And then have almost just been forcing Liquid to respect that control, and then they've been able to double back, leave Nats behind in the lurks, which he's always going to want to be playing in. For Liquid, though, they're going to be able to claim the operator, so giving that over, of course, you'd think to Yumpy, but actually he does have himself the tour de force. Now, I'd imagine he's just going to play that and save it for the next round, like utilize that tour de force in a position where they actually need it. But this could change, again, the dynamic of that mid control, because that's one of the places where I think Yumpy, at least when he used to play Jet, was an absolute terror. Just fighting into mid, causing teams issues, and especially with the limited amount of stars Nats will have, they might have to commit some to him.
Yumpy's going for the mid peek early. Got jump peek coming through. He seemed ready for a moment, but now he's being spotted, and he's out of there. Prowler used, recon as well. A lot of utility coming through, even the C's up on short. Seems like Mech really want to force these players out of this control. Yumpy's kind of in a middle ground here, not able to get back with his TP. And now he's been cancelled out altogether. He is stuck in this corner, and every piece of utility's coming for him. He's still got Shados, though. That's so with so many Team Liquid players here, they can hold that body. That kill is not going to be revived on. In fact, that might be the round.
Oh, it almost definitely should be. Hot Flash as well. They've got plenty more to play with. Really putting Nats in an awkward position. The spam onto Demasik was pretty close, but now going to almost attempt complete reposition, especially with the spike down once again. I don't know how Yumpy gets away with as much as he does, but that's the thing. Even if he might at times look like that almost clown at the front, the distraction he made for Navira just on the swing back through.
30 seconds left.
Yeah,
Liquid in a commanding spot.
For sure. Yeah, the 5-1 lead is cemented at this point. And you on that mid play, I think the jump out from Yumpy, he shouldn't get a kill there. He probably doesn't expect to get a kill there. But it is, as you say, it was all about that trade. The 3 players that were in spawn ready to swing one after another into him. And after all that, Nats is going to lose his life. The 11 HP Demasik carrying the op through to the next round and putting Team Liquid on that 5th that we expected. This has been a strong start for Team Liquid, and also a very strong, start from Scream. His Phoenix is looking fantastic right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If he can build that in for the second half, that's going to be a huge point of call. Again, we're just seeing everybody online, though. The funny thing is, Yumpy, normally the person we sort of expect to be popping off, he's been overwhelmed, I think. Like, a lot of the utility that Mech are throwing in are almost to force him into awkward battles, means that he can't have his TPs, and you have to take more and more risks in every single round. But his team are capitalizing on that. That was too close. That was way too close.
10 health. He will make it away.
I don't know how he took that down. I guess he must have just got...
I think he got headshot. Phantom by Nats.
Yeah.
140 from far. Here we go. Redgar on his way through, but Cosmic Divide. Okay, it's blocked out. Any sort of a peek from Yumpy. The op is not going to be up to too much for now. And on the back of the site, these players still tucked in, flashing out periodically, but not finding the contact they needed. Redgar managed to sneak his way onto the site, and under their nose picks off Scream. Devastating blow with Navera basically down and out. Yumpy might just save this op. He's got 10 health, and I think he's even being heard running to the A side. With the credits not looking great for Mech, you would imagine they want to survive, but that's an operator running away. It's such a valuable kill if they can find him.
Yeah, the thing is, he's got Tour de Force. That's the only thing I would say is, like, he's got an ultimate that will basically give him that back in the next round anyway. So, yeah, sure, removing it's going to be a financial deficit and maybe stop him buying for another teammate, etc. But ultimately, it's not worth throwing your lives into the wind for. Again, this is something we see quite regularly from Mech, just these faster pace changes, like going for this mid control a little bit quicker. Again, I think you have to give credit over to JD and Shados for the utility they're using just to make those takes that little bit easier to get that control. But then they make that move just that bit faster, locking them out with the Cosmic Divide, something they're not going to be able to do all of the time, unless, of course, you get Nats back on a heater. Thing is, now it's actually going to be Mech calling a timeout. And I can understand that, because it's kind of a weird spot. You've got the save from Yumpy giving them an operator, 2 players being able to buy comfortably. Soulcast can do the same, but would have limited shields. And then Demasik, honestly, I'm almost okay with him playing a pistol at this point with how good he's been.
I can see that, yeah. Although maybe you want to give him a rifle. Let him keep having this kind of performance, because he did it with the Ghost, but those players were like 1 HP coming in, so a headshot was more than enough. This Mech timeout called into play is about to come to an end, and the team's got a challenge at hand. Yeah, we've seen now these last 2 maps, Team Liquid have these really strong starts to the map, and it's a scary thing, because that first map they were dead in the water. But you can see the difference that I think comfort levels also make with, like, Bind being Mech's map. Like, they were fully in control from the get-go. But now we've come down to what feels more like a middle ground between the two. And for Mech,
well,
they're in trouble.
I think the rest of the series is that. Like that's the thing. I don't think either of these next two maps are clean victories for either side. Like Breeze for Mech in the past has been fantastic. Liquid beat Yumpy. He's just been obliterated this entire game. Like okay, the one shot he landed on Shados definitely helped with a round, but the riskier plays are just being shut out completely.
Bulldog, not the easiest to get that damage done, and a headshot's not enough. JD taken down eventually, but a solid retort from Chronicle leaves Solkus alone. Prowler out. You know where he is. The door. Did he break it there? It's like 1 HP, right? I think it might still be like it.
Planted.
So it's not really giving them any sort of a... Yeah, there you go. Eventually broken. Up there's the peak, and the shot landed for Chronicle. 4 kills in this round, and a great resurgence. I'm not sure if that's something like they necessarily communicated in the pause, but certainly a strategy I can get behind.
What, Chronicle kill everyone?
Yeah, just kill 4 people.
It is a good strat. It's one that I feel like you have to keep deep within the back pocket, because I don't think many people know that he's that good.
Don't let them figure it out.
Obviously, underrated player, you know, a bit like Nats. Obviously, incredibly underrated.
Yeah, it's been a new Viper on the scene, isn't he?
Yeah, new Viper. Like, who knew? Well, the weaponry not great. Tour de force for Yumpy. Got the run it back as well for Scream. And then use it in this round. Pop flash out. I mean, it's going to at least force back some of these angles, but ultimately you can see the patience from Mech. They want to try and work out where this tour de force is, where the danger on the map will lie. Plan accordingly.
And there's a shift from Mech towards the A site. Plays into Liquid's hands. There's no information given away early. One-way smoke on B main and up against an eco. Yeah, makes sense. Mech, I think, are putting together the right puzzle pieces. But they don't quite know what Team Liquid have up their sleeve, and it's key thing here being Yumpy. What does he do about the drone? Oh, the drone's gone back. Okay, so he's good. But is he going to make a play? Has the TP right in front of him. He could get out of here easily. He's going to just fall back, play heaven. Okay.
Being delayed. A lot of utility being thrown out, but Chronicle is just going to continue his reign of terror. Entering into the site. Trade from Yumpy gets one. A second as well, but JD's there. Another shot from Scream, and actually, he's still dancing with death, wrapping around, leaving Solkas with a chance. His first enemy, that deadly door, has to be broken once again.
10 seconds left.
Now they know where he is.
It's like no time to plant, though. This has to be stuck right here. And now, big swing, and a nice try. There's a world where he just spams that smoke. Hell, if he's got a rifle, he probably does. And the round flips over. But in the end, it's another attacking round. And this recovery from Mech now feeling like it's in full swing. They're just one behind. Look at that. Chronicle through the smoke took Demasik down there.
From Yumpy. I think these two trades actually coming through from JD were the big difference maker. Even though he ends up going down and Scream has a fairly nice attempt, I just think those trades were so important, getting rid of that tour de force. Nonetheless, it's still going to be a buy coming back through. Still some weaker weaponry. Shields not in play for everyone, and Scream's just going. Already destroying their trap. This will be information. It doesn't even realize. Jado's caught sleeping, it seems, and he's just going to keep going. It's ridiculous from Scream. How does he get 3?
Come on, man. He didn't even see the third guy straight through the smoke. It's like, oh, my ult's going to fade. Might as well fire off a few shots. Just single-handedly won them the game, and we talk about strong Phoenix performances. Demasik certainly one that we know from the past, but there's a reason that we were excited to see Scream on it today. This is exactly why. A flawless round coming out of Team Liquid, now 6-4 in the lead, and finally breaking that streak of mech rounds as well. Look at Scream 13-5, and this is the defensive side. Now, I mean, look, he's definitely playing this one in a way that benefits you a lot on the defense because he's just all out aggression. But then thinking about having a player that's performing like this, being able to utilize the agent on attack to open space, terrifying.
He also, the thing there was Mech was so focused on their own take. They used the Nightfall onto short. They were hoping to try and pick up the pace, and they got bitten for it. Yumpy, again, has got to be careful. Been caught out, and actually, again, Mech looking to try and just quickly make a move. Counter paranoia is fantastic, though. It slowed them down so much, and there's 3 players on B.
Slowed them completely, yeah. That nade no longer in effect to cover off spawn. That means they've got to be worried about their back, and they've got to be worried about their front. Scream able to swing through for 1, but the shutdown is there. The site is in control of Mech, and look at Nats. You absolute rat. It's just sat in it. Sat the other side of the trap. Because he smoked it
next to it. The man is just so dirty, because who's going to check an angle that literally still has a trap on it? They're even going to try and like do some extra damage. They're selling the idea that they're towards the back of sight. So it leaves a couple of positions they still have to clear. Now he has eventually broken this trap as it's been given away. And they know that he's behind them now. So it doesn't actually ring true. Yumpy still holding. It's left onto Redgar. 1 versus 2 as they look to try and close down the line. It's perfect, and he's revealed both players, but he can't quite land that second shot. It's a nice attempt, but I think there's going to be plenty time for Liquid to get this over the line.
Yeah, there definitely is. Yeah, back to the attempt from Mech, though. I love it. The play up through mid, Shados being able to activate his ultimate, canceling out the utility, the decision-making from Nats to use that moment to step into that little corner of pizza was just sublime. But ultimately they made the right call of just going back through spawn. They come out there, make that noise, and that leaves Redgar in a panic. You know, you might have Nats stuck there in middle while they kill Redgar, and now they've won the round. There's no way you can get there in time. So of course he has to move. It could have been so huge though.
Again, we're going to see this aggression. In towards main, the flash, he's gone. He just has to TP away. But that control has been fought for so regularly by Liquid, and that's the thing, it's control that a lot of the time you're going to be able to take versus most agents, but playing versus those flashes, they just seem struggling. Already Yumpy, something we haven't seen too much, is going to be that opener. Flash, perfect. Solkas is actually the one to get the kill, and then an attempted re-aggression is just slowed, again by the paranoia, just being irritating.
Yep, Demon Sig with some more solid utility. It was held as well on the mid fight. I think he was a little too far away. He was like on A side, but they weren't keen to shift over and play that out. Now he'll be cycling his smokes. Redgar has been spotted on his way up close and dealt with as well. Just the one for him. Nats now going to be flashed. Nasty stuff from Nivera. I don't think Chronicles got too much hope left. 40 seconds. They know the trap is going to be close. So at least that's destroyed, but that's about all the positives.
See 30 seconds left.
Instantly just looking to try and peek towards mid. They've got Devira ready as well. He still has a frag. Really? Is this a no command in a 4v1?
8-4 mid. Last round.
Oh yeah. Okay. I was looking at that. I was so confused. Like, why would you pop that? But okay,
yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. Nice little brain fart from me, but
it's been a long day so far, man. It's fair. We're getting a lot of curveballs.
I was so confused. I was like, why would you? Oh, okay.
A lot of curveballs. You got
it.
You got it. Yeah, it took a minute.
I'm liking the fact that we are seeing the pop flashes out from them are just causing so many issues. Like Scream with a 14-6 defensive half pretty much just sings the praise of how good this man has been individually. You said you wanted a, what was it, a 10% increase? It looks like he's getting there, which is genuinely absurd. 'Cause now he goes into the half that should, in theory, be better for him.
I mean, Tom, 14 kills. What, he's getting about 8% better here. I can't be tolerating that. Just not good enough. No, obviously, it's been a massive, massive performance from Scream so far. And as I said, the one thing that scares me is just thinking about the success, the confidence that he had there on the defensive side. Putting him on the attack now, it becomes a lot more difficult to deal with this incredibly pointed spear.
Oh dear.
That's unfortunate.
Bring them down.
Yeah, not the start you're looking for. Gados also tagged desperately low. Paranoia is actually going to miss, but oh, he's going to be caught with a flash of that. No, gets away with it, but the team play from Liquid just keeps those trades in their favor. JD at least being able to catch off Yumpy in towards mid gives them a chance for the rotation. Redgar, it's going to take ages. He's so far away.
I mean, he's only got a ghost. to come through. Shock darts, no recon online just yet. There we go. Look who he's up against. With no shields to play with and nothing to reveal on the way around. They were never really going to be getting much done here, but Scream is just taking it to another level, tapping heads and bringing 9 on the board for Team Liquid. Tom, it's an odd thing coming into the second half on the map pick of Mech, but it seems like Team Liquid may be on the home stretch or very close to it.
The craziest thing is I genuinely think at the moment, okay, I think there's been some wonderful setups. I think Liquid's team play has been fantastic, but I don't think I've ever seen a player skill diff Mech, ever.
Yes.
But that is what Scream is doing. He is Phoenix diff. Obviously, they don't have a Phoenix, but just his individual ability. He just ran through and just double-dinged the last player with a ghost. Like, the man looks like he's just hit his form at the perfect time.
This agent truly looking like a fresh face to Scream. Enjoyed it thoroughly. Hot hands to clear out. He doesn't even die to the shorty. That's okay. All right. And a plant down as well. So Scream now coming into, and I just want to be clear, this is anyone just tuning in and very poor at maths. This is the second round of the half, and Scream almost has his ultimate online, as in he will have it next round, and maybe even if, no, Solkis is on it. Oh, maybe he will have it this one. Another flash. Here's the peek. Oh, he has it.
He does. Either way, he does have it, and to be honest, it's worth it. Like, it might seem silly, but him just being able to buy maybe a rifle into the next round and just try and play off that ultimate.
2 lives.
Like, the fact is, when he is this good, you just run around Scream. That's all you need to do, and that's the thing.
He's being dropped.
I don't think. Yeah, like, why not?
So now the money, like, it's just that the money now is just perfect. It's huge.
Yeah. Right, we're gonna see a purchase for Mech. As we sort of sold in the past, their defensive sides have always been good. I think Nats on this Astra can be nasty to play against, but Liquid are playing a style that most teams just aren't ready for. Redgar. Well, to be fair, I don't think he's going to use the run it back into that.
No, not too likely of an outcome. But as they've gotten this control quite a bit, we see them move up through middle, and this is where things could change.
You're dead.
The ultimate used it. That was actually quite wide. I almost imagined it would be in the pizza corner, but he is swinging out and looking for these players. Into the spawn, he goes right past them. But there's a player left behind, sneaking it through. Navera trying to make use of that space, but instead he concedes.
Yeah, I think maybe not. Oh, my brother has disappeared. This is probably not a good place to be. And the thing is, they didn't get anything off of it after already losing the initial battle. Huge. And now they have the horn, but it doesn't actually get too much. It's at least quelled them from pushing forward. But here comes that push anyway.
He's peppered them up so much, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Somehow, again, Team Liquid just barrel their way into the site, take control, and now they have everything to play with. Solkis, pick up the Odin. Oh, you beautiful man. You beautiful, beautiful man. So, there's going to be a bit of an issue in getting that haunt down, but if he manages... Okay, he's already popped it out. No one revealed. So, Mech are kind of an easier time on the way through, but let's see what that looks like.
Back into that corner though. It's going to be a problem. The gravity well combination alongside that fragment has already managed to take down 2 Soulcats. Well, this might be the best clutch we've ever seen with this weapon, and he almost brings it home. We almost just witnessed the best day of Mitchman's life. Fortunately, it's not quite going to happen.
I almost fell off my chair. That was Solkis. Man, you've earned my heart many times since 2020, but that one right there, I'll remember that. I remember that. 10-5. Solid round by Mech at the end of the day, but I really was surprised Liquid got in there.
That's the thing. This was a bonus. So it wasn't a solid round.
I liked how they played it. Some of the utility was good. The retake was good, but losing.
The result is losing 4 players versus what was Liquid's bonus. They now come in with a 4-buy. Like they didn't really lose much here. They also have themselves the Nightfall available as well. So it really has put them still in a pretty awkward position. Luckily, they were able to save this wonderful weapon, but everybody else seems to be suffering at least a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's going to be some struggles. That is for sure. Team Liquid. A little bit of damage up. It's so annoying to play against, but they'll take it somewhere else. Moving into middle where Chronicles tucked in the corner, Haunt up and over. It's going to get him shooting, and now they know he's close. Pressure going to be on. He wants a shot and then to fall out, but the Prowler forces him back. They destroy the utility. The trap will go next, and that's a lot of information out of the hands of Mech. Still a minute on the clock, though, so Liquid aren't in a hurry, or, well, they don't need to be in a hurry. We may see that pace picked up on the B side.
Well, it's the thing is, Soulcast must feel cursed there. He's the man with it. Got the spike as well. Now we're going to see that Nightfall thrown in. Redgar, we've seen this already. Trying to tag them up with a dart. No reveal happening, but he has Chronicle alongside him. Flashes will at least section them out, but they need to clear the back of the site. JD so desperately low, but they are still holding the line. 20 seconds left as Scream almost ends up surrounded, having to try and kill off everybody, and he can't quite correct. Well, Soulcast outside of the site. 15 seconds. 25 HP.
10 seconds left.
Dave.
Yep, the weapon will just be brought through. No point laying it down for no reason. 10-6, and the defense is starting to gain some steam. A scary sign if you're against Mech, that's for sure. And some really solid holds. Again, the pressure put on them like crazy there, and it was blink and you miss it as those 4 kills came through. Really thriving in the chaos. And I've called a timeout here. That's an interesting time for Mech to call a timeout. Yeah, they've still got their full buy and everything. Over on Team Liquid, though, this is most likely going to be a low buy. They don't have any ults to really help them out. The only thing I could see is trying to get Scream to run it down with a Vandal twice.
Yeah, it's maybe just Mech wanting to stop something in particular. Like they have been giving up quite a bit of space in towards that B site. I think the split throughs had its risks about it, and a lot of it came down to Redgar actually just doing a lot of damage with that Odin, even though it pains me to say. And I don't know how sustainable that is, especially with how strong Scream has been. Like 21-9 right now. Mentioned the 30 bomb almost jokingly, but I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it, especially if they're going to win out this series. On the other side, though, I think it's right that for Liquid, this is still not a bad time to have a pause. Like, probably not going to go in with a massive amount for this round in particular, but they can look to potentially build up ults going into the next round. Scream doesn't really need to go for the orbs unless he's going to go for a fight. Whereas, for example, Yumpy, he might be able to get ever closer to that Tour de Force, or put Navira near the null command.
That's the thing, yeah, there are still some dangers, even in a round like this, that you have to be aware of. And early on, Mech aren't seeing anybody outside of A. B control is going to be taken and held on to for the late round. And the trap down in middle gives them a lot of control there. No need for Mech to move, that's for sure. And especially against these pistols, I think this is the most extended we'll see this defensive side.
Oh, no, Scream's man. What? Okay, well, he doesn't need the orb anymore. He's got a rifle, and he's just going for it, sending it almost instantly. Spots out JD, but he's been trapped. This is the worst thing to happen when this ult is online, but they're trading it, and they've actually caught one on the cross as well. Yumpy with a classic is enough to bring this round back into contention. JD also getting spotted. He has to try and get aggressive, and now somehow, some way, it's down to just Nats.
I mean, this is a head scratcher for Scream. That opening duel, I could watch it back 10 times. I still wouldn't understand how he did what he did. The follow-up from that was just brutal with the trades. Nats, good to start. But look at what he is up against here, man. There is just no way, and it's Scream to close it out. 11-6. One step closer to victory for Team Liquid. Again, this is their opponent's map pick. Sure, we get deeper into this BO5, like you said, Tom. A lot of these maps, especially coming into the next two, feel like middle grounds. This one here, if anything, you lean towards Mech, at least in my mind. And it's because in my mind, stuff like that doesn't happen. He's just chat sliding past the shots. It's ridiculous.
But as said, I've not, like, we've had conversations genuinely about Chronicle, Nats being two, like, best players in the world at a point. Scream for a long time, I want to say 2020 when the game came out, hasn't been in that conversation.
Yep.
Right now, he is destroying them. Absolutely destroying them.
10% better. That's all I wanted to see, but I think he's dialed it up a notch. these last couple rounds. There's Redguard gone. And a continued aggression as this run it back is built up. 4 orbs by the time we close out this round. 2 versus 3 remains. This is winnable.
This kill is free. Oh! What are these fights?
Wakey,
We've now
wakey.
seen that in 2 different rounds where players have just walked down in front of someone. Quarter force gone, but Eidos, I never doubt this man. The knife even going to be thrown out? Is it going to give him the information? I don't think it did, so he's just going to run straight past. Shouldn't be checking for Yumpy, and well, for a second it looked like he might correct, but Liquid now go 12-6 up. As said, this may be a choice of mech, but when we get into the late stages of this series, the map choices don't matter anymore. But getting 1 up and having 2 opportunities to close is a huge factor for Liquid. A chance to make it to Champions, a chance to make it for a second time, and more so, something that people might not have realized, a chance to eliminate the second Champions finalist.
This is something that for Team Liquid, you know, it sounds fantastic saying that they've got, if they win this, obviously your 2 chances to close it out. It sounds even better when you got 6 chances to close this one here out.
Yeah.
Ascent, it almost seems locked in. This has to be a ridiculous pivot of a performance from Mech. They need to enter the best form they've ever been on. But if they're going to do it, they'll do it on defense. 6 rounds. They start here. Redguard under a lot of pressure. Finds nothing on the spam and the repeat. Dangerous. He's taking Navera, but Chronicle's fallen. Needs to be so careful. Keeping Navera from being rezzed will be difficult, and indeed it will be impossible.
Oh, Shados! Never mind! Just 2 headshots, 2 bullets! There's something about this man that just makes him almost come across as a robot. And he's put this round in turmoil. It was looking done. I was already thinking about Breeze and whether or not Meg would be able to turn this around, the opportunity to head to split, but the fact is, this map may not be done just yet. Still, Demasix stands. He's had a solid map. Soulcast up there with him. They're going to try and re-aggress, try and give themselves an opportunity, and the Nightfall's going to go through, but actually playing off of it might be quite difficult.
Yeah, I think getting in there is next to impossible. Mech waiting it out. Team Liquid have themselves a plan. 8 seconds till smoke comes online. Shados. Oh, the flash is gone. Okay. Up and over. So they're still going to have to peek it raw on the way down. Demasix, they've been in trouble here, finding the first and the second. Demasix might just have given them a fighting chance. And Soulcast is the one to deal that final blow. 13-6. Team Liquid have come to play. This is unbelievable. For the performance from map 1 to here, just leagues apart.
It's Team Liquid form. That's what we're seeing right now. There is any other team with how they play and the form that they're in, and then there's Team Liquid form, where just somehow, some way, they can be any team at any time, in any moment, at any place. And honestly, that was a world-class map of Ascent coming out from them. It was mentioned by Sliggy that, like, okay, this is a map where I think people are going to struggle to understand Phoenix. I don't think people could understand Scream's Phoenix in this map, because honestly, he was obliterating anybody who even looked remotely close to him.
Yeah, it was truly ridiculous. I mean, we hype it up. We have so much conversation around, ooh, seeing Scream on the Phoenix, and it's just a strange thing to see players actually taking that agent nowadays, but in my wildest dreams, I couldn't have asked for a performance like that. That was unbelievable out of Scream. And now the momentum, the win truly in Liquid sails, Tom. We're going to throw this one off to a break. When we come back, our analyst desk is going to break down what the hell we just witnessed.
Out like, oh my lord, when I roll out with all my dogs, every man henchman, every man large, man I speed up, man I go hard, when I roll out like, oh my lord, when I roll out with all my dogs, every man henchman, every man large. Yo. We push it. can't beat it, yeah, this feeling. I can't feel my face, too busy grinning. I got confidence through the ceiling. I don't put me down cause I'm winning. I can't beat it, yeah, this feeling. I can't feel my face, too busy grinning. I got confidence through the ceiling. I don't put me down cause I'm winning. I can't beat it, yeah, this feeling. I can't feel my face, too busy grinning. I got confidence through the ceiling. Don't put me down cause I'm winning. Come on. I can't beat this feeling, yeah, beat this feeling. I can't beat this feeling, yeah, beat cause I'm winning. I can't beat this feeling, yeah, beat this feeling. I can't beat this feeling, yeah, beat cause I'm winning. I can't beat it, yeah, this feeling. I can't feel my face, too busy grinning. I got confidence through the ceiling. I don't put me down cause I'm winning. I can't beat it, yeah, this feeling. I can't feel my face, too busy grinning. I got confidence through the ceiling. I don't put me down cause I'm winning. I can't beat it, yeah, this feeling. I can't feel my face, too busy grinning. I got confidence through the ceiling. Don't put me down cause I'm. 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 Don't put me down cause I'm winning. I can't beat this feeling, yeah, this feeling. I can't beat this feeling, yeah, cause I'm winning. I can't beat this feeling, yeah, this feeling. I can't beat this feeling, yeah, cause I'm winning. I can't beat, I can't beat, I can't beat, I can't beat this feeling.
The Liquid Champions qualifier buff is in full swing right now. They are now 2-1 up against Meg at the grand finals of LCQ. I'm Yinsu and I'm back here with Lothar and Sliggy. This time, I don't think many people expected that result when we saw that Ascent was coming up today. You guys were full swing saying that Meg were going to take that map. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, dude, I was so impressed. Straight up, I was so impressed by Liquid. Everything was insane. Again, they keep winning pistols. They're 5-1 in terms of pistols right now. That's a big thing for them. And just how their straight up game plan for the defensive side was so impressive to me. I talked earlier in terms of like the only way to shut down Mech's mid, like default, is to put 3-man there. We saw that twice, and each time they won the round from it. I was insanely impressed by them. The Phoenix on the defense, the ults were really good as well. We saw the B push. They got a lot from it, and just the general game plan of just how Mech played the map previously. It kind of looked the same, and Liquid just put holes in it.
Yeah, you know, what's very important is the mid hold that you mentioned with the 3 players there. I really like how they approached it because they didn't play off the trap. They used the trap as a bait for the opponents to go into that area and not be prepared for players peeking before that trap actually does something. And I feel like there's a lot of value from Team Liquid for being this proactive more team on the defense, but that's also more inclined that Tom was asking what's going to be the value of the Phoenix on defense. They actually found the value of the Phoenix on the defense because they played together. It doesn't change the fact Phoenix got 5 first bloods, but every single time they got a first blood and every single round they had an advantage, they won. All 5v4s were converted, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive. And again, I'm glad you mentioned the trap because as well, they can fight for middle and then they can then leave middle as well. They don't have to worry about it. And then so you don't really normally expect them to leave middle once they've been fighting for it and have a trip there. So they had so much freedom to just move around the map if the mid didn't actually work, even though it did.
Yeah, and also remember, last time we have been watching Mac play on this map, they had been like a very good, they had great A-holds. Great A-holds when Nats also had used the ultimate, but they were not even able to get to that point in this map.
Yeah, we saw some cool stuff here. We got Kaquka over there in her corner to break some of that down.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yeah, I wanted to highlight one round, number 17, and this is to me the round that literally lost the game for Meg. Right before this round, we saw a timeout coming in from them because they had a lot of things to discuss. We were talking about a couple of things. One, Liquid not having really someone that is going to give a strong mid-round call, and also the fact that Phoenix is always a threat on the attack. So probably the timeout was motivated by, hey, Scream is literally one orb away from getting his ultimate. If he gets his hand on a rifle, it's going to be very detrimental to us. So at the beginning of the round, we saw Meg actually placing stars here over the map, trying to deny that last orb that Scream needs, and also here with the pressure that we're seeing coming in from Chronicle, to deny that possibility, right? The problem is that after that first part is done, the movement from Liquid to all this side of the map and being like, okay, you're contesting this one, I'll literally go for the other one. The problem is the huge mistake that Chronicle, I mean, this thing's literally just happened. Chronicle, when he is covering the angle, Scream finds the kill. And it's not only that, the weapon is gonna be thrown onto the floor and literally gives all the opportunity to Yampi, who was holding on mid, and gives the literally mid-round call for them to be like, yep, the trap is disabled here, you have all this space, you can go onto CT and you're going to have a free swing. And on from here is literally just Scream just having the time of his life. We know how much pressure he's going to put onto them. Yampi follows on the kill. And this round, it's a little bit that I wanted to highlight, I'll just play the rest of it, is literally what forced Meg into another half buy and actually put in Liquid, not only with the a blooming economy, but also the fact that this is a round that they shouldn't have won, and actually they're getting into their heads. So at this point, I think that for Meg was pretty much done.
And yeah, also looking at this, it kind of just reminded me of what I was impressed with on the defense side as well, just how good they were at stacking these orbs on the Phoenix, and whether they were like just allowing him to go search for the eco frags, and they were just viewing all of the extra people on eco as just extra orbs for him to get for his ult. So good game plan from them, and just everything and from the support stuff, really impressed by them.
Yeah, and he planted so many times as well. But we got to move on to the next map, and I have to reveal to you guys right now as we go on to Breeze, Mech are going to be using their substitute Purpo for this map. He is going to be coming in for JD. So if you guys see Purple on the server instead of JD, do not be alarmed. But for those of you guys at home that don't know who Purple is, unfortunately, we have two people here that do. Sliggy, you know, talk me through who he is and what do you think about him coming in here?
Okay, so my first interaction with this guy was a year ago, pretty much from now. He actually was standing in for Shados for this team a year ago in terms of just practices. He's always kind of been there on and off. Sick, he has always played for them in terms of like when someone's not there as a fill-in. He's a very good player. Back then, he used to play a lot of Jet, but more currently, we've kind of seen him been playing more like Sky and a bit of KO. He's been doing more of a supportive role, but very flexible player, very good player. But this is a lot of pressure for him.
Yeah, not only pressure, but his main role actually a year ago was an Opper, as a Jet Opper essentially. So now this, like, let's say, change of scenery for him and being put into a map, like if Mac loses this map, they're out. Like, this is insane amount of pressure on a player that never played an official yet with Mac. Like, it's actually insane. And also, when it comes to his stats, like, you can actually see how he was performing. He played one match against BBL with Ascend. That match wasn't really that impressive. He was dealing, on average, 128 damage overall. But in general, he played 50 maps this year, including those 3 with Ascend. And he was dealing 170 in that lower level of competition, which showcases that he's mechanically skilled. But is it enough for this level of play?
He's always been a player as well that like teams knew. Teams knew of him. He's kind of been a free agent for a lot of times, and a lot of teams have always been considering like picking him up. He's always the guy that like maybe never made it to like a full lineup, but the skill is there. Sub. Yeah, it's pretty much just a super sub. It looks like the potential is there, and maybe he's never had his chance to prove himself. So what better chance than this?
Yeah, this could be it. But I want you guys to draw your eyes to the agents that he plays. Of course, you guys mentioned the Jet. I think that's what he's most well known for. But also the Chamber, the Raze, and more recently, you know, more supportive roles like the KO. Of course, he's coming in for JD. So where do you think this fits, especially in the context of Breeze? What are you expecting him to play? What should he be playing?
I'm looking at Chronicle's performance yesterday. Okay, he was on the Jet. He didn't look super comfortable. So if we're going back to and like when this guy used to play Jet, and I think that's where he's comfortable as well, Jet operator player. So I'm looking to see him replace Chronicle. And then I'll let you work out the rest.
Yeah, where's Chronicle going to go? Viper?
So for me, it's not even like Chronicle, but we have to think about Nats. Nats was playing a Cypher on Breeze last time, and I feel like JD on the Viper wasn't really as efficient as Nats have been in the past in that character, so maybe they will do that swap.
Feels like, but Chronicle can also play Viper though.
Yeah, but Chronicle's also a very good chamber as well. So it's like maybe they'll go into that. Like it's such an interesting pivotal point for the team because they can go into 3 different directions where Purple can actually play either the KO or the Jet or the chamber and fill all those 3 roles, I think, sufficiently.
Yeah, and I think what you said about the chamber as well, double operator on this map, such a good map for it.
Yeah, we're heading into Agent Select here. I mean, you see 2 Jets right now on your screen. That's because I think Purpo has played the Jet the most in his career so far. We haven't seen any changes when it comes to the Agent Select here all day. And this is where the changes have come in. You guys were right. What is Chronicle going to play? Dun, dun, dun.
Purpose on Jet, Chronicle and Chamber.
There we go. Okay, what do you make of this?
Double operator, going to go really heavy. I think it's a big win condition for them. Just getting economy good pistols are going to be important. They want to start snowballing. They want to get a lot of operators out, especially on the defense side. They're both capable of it. And Chronicles looked way comfier on the actual chamber. So I'm excited to see it.
No KO either. We got the Sky coming in for Shados.
There's no KO overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good amount of info. Nats is really good on the Viper. Yeah, this is exciting. If I'm here though and I'm Liquid and I'm looking at this, it does feel a little bit. So I'm looking at in terms of I'm on Liquid at the moment. I'm just looking at is this not just like a Hail Mary kind of play? Like I'm looking at it as like they are worried that we are better than them at Breeze, and they're having to pull out this new guy to kind of
gives you like
spots.
Confidence, right?
Yeah.
If you're Liquid.
No, for sure.
Also remember that Nats was great at shutting down B pushes with a Cypher, something that is not being, well, they don't have a Cypher anymore, right? So the less amount of utility as a Sentinel, and Chamber has to substitute that, and Purple with just those operator players and aggressive angles.
Well, let's see if this is going to be a Hail Mary play here for Meg. I cannot wait to see what Tom and Mitch make of this.
Yeah, quite a strange one, right? The player swap in the middle of a series and everything, not something we'll see too many teams do, Tom. I will say, though, there were questions as to why they would make that swap. And I asked you that question, and you gave me exactly the right answer, predicting out that Agent Select ahead of time. So go ahead. You're happy with it?
This thing is, I'm happy I was correct because anything else would have been madness. Like, Purple coming in and playing a Jet, Chronicle's Jet didn't look that great. Chronicle going over to Chamber, perfect sense. Nats going over to Viper, perfect sense. The Sky was a little bit of a curveball. I didn't know that they'd bring in the Sky because I quite like the addition of KO. The thing is, anything else would have been taking out JD to bring in Purple as an initiator, which would have been the weirdest thing they ever could have done because JD is an excellent initiator. The thing is, for people who don't know about Purpo, he has been someone who I think has been on the cusp of joining a tier 1 team for over a year. Like, if you talk to, I speak to the guys at Fnatic, they go, please don't talk too much about Purpo because we might do something with him in the future. Like, he has been on the tier 1 radar, including this mech side, for a long time. This is the boldest decision to bring him in ever. If he has a bad first game, they're out.
That's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure on a guy like this. Opening it up, Mech will find Scream. Yumpy on top of the pyramid, spotted and forced back. Solkus not able to slow them down. In fact, he takes some damage on the way back out. Team Liquid on the back foot already. And they need some space to be garnered. They need a way back in. Right now, there's just nothing going their way. Look at this control from the attacking side. They're all the way around the pyramids, and Team Liquid will be blocked back out by that wall. The plant is going to come through. This is a tough round already. Oh, they're so close to losing so many players. In through with 1 HP. Yumpy's gone.
Already off the starting block. Couple of kills for him. Being able to take that space, which is exactly what Mech need him to do. Set up their superstars. See the tap onto the spike. The swing comes out from Chronicle. Shot landed. Shados is going to close it out. Mech off to a flyer of a start. And another thing I just want to touch on, This swap is also interesting for the reason that before they actually added... I think this is the only map where adding JD made it worse, which sounds kind of harsh. JD's brand new, very young. I don't think we can be critical of him too much. But the thing is, Defo was brilliant on this. The amount of space he would take, the aggression he would put in on that jet. I don't think there were many better jets on this map, except maybe like Prime CNET. I'd give him the nod. But Purpo can fill that role. That's how much faith I have in this man as an individual from the things I've seen, like scoping out the CIS. It's whether he can hit that stride, whether he can do it versus Liquid. This is a completely different story.
Oh my god, the wall to allow him to get close enough to make that dash in through to the site. They've now got themselves a very comfortable... Oh. Okay, Mech able to skirmish a little bit. I'm surprised Team Liquid are able to grab a couple of these kills. I thought the wall's locking them out. Everything's looking good, but... Well, now Scream seems to just be magnetized to heads. Not least Yumpy behind, and he's got Nats. That's the wall down. It opens room for Scream to just keep picking them off if they come towards B. And now the flank is not even secure, Tom. This is falling apart.
Last player standing.
Luckily, the rifle's still there. Scream is just hitting everything that's put in front of him. Purpo, well, we talk about pressure. A 1v3 to sort of save their round. He's already being pincered in from behind in the crossover. He needs to try and get another position. Yumpy is already managing to get another. It is going to be Defusal coming through. And well, however, Liquid already beating back on the board. And like, it was such a good start for Mech, but it's been turned so ridiculously fast.
Absolutely. Look, the pistol win can go either way, but this is a round that coming into it, you should be closing out. And with the setup to it, I think they had a lot of things going their way. And just, again, a remarkable disruption play by Liquid and some of the players that they have, like the ability to just smack Shados like that in the swing and then follow up to Redgar. I mean, it's just frankly ridiculous. Not least then you've got two players in mid distracting while the flank is completed. Altogether, that was just complete control. Start to finish, Liquid were never really panicking. They were never under pressure.
Oh, we'll see what they can do. Pistols in this round. Pressure going to be put onto Navira. Ready. Purpo is just going to go dashing in towards the site again. Taking that space for the team. The full rotation coming through from the likes of Liquid. Getting that spike down should be a likely possibility here, but and still, what can they do from here?
Teleport's gone.
Well, there's going to have to be some opportunities found. It's the Trailblazer to lead. Information forcing Mech back. Good pick towards the elbow. But a return. Chronicles on it for that good connection. That was through the wall. Just about leaving Scream alive. A sliver of health. Push in by Purpo. He's being watched. Navera's conscious of it. Good kill. That's onto Scream with a snake bite. No defuse just yet. Team Liquid need to up the pace. Get a little closer. Flash is going to come through, but Dima's reset instantly. Nats has stopped the defuse though. And with that, the round is done. Mech are right back on the board.
It's just an absurd way for this game to kick off. A pistol win, a force buy win, or a small investment win, and now coming straight back in with some pistols of their own. Just aggressively taking that control. Well, again, we're going to see sort of a mixed buy coming through. The thing is, with how much finances Liquid were almost able to save, now going to see them actually still have a pretty decent purchase here.
Okay. The instant start with Purple going down, the Seekers had already gone out to try and find some contact, but the contact was found by the players. 4 versus 5 and Team Liquid are locked out of B, but content to play the retake. I thought Yumpy's gone running in though. He is bringing the fight straight to them. A successful opening. Now with a 2-man advantage, Tom, they should be able to group up. They should be able to take these trades, and indeed they are, one after another. Their opponents seem to be falling.
Yumpy, he's found kills, but he's left onto Shados. Already getting the defusal the majority of the way, and well, Scream is eventually going to have to let go. It just is a ludicrous back and forth so far, Mitch. 2-2 on the scoreboard. The team with the weaker buy seemingly coming out on top. Well, you look at the other side, no surprise, they're probably going to go for an investment again.
This is a strange start to a game. Seeing some of these individual plays come through. We've Scream on the Marshall a little earlier. Yumpy's Headhunter in pretty solid. Shados leading the charge for Mech
Let's play.
when he was needed. Okay, little swing out. Team Liquid give up mid control right away. Flashes in from Mech, and they start to move forward. Mid seized. You've got smoke covering off the right side towards the double doors as Mech continue to move forward. I thought they were about to challenge onto Solkas. Looked like the fight was about to ensue, but Chronicle is the man trying to find that opening contact, running around the tour de force. I mean, they'll expect that the player can be here. In fact, you see already a cloudburst go down. They're fully aware that they've given up this control.
Make the initial shot to control. That has been taken. Oh, I was going to say might not have been noted for, but Purpo's going to go down to Scream. Navira catching another and just being an awkward position from this backside. Oh, Redgar has at least put him down. Again, this is going to give them an opportunity for the plant. A slight spot as well of the players in towards mid. They are going to get the heals up. Oh. 20 seconds left. It's just the control that's being held right now from Liquid that's going to make things that little bit more awkward. If they go for a plant here, you've got Soulcast already watching for it. He is actually going to be able to get it down, though. That's something.
Last player standing.
Oh, excuse me, Tom. My eardrums were just blown off, but looks like I'm able to hear the game again. Mech leaving Shados in a 1v3. I think this one's good. Okay, Shados! One man left to go. Yumpy is down, and that is an incredible clutch. This guy's been on point so far this map, but that is ridiculous.
No one can win a round, Mitch. No one can win a round in a row. I've been informed that there was some delay over the last couple of rounds, so hopefully that's been sorted. Hopefully that's been fixed, because I hope that hasn't caused too many weird moments, but seemingly it should be back to decent position now. Shados just an absurd moment, and I can't really blame Liquid for wanting to try and slow this down. Like, it's at a point where nobody is able to actually take control from the advantages that they're getting. And honestly, they need to take a moment, because this is the map that could realistically send them to champions. It's their choice. It's one they've already beaten them on in the past. And right now, Shados 10-2, top of the board. Ultimates absolutely off the charts. And Mech potentially able to take a strong lead.
Yeah, look, the way this game has started, it's nobody's lead. There's no clear victor in the early stages. They've been back and forth battling for these rounds, but yeah, this economy situation is looking very, very shaky for Team Liquid. I think when you take a look at the pistols in play, maybe Navera can be a big difference maker here. He's obviously going to have himself that rifle and the Viper's Pit, but he's holding this side of the map all alone. And everyone from Mech is coming his way. The Seeker's leading the charge. They will catch him, but no one's there to follow up. Naturally, they're not going to keep on going.
Nowhere to run!
Soulcast, he's actually just getting aggressive. He's going to try and fight versus Shados, who has been the immovable object. Scream in a pretty good position. Actually going to be able to catch one on the cross. Navira fighting in the pit goes down. But actually, it seems like they're almost going to opt to fall off of this. The flank from Yumpy is going to get absolutely nothing. A chance for him to almost take over the round. And now, well, the A site has fallen.
Oh, Chronicle almost dropped on the way back across. His trap destroyed. They will get this plant down and have their Viper's Pit. Team Liquid, 5 HP on Scream. If Demasic goes down, this round might just be done. And a very aggressive spot for Chronicle, but it pays dividends. so hot that he's revealed down below. There's nothing Scream can do with 5 HP. I think this one's already locked in favor of Mech, and finally that back and forth start to this map is cancelled out, and Mech, the team behind by a map, the one that desperately needs this and didn't pick this map either, they're put into a, at least launched into the lead for now.
Just holding on to this weapon is going to have far more value. Anything else he could possibly hope to do in the remainder of the round. Nobody exiting in his direction, and Mech already going to get themselves further into that lead. Last time out, saw Liquid actually come through with 8 rounds on this defensive side. It was their real strength when it came to Breeze, and so far it really has just seemingly been blips on the radar. Like, it has been those crazy individual plays once again. And although this came a little bit close, I think the only thing that could have turned it was just this kill from Nats coming through onto Yumpy from behind. Like, the fact that he's able to catch that, Chronicle ducking in and getting Dima sick, like, it's individual moments that are making the difference. As we sort of set up going into this, that's probably why Purpo's here. They are looking to fight bare knuckle.
Nice shot to start. Scream opening it up and turning around. The Cloudburst buys him a bit more time, but Nats gets an angle through it and even takes down Solkas. What a correction that must have been. As the site now falls, the plant comes through, and there's nothing to deny. Yumpy caught behind, and Nats is on his third, tearing this team apart. 4 in the tank, and maybe the ace could be on. Dima 6, the last man standing, but look how low Chronicle is. This isn't the moment to go out in a blaze of glory. Instead, he needs to be careful not to allow Dimasic to isolate these fights and end up on top. He's hurt though, and Nats down with a sneaky little snake bite. He won't even take the ace. What a selfless guy.
5-2. Viper's pick going to be earned. No surprises there. We are again just seeing those superstars, those individual players being able to pop off for the side of Mech at the moment. Scream still doing damage, still putting in work, but it just seems like there's moments. Again, Yumpy in on the flank and killed by Nats. That's back-to-back rounds. There's been opportunities. Sure, the weaponry this time wasn't there, but they desperately need to have that turnaround. Split will be the next map, and honestly, I have absolutely no idea where that would go. These are the ones where we sort of put them in a middle ground, but ultimately Liquid already beating them last time out.
As we said, that gives Liquid a little bit of comfort to fall back to if we do end up on that final 5th map. I was almost going to say 3rd, so used to it. But for Mech right now, they are well and truly ahead. This attack side's figured it out, but hold on, they lose 1, they lose 2. Chronicle down as well as Shados. 2 big players for Mech. They need someone else, and Purpo's not landing the shot. Viper's pit up, and this might be the last chance. Nats and Redgar trying to hold on. No. They've been detected. Oh, good night and sweet dreams. Dima got the kill, but Redgar almost pulled it back.
Yeah, but you can see Redgar still having a little bit of spice to add to this round, but yet to really see these sort of consistent rounds. Again, the Scream starting things off. His aggression into mid from either side has just been causing issues. It's been one of the main danger points, but this time having that operator in hand for Yumpy, definitely a difference maker, and might mean that we have to see a little bit of a switch up. Now, Purpo does have the Blade Storm, but like he's going to opt to use it, at least yet. Maybe saving it for a round with slightly more economic restraint, and instead try and hightail it in towards the tube early on. Scream is going to be the man to meet him. Wow, that's to dash away early.
Oh, Purpo. He really is not having a good time in some of these aggressive spots, and Yumpy having the time of his life. The spike is dropped, and he spotted 2 players. They have all the information they could possibly want at this point, and they're even heard run. I mean, both players have been hurt. Those steps even active to this second. That is spot on information for Team Liquid on what's going on. And with the spike down, they're not even expecting to see any Team Liquid members in the defender spawn. They probably think at this point that they're all sat there in the cave, but no, they've spread out. They've moved on from that position, just the one to hold it down. And so Shados with 45 seconds left. Hell, I think with a minute left, he was considering a save.
The thing is, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looked just like the timing was off a little bit there for Purpo. Like you're meant to have that smoke in so that you can't be pinged up and can't almost be cleared out immediately. Instead, throws the smoke after being pinged and then it's just basically screwed. Again, maybe some nerves. Like I genuinely, it's a bit harsh, but I don't think it's fair to throw him in here. Like it's not fair to go, hey bud, you've been the 6th man of our team. We're in an elimination game. Left. If we lose this map, we're out. It's your first game. Like that obviously they've had pracs, but it's such a different scenario. And also his role basically is just dive in headfirst and die. Like that's why it didn't make sense for Chronicle to be in that role on this map, because ultimately you are throwing him into the blender. So mentally, he's going to have to be in a very strong spot to potentially get out of this rut. Now the finances, Mitch, have started to run dry, but there's a Blade Storm.
That there is. Yeah, I could certainly bolster it down. You can see that the only really going to be one weakness here, and that's light shields on Nats. Everyone else is able to afford their utility, their shields. Comfortable for Mech. Over on the Team Liquid side, obviously the Blade Storm of Scream used up. Operator on Yumpy early, and little tech pause in there, but all well and good. It looks like Yumpy's going to be just holding down towards the middle area and halls for most of this. I don't look. There's nothing wrong with that, but I can't wait to see the aggressive flare every so often, just pushing down into your cave. I think we're missing aspects of that without having Scream on your Phoenix, but can't have it every map.
I miss it already.
Longing for another.
The thing is, though, I feel like genuinely this map. Okay, that there's we might be starting to settle it a little bit now, which sounds wild considering we're in round 10. But in the early rounds, it just seemed like it came down to these individual clutch plays, like Scream having some insane impact. You then on the other side have the likes of Shados just being able to win absurd rounds. And it's like now that we're starting to cool off, we're getting that operator in play for Yumpy. He's been able to take a little bit more map control, lock things down a little bit more. It does seem like Liquid are grinding their way back into this one. Thing that will be intriguing to me going into the second half is how things will actually be played by Mech, because logically I'm looking at more of either a double operator or an operator on Purpo, which obviously you kind of expect it to be on Chronicle because of the chamber, but that's Purpo's bread and butter. That's where he really thrives. And if you want him for those stats, you want him to put up those numbers, I feel like you have to put him into position. If you're running the double operator, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for Scream. And that's where things will become interesting, that back and forth, because basically Mech will be trying to run a double operator into the team that is probably the best at running a double operator. So it's definitely going to be an exciting second half. Now, to close out this first one, I want to see what the plan is now from Mech, because they had a lot of success running into that B site and basically just dominating control. Whether they can still get that space as free, I don't know. And just looking at even the current positions of the Mech players, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not the fight is there for Liquid, basically. Okay, are they going to just stack this up and try and deny them?
So, Tom, a little bit of info for you. Tech pause is over on the Mech side. We're having some packet loss issues with the players. They're resetting that up, and hopefully I'll be good to go in a moment. One of those that you really don't know. It's not like the mouse, unplug it, plug it back in, or when someone pours water on their PC. It's a little more up in the air.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
It's happened many a time. I remember it's happened in Valorant. Even I was going to say back in the CS days. No, I remember in the Ignition events, we had someone. Was it David P? No, it probably wasn't. I just named him for no reason. Sorry, Dave. Someone. I swear, someone.
You've just gone. I don't know who it was.
Probably David P.
I bet it was David P. Like it was just such a.
I don't know why.
Malicious attack
that's what
on that
pops in my head that it was Dave, but I don't know. I'm sorry, David, if it wasn't you. I love you, man.
The man had just sat at home, minding his own business. It's like, oh yeah, I remember. Like someone put Eddie's just like thrown completely under the bus.
Well, whether it was him or not, someone definitely in the middle of an ignition event knocked a bottle of water over into their PC, and I remember specifically asking, "Why did you have an open bottle of water beside your PC?" And they didn't have an answer for that. But you know, it is what it is. These things happen. Luckily, no one's done that here. But the old interwebs can be pretty annoying.
Well, to be fair, that might give you packet loss.
I don't know. I'll refrain to comment, and please, nobody at home test it.
The dependent amount of water might slow you down.
Right. So if you pour water in the right place of your PC, you think it will cause packet loss, and like just the perfect.
Maybe
if you could moisten the correct parts.
If you can send me an article saying that wouldn't happen, I'll admit which is what
I'm not sure the science is in. I'm not sure the science is in on that, Tom. I don't know how many papers have been published on this specific.
Probably none, and that's why you can't say that.
I'll have the first.
Aha!
There we go.
You're good. Mitchman has broken his PC. It won't be working for the next couple of months.
I've got a bottle of water here. Hold on.
Oh god. Well, I am wondering if we are either going to be going to a break or if this is something that we hope will be sorted out relatively quick, because for us at least, where we are getting into the depths of a best of 5, and if this is going to be something that might take a little while, might be worth throwing this one.
Yeah, I've heard we're just waiting for a little message back about Mech. They're currently sorting
So
it right
basically,
now.
what you're saying is VCT EMEA has been left on red.
Shout out Cameron. Honestly, Cameron, our socials guy, absolute god. He has found who it was. I thought it was David P because it was his teammate Pith. So Pith's PC. Here's it. We might have to change PCs. Pith's PC is lagging hard due to water.
Okay.
Due to water. That's what it was. So it's just like, so has he poured water in it, or like is there some sort of property? I don't know what's going on, but yeah, he just brought his PC swimming.
And after the worst thing is, after such a terrible experience, he had to move to Asia, go compete there instead. So
they sent him off to, is it Singapore he went to?
I think so. To play for Bleed, right?
Yeah. Good old Pith.
I think
hope he's doing well.
They were one of the teams that I was quite sad actually didn't manage to make it through, because I think that they came very, very close each time to actually qualifying. I think it's Boom that's actually made it out, which organization from Indonesia. So that'll be quite fun to see. I think that's one of the things that really is exciting me about Champions is like we've got now I believe a full Indonesian team. You've got yourselves a Chinese team coming through. You've got the return of so many like solid squads that already managed to qualify. No, we're watching them right now.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
my bad.
They might do after this technical pause. Yeah.
Well, you know what, Tom? Let's let the Mech return in a little bit. They've got those packet loss issues to sort out. And obviously, we're not going to make this team play with packet loss issues because that would be kind of rude. So they're going to get that sorted in the background. And while we wait, folks, we're going to spare you our horrendous voices, and we'll give you a fantastic break with some music, with some tunes, and maybe an analyst desk. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the grand finals of LCQ. I have a quick update for you guys. Our players are experiencing some connection issues to the server, so we're trying to get that fixed as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, I've got Kaquka and Sliggy here with me on the desk. We've seen Purple play a few rounds now. This was the, I think, sub we weren't quite expecting. And Sliggy, now we've seen them play a few rounds. What do you make of him? Do you think this was the right decision?
I'm not too sure. He had a great pistol. He had a good pistol, got 2 confidence kills, so I was like, okay, this is perfect. He can start snowballing off of this. And then kind of since then, he's been insanely quiet. So yeah, I'm kind of expecting, I mean, it's still early. It's still early. He's been doing his job. He's been going in fast, so he's doing his role. But yeah, in terms of the kills at the moment, it's not looking too good.
Also think about it this way. We're talking about a 4th map that we're into, but for him, it's literally the first one. It's not only that he has never played with mech on an official, is that everybody is 100% on the game. They not only have experience against each other, but they have already been playing for hours. And he's just coming in with a role that is very difficult, that requires a lot of the player to actually, you know, step up, create the space, create the pressure. And for now, I mean, this few first rounds is just not working for him.
I mean, it feels like the reason he's here is because maybe Chronicle wasn't 100% comfortable on that jet role the last time we saw him play it. Do you feel like JD maybe could have at least stepped in some way if Chronicle really wanted to play the chamber?
So we were discussing this on the green room once we knew that Purple was playing in, and actually after seeing the result, it's like, okay, so what do you do? Because Chronicle definitely wants to be in the chamber, and we get why. But the thing is, what do you do with the rest of the players? And also looking into the next map, what is going to happen? Is going to Purple be playing again with them? So, you know, it could be very complicated, but maybe swapping another things around, if they had more time, was an option.
Well, I talked about it earlier in terms of the double operate, right? You have the jet, you have the chamber, double operate makes a lot of sense. Doesn't really happen on the attack side unless you're linked. Unless I'm involved, yeah. So yeah, I'm kind of I'm expecting bigger things on the defense half. In terms of the attack half right now, they're doing all right. They've got some rounds. Maybe Liquid have got a bit of momentum at the moment, but yeah, let's kind of see. But the defense half is when I think we're going to see it shine, and kind of where he's going to step up, because when he has an operator, again, from what I've seen, when he has an operator, he's incredible with it. So that's, I think it's a big win condition.
Yeah, we've got the team comms from the game to just throw it up on the backcourt here in case you guys forgot what they were playing here. But we quickly kind of touched on, you know, no KO whatsoever here. And I know Lothar was really mad about this. So Lothar, I kind of want to ask you real quick, if it's possible.
Because he's here.
About, just explain to me why it tilted you that Purple didn't use his ult a little bit earlier, given there was no KO in the field.
The ult of the jet. Yeah, so, hi, by the way. I feel like many players, actually, not only Purple, but there's like, it seems to be maybe lack of confidence in using the ultimate as early as possible. I think it's important for characters like Jet, like Chamber, to use the ultimate, let's say it's round 4, round 5. If you're able to just use the ultimate instead of buying a gun, you're able to then gather orbs faster because you're dying in the next rounds and you're gathering those orbs to have the second ultimate the same half, right? Then you build up economy faster for your team as well because you don't need to buy one round the gun that you might just then donate in the next one for someone or save for yourself, right? And in this case, Purple, if I remember correctly, that was round 5, didn't ult bought a Vandal. Next round, didn't ult, bought a Vandal. And then in the 3rd round, when his ult was already ready, he used it. So that means that even if he would have died while using the ultimate in round 5, he would have gathered minimum 2 orbs just by dying. And if he would have died after using the daggers, that would be minimum 3. If he would have gotten kills later after using that one round, then he would almost be ready for the next ultimate 3 rounds in. And that's a big swing when it comes to economy.
Also, just for his confidence, again, talk about his confidence, just the ult you feel super confident with. You can carry on moving. It helps when entering into the site, especially on the attack side. So I think it's a very, very good point that, yeah, maybe 2 rounds where he could have used it earlier, and just economy, snowballing as well. It could probably have had an extra one into this half. So yeah, maybe a bit of nerves showing from him.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for filling in the time here. We're actually going to throw this back into game, and hopefully everything has been sorted. Over to you, Tom and Mitch.
Thank you so much, folks. Well, it looks like we're finally ready to get back into the game, Tom. The tech issues have subsided. I know the admin's been working hard in the background. We might have even had to change the server up a little bit. There's been some problems there, but now right back into the fray. And I know the desk was doing a fantastic job of painting the picture of what we had left behind on the server. At 5-4, touching back in, what strikes you right away? What are we looking at coming into this round?
It's whether or not Liquid can keep up the momentum. They managed to get the last couple of rounds, but now we get to see a Blade Storm on Blade Storm. Both players buying it in. While Purpo just running it straight up mid, a much faster take from Mech.
Now, we talked about this ultimate over on the desk and how Lothar wanted to see it utilize that little bit earlier. Right now, here's his moment to shine. Scream, though, in for one as well. Not going to find it to start, but Navera's there, covering up. A little bit of a whiff. Okay, Nats hasn't been spotted. He's sneaking around and he's taken down. A gorgeous shot from Scream. Some lightning fast reactions that have left Redgar all alone.
Chance to try and turn this back, or at least make it that little bit more costly. The thing is, the economy's looking pretty good at the moment for Liquid, and on the other side of things, okay, they managed to kind of pull a buy together here with the knives thrown in for effect, but get anything more. Already being spotted. Scream on an elevated angle. Oh, he's just gonna go for it. I don't blame him at this point. The fact is, throughout this series, the best we've seen from Liquid, the 2 maps they've won, Scream has been leading that charge. And okay, I'm not gonna lie, I did not expect him to miss that, and was getting ready to talk about the end of the round.
And another, oh, he's hit the shot that time.
Screw the op. I don't like it.
23 health, 15 seconds, and no spike.
10 seconds.
You never know, that Hunter's Fury could get all 3. But yeah, this round's going to be done. Redgar saving over his weapon.
Again, I hate to harper fire, but if I'm not mistaken, the smoke that with the cloudburst that was actually thrown out from Purpo didn't cover the dart. And so the whole team had to stop. Like, if you watch, and like, he throws it out, but the whole team sort of just grinds to a halt, because I think you see another ping of it go out, and so it eventually has to be shot. If that is the case, their whole push was delayed by just enough time that it allows for the rotation, it allows for Navera to reposition, and ultimately the round gets brought to a halt. Now, obviously, it's a small piece and a very small error if it is the case, but it's enough to be a big margin in these sort of maps.
Yeah, look, when you're tasked with something like that, you know, covering off that recon, you got to hit it. Your team's relying on you, and I think that's the bottom line there. Almost taken down. Purpo lives to fight another day, to fight right here and now. In fact, Nat's down, but a trade is quick. A solid connection for Purpo. Scream, though, on the other side. This Jet is looking to up his performance, dropping the spike in the open and leaving Mech halted, stalled out completely. They have to make the next move, and that move could see them running right into that the line of sight of an operator even.
Been tagged. Snake bite thrown out to try and force him out of position. A man down and all 4 set up. Oh, they're waiting for Redguard to try and make a move here, but they're very, very aware of this on the other side. And all players just almost sat in a crossfire of angles that finding any sort of pick here is going to be so difficult. Almost trying to sell information the other way by utilizing the flashes. And actually, Shados has been able to get across, grab the spike, and get it down.
Okay, without the Viper Wall, that's a difficult thing to do. And look at the timing! It's what? That was a headshot, but the wall got in the way. A little bit of concrete armor, and they've won the round. That's insane. Team Liquid, they just keep getting handed these rounds by these ridiculous situations. 52 HP after that shot got slowed down by the wall. And they're in the lead.
Last round before the switch.
See, I feel like Scream, and I don't know for how many years to come, is going to be the greatest argument ever for just age being a non-factor in FPS games. Like, this man is running around like some 18-year-old Zoomer with the greatest aim you've ever seen, and just like flicking around and just battering anybody that walks into his path. Like, it's actually absurd how well he is playing. These last 3 maps, without Scream, they lose.
Let's play.
Or straight through mid, flashes right away. Viper's wall, though, is blocking them off, and the re-flash out is great. Yumpy able to trade that through some miracle, he even gets out alive. So Team Liquid, they're still in the lead, sort of. I mean, they've lost Scream, though. That's the big thing. But with a Viper's Pit covering off the B side, they almost make up for that, you know, typically in a 4v4. Map's the same size. You got less people to defend it, as Mathieu used to always say. But the thing for the attackers now is that you can't just walk into B main. You know, that's not exactly an easy take. They have got full mid control, though. The minute left on the clock. Plenty of time.
A tight angle to hit, but you expect this man to land the shot. The ponytail showing, and, well, the head gone. Spike down in an awkward position, and they're hoping that the lurk of Nats might be able to... Watching. Waiting in towards mid just to see if he can catch anyone through. Spike is in, as said, just such a dreadful spot to try and retrieve from. So it might be able to be picked up. The problem is the time.
Oh, Yumpy. The door's open, but he's got a player right. Oh, that flash going through so quickly. Redguard knows there's one on the stairs. They're gaining information by the second. There's Demasic down, but 12 seconds. They need to plant it now, and Solkis is there to cause that problem, to stop that from being a possibility. What? But he gets dropped. Nats needs to plant. It's now or never, and this is where the blitz comes through. Yumpy running it down. He's got a chance! Oh! It comes down to the last man standing of Nevera, but they've pulled it across the line just barely. Team Liquid end up with 7.
You still just see it. The awareness of Nats is second to none. Like, the fact that he knew where both of those players were, even manages to kill Soulcast while sort of half planting the first time around. But this is what has made the difference in this defensive half. This is what has been the defining factor, has been Yumpy. Like, him and Scream have just started to hit that level that, as said, if they're in their peak, I don't think any team in the world can beat them. They're just so unbelievably good. And well, now, after 5 rounds in a row to close out that half, Mech need a pistol.
They do. They so desperately do. This team on the defensive side, they don't win this pistol. They don't manage some ridiculous second round force. It's done and dusted. Nats has been spotted. He's been revealed. I don't know how he's still alive. I don't know. How is this man still going, doing damage? Right-clicking it through the smoke. He's got support now. He's got teammates to back him up. His utility still here to play with. This is actually huge that he even just lives to this moment. But that backswing, Redgar, he's done massive damage. 3 kills coming into this half, and 2 coming out of the pistol by the looks of it.
Got rid of the lineups. Oh no, at least Scream's coming from behind. That mid play, and now they know where the last one is. A chance was there for Liquid, even with the lineups being eliminated. That push from Purple actually making a huge amount of difference here. Well, Mech will get themselves the pistol, but honestly, Mitch, with the back and forth of the first 5 rounds of this game, it's gonna shut up.
Yeah, who knows which way this one's going, Tom. There's definitely no clear path to victory. Oh man, they had that perfectly timed to get the plant through. And this is something that's just fantastic to see, the flash out behind. Again, I think that the main issue is that you don't have enough site presence to ever really carve out some control. I think the most they get is that like back or close left corner, which, I mean, on the way through, like it's the first spot you take. It's not a bad spot to take, but it's a bad spot if it's the only one you have.
Once again, more of a default. Oh dear. Like, Nats is not normally someone that gets caught out. Scream is just hitting shots that, as said, I peak form Scream, unstoppable. And that's the task that Mech have at hand right now. I don't think I've seen him have 3 back-to-back solid maps in a long time. Mainly because most series only have 3 maps within them, but that's not the point. So they're starting to put pressure in onto Nevera. They might be able to even things up. Never mind. He's landed the shot, and eventually Purple will leave some space. Redgar in a good position, but he has been What? What?
I can't even attempt to explain that one. Team Liquid have a plant. They've got themselves the site control in a 2 versus 2. 3 bullets.
Borrowed Killquee's settings. That's the only thing I'm asking at this point. Like, what is going on?
He's only got 3 bullets in that headhunter for Yumpy. He's not spot. Oh, I think he just did spot them on the way through. And Scream's got the corner. Beautiful stuff for his 3rd. And now Chronicle's caught retrieving the weapon. A beautiful round for Team Liquid. And an 8th is connected. This game is as unpredictable, at least this half, as the first was by the looks of it.
I genuinely, if I had like 5% of the confidence that Scream has in this map, I'd be a danger to society. Like, what? He just full spams into the wall after 1 ping. Like, I can't believe the kills he's getting. Wide swings on A, comes back round to B. It's just, it's actually just madness. Well, idea gone, just running. Honestly, I have no doubt that Scream can do anything at this point. I think you could put a blindfold on and still get a kill.
Probably. This man knows his roots. Getting himself into the side here, spike planted. Team Liquid have the control. Now, the thing is, with Mech being on these weaker weapons, they're going to rely on locking these players in, making it as costly as they possibly can. They've lost Chronicle on the mid-rotate. He was trying to catch a sneaky angle on top of the wall to kill them down there on the plant, but they were ready. And this is a very patient play from Team Liquid. They've got almost every angle covered. And they've got plenty of players to help out on the ones they don't. What? They're not even watching Cave. The walk-up is just given for free. Drone through. And now a flash to be returned on the other side. But Scream is a little bit too quick. He's saving this from spiraling any further out of control. But that was an oversight, let's say.
This game is too stressful. It's just too stressful. The amount of, like... It's the amount of just ridiculous rounds that are allowed, but it's almost the amount of space that is just being garnered by either side on these flanks or on these pushes in, like just being able to get away with far too much. Like, I don't know how this happens. Maybe just because he was already past the threshold when they started watching to that position. Nonetheless, more importantly, we hyped it up. Sliggy hyped it up. We've spoken about it on this desk. This operator for Purpo. He hasn't had a good game so far, but he needs to now on Chronicle. He just goes sprinting. Well, the Danger Man's gone at least. One of them.
One of them. Exactly. 4 more remain. And on Team Liquid. You have a... Oh, come on now. The next word out of my mouth, they have a... And it was passive hold. That was the next passive from the attackers. The fact that they were saying so far back, the only person they had forward was Yumpy, and he lands that kill. Redgar's now isolated. There's a wall blocking them off in spawn. He'll get the first, but not the second. Fantastic trade. Site control, completely theirs. Somehow I feel like Nats is about to do something ridiculous, but it does look like the plan's secure.
Make that rotation happen. Thing is, the screen that's down just creates such an awkward position for the defenders to try and get back in towards mid as well. But actually, because it's down, an angle is found by Purpo. Yumpy gone, flash through. Still 2 players towards the back of the site. And now Soulcast has to be careful not to be caught with a flash in hand. Snakebite already forcing one out of the corner, but Navira is still fighting in that position. The trade, though, is solid. Gonna be at least half defused. I imagine it's going to give it over to Shadoff and go and get his operator back.
And a big round for this man with the operator. Purpo swinging into Yumpy and taking him down. I was very concerned seeing that come through. You know, this guy has had his ups and downs, and I think he's struggled to really stabilize here, as we said. Being put into his first official with the team in this situation, they're facing elimination, not this series, this map. It's a very tough condition.
It's the most unfair debut in history. Like,
100%. For a spot of champs.
The only other one might be Lakia.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I will give you that.
That's the only other one.
I will give you that for sure. Yeah, I genuinely feel bad for Purpo. I think, you know, you come out of this game, he's not going to be happy. Even if he has a great game from here on out, he's not going to be happy with his debut. And that's a horrible thing for a player to have sitting over them. And you have to remember, he has to play with that feeling. Like,
oh, here goes Scream.
Right in.
Poison's gone.
And see you later, Nats. As I said, he's not someone who normally gets caught out too easily, but Scream has had his number in these first few rounds. He's switched over to this Viper. He's just taken out Shadows as well. Finally, someone has put him down. It's Chronicle for the second round in a row, but even still, they have to try and fight back in. Viper's Pit, and in a 4 versus 3, this is tough.
Oh, you don't even get your drone into the pit, man. They're watching it with the off on the cross. Whether that's for the drone, for a person, it doesn't matter. It cancels out the plan for Mech. Now, how do you get back? All right, cool. Go save. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Run away. It's already hard to get into the pit, but if they're going to just start that, then that's something else.
I'm genuinely starting to believe. You remember that guy who used to do like the crisp clean block, like the compilations he'd make of just players where they definitely weren't cheating, but he would say that they were.
Did a 360 and he pauses it on their head.
I genuinely think he could get 7 videos out of this map. Like, it's just...
To be honest, man, I don't think he could. I'm starting to believe Scream is doing something suspicious. No, obviously not. This guy he's out of this world. Look at it. Redgar's the one running away. He doesn't even know that Nats is there, and he identifies the target, locks on, and takes him down in, to be honest, a quick time, even in slow-mo.
I think it's just because, like, moments ago, we'd seen Redgar spamming that angle. So I think it's literally just Sokas went, my turn, and gave it another go. Still, you're going to have the double AWP. Now, this was something we mentioned as a potential asset for this mech side. It's something that working consistently is going to be difficult. And initially, at least, both players were pushing in towards this mid spot to try and fight. But now, though, Tube looking a little bit open. But there are 3 players even behind this Viper's Pit.
Now, you probably assume it's a lighter hold, but those Seekers are going to give that information away. Now it's time to skirmish. Great flash out of the cloud burst, but no return, no kills. Team Liquid end up just losing Solkas, and, well, they've got no... What? A Purpo just standing in the open as it dissipates. That is a complete misread on timing. With him down, they've actually got something for their trouble. Now they've got another over on Matt. Returning, and it's all right, okay.
They killed
of
Nats.
course.
They've cleared him. This gives them space, but they still have to get past the cross. Spam coming through. Chronicle waiting on the other side of it. It looks like they're going to try and double peek it, and they have, but they don't realize he's here. Stat in the corner, he whiffs! And there's no trade. Chronicle, oh, actually, Shadows has missed it. Had an opportunity for the peek, but coming back out, the flash is good, and I need a breather.
But every bit of that went the opposite way to the way I expected it. Just about every piece.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, 10-8. Everything. This game is normal. Everything's going as expected. It's all good. And to be honest, this is what you get when you have teams putting it all on the line. You get just this all-out madness. You don't see teams coming in here. Let's play our bog standard play. This is constant innovation, constant moves.
You have to bear in mind with Purpo's peaks. I'm pretty sure, like, 95% of the time he takes that peak, he'd probably get away with it. It's just because Scream's on the other side and just insta kills him.
It's true. It's true. But here's the thing. You know Scream's on the other side. You know? Yeah. It's not a surprise. And I think you have to match the caliber you're playing against right there. That was a mistake. But it's an easy one to make in the chaos. And we saw all of that chaos going down. Team Liquid already found the opening here. That's a bit of trouble for them, though. Or is it? Or is it? Scream's gone straight through. He'll be spotted by Seekers. Yeah, he was spotted by Seekers. Now he's being Hunter's Fury.
Oh, that Hunter's Fury out from the other side. They're going to try and catch out the players at the back, do a little bit of damage. Nats! It's been caught in the open again. He's having a rough one as well. It just doesn't seem to be going great for Mech on their defensive holds. Well, they need a way back in. Shados, he's looking to try and pop flash this one. First goes his way. It's blind, but Navira's still going to be able to get that kill, and Purple has no choice. Try and fade
I don't know that he's going to get away. Look who's pursuing him. Scream. Did he hear it? No, I think he was slightly too far away. He was blitzing down through, so I thought if he keeps that pace, he catches them, but obviously slows it down as he gets ever closer. I mean, the credits, they don't look terribly healthy for Liquid, so it's not somewhere I expect them to just be all out blitzing to take these players down. He's been heard. Both players know that Scream is here.
I thought for a second he was just gonna that's the thing, if he gets that kill on Purple, I think he just DCs at that point. He has started to come back into this one, but the problem is the attack side looking strong from Liquid. their entry duo is currently averaging more than a kill per round, which, again, it just doesn't happen. Like, it doesn't happen often that you have two of your superstars just both killing it at exactly the same time. And even the players that have opportunities to try and turn the tide on the other side just haven't been able to do it. And now you look at the buy. 2 rifles, some pistols. He got a headhunter for Chronicle, of course, but his aggression is being noted. The utility from Soulcast has been very good at making some awkward battles for the mech side. And at least for now, again, that B site looks vulnerable.
And that's exactly what Team Liquid think as well. They're moving towards this B site, but Chronicle's going to start shifting over a little bit. With only the Headhunter here, he's definitely going to have a tough time. Just popping off that one shot, connecting the head, it could be everything. But that won't be happening this time around. Now the same pressure applied to Redgar. Oh, it's so awkward with the wall in the way. Some of those bullets coming at an angle, they just can't get through that concrete, and we end up 3 versus 5. Off on the retake, gets 1, but loses Shade off.
Oh, he TP'd back in front of him. Oh, that's it. In the bin.
I can't believe it.
Mental in the bin. Like, that's obviously you don't expect Yumpy to do that. Like, again, I'm not sat here blaming Purpo for that, but dear Lord, he's been a little bit cursed at times today.
My jaw was on the floor in genuine disbelief of how ridiculous. Because there's a part of me that's like, oh look, Purpo jumping out wide again. But why would he be there? Why would he be there, ready to shoot? It's ridiculous. Ready to open fire on you. 12-8, 4 chances to close this out, Tom. And Team Liquid, they might not have earned their spot at some previous international events. They sure as hell will have earned their spot here.
He peeks, he's like, no one there, and then the guy TPs, but I can't believe it. Also, Yumpy and Scream, 52 kills between.
That works.
What a time for these two to have this map. What a time.
Revealing area.
Set to take it to the international stage again. 1 out of 4 needed for Team Liquid, and they'll start this with some movement up through the halls. Redgar was under pressure on that B side again, and again, and this time he's found the whole team. They're waiting for him there. Scream on the swing, taking him down. The flash out of the cloudburst. We know the strategy, but a little different this time. A little hint to Scream added to it. And Yumpy's in there with the operator. This round could just be done. Nats will try to hold on. 2 quick kills. This is it for Mech. They need this round, and this man has clutched time and time again. So close, but in the end, Solkas books their tickets. They're going to Champions.
They took a bold move coming in. A player leaving, they bring in Sick, and somehow they seem to have come out even stronger for the 2nd time back-to-back. They will be your team heading to Champions. And honestly, it's been one of the best performances we've seen from their mantle, from their star man, from the man who was in this roster from the very beginning. I know at a point we're going to do this player of the match. In production, I don't even want you to put anyone other than Scream in there. Yumpy had a great match. He had a great match. And any other day of the week, he would have been at that #1 spot. But dear Lord, when Team Liquid needed him the most, Scream has just had the performance of his entire life.
Absolutely, he left absolutely nothing on the field there. I cannot believe that he comes in with the Phoenix, makes it look that incredible. And I joked coming into Breeze, like, I wish I got to see the Phoenix again. No, I don't. No, I don't.
He's done it on 3 different agents. That's the thing. The last 3 maps, he played 3 different agents. You had the Jet on this one, the Raze on the one before, and the Phoenix. He made all of them look incredibly good. And that was always the critique we had of Scream. It was that he can play a Reyna, he can play a Phoenix. 2 of the most useless agents in the game. Now he's playing a Jet that is worse than it was before. And as I said, we've got a player of the match. This man, a lot of the time, will win your votes anyway. And yeah, I think Navira's brother, he played very well. The guy who was on Phoenix, and we're not talking about Sick, he has played Phoenix. Sorry, Sick, not today. You've been brilliant. You've come in. You've helped your team make it this far. But the only player of the match is Scream. It was one of the best performances I've ever seen in EMEA.
Hands down. Hands down. And for the game that was in it, for the stakes that they were playing against, I mean, it's no surprise Scream can perform under pressure. Whoever knew? But to this degree is truly ridiculous. Maybe NA better watch out again. We get another Champs rematch over there.
Well,
I'm
also,
so excited.
You know the buff he's getting? The man always played amazing versus Turkey. Now the man is going to Turkey. Like, he's just going to be powered up. Like, everybody's screwed. Liquid are winning champions. It's done. See you later. Bye.
Well, I've waited a long time to see Scream on stage with a crowd, and I am beyond excited to get to see that. Tom, been a pleasure commentating with you, my friend. Let's send it over to a break and have our analyst desk come in and tell you all about this wonderful performance from Scream.
Take to be a champ. You know bars life, you should come and join the camp. Title after title, put my rivals off the map. Thought you had the trophy till I came in for the snatch. I was born in it, not sworn in it. I ain't come to play, my wrist mean all business. Running like a mimic, check my jersey, all authentic. In Oakland with some Raiders, till my haters deal with it. I'm in the field with it. Stop playing.
I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I do not know defeat, no. All I know is eat. True. I am ahead of these boys. All they see is cleats. 10 toes down. They won't get the best of me. No. I've been cooking all day. They want the recipe. No rookie, I'm OG. I am the king of the league. That mean I do what I please. Whenever I please. I keep a trick up my sleeve. Whenever they coming from me, I'ma pull up from the half. Right in your face, that's a 3. Cash. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep.
the Liquid Champions qualifier buff is just way too strong. Team Liquid will be your 3rd seed of EMEA region, representing them at Champions in Istanbul. I'm Yinsu, and I'm going to bring you guys a quick post-match interview with the man of the hour, Scream. Hi, Scream. Welcome to the show. Now, that was a massive redemption arc for you as well. I saw you at the very end, you know, on the screen, celebrating, jumping up and down. Talk me through what it means to you to win this tournament in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to feel, to be honest. We really fought, like, really hard out of our souls. And yeah, I mean, like the practice we put in, like with our new coach, with our new player as well, like, honestly, like, it feels good that hard work pays off, you know. I'm super happy we proved people like what we're capable of once again, even though we had a lot of change and stuff like this. So yeah, very proud of. I mean, all I feel right now is like being proud, and also I had quite a good game, so I'm proud of myself as well. And yeah, like I don't know what to feel, like, you know, a lot of emotions right now.
Yeah, you had an absolutely fantastic series, you know. The star duelist that we see in you, you know, it's great to see you on form. And I want to talk about that, a little bit of a role change, you know, your focus very much in your Jet and your Raze, in the Phoenix as well, making a return. So what is that like for you, and to find that degree of comfortability?
Well, you know, I feel like my game style fits very much for a duelist. So like, I really like to take the duels. Like even back then on CS, like, you know, taking the duels is really my main power, I would say. So yeah, but right now, you know, on this game, you know, I'm really happy my team, you know, they respect me. You know, they give me this role as well. With all the changes we made as well. You know, I'm calling now. I'm in game meeting. So first tournament, like going full into it. So. It's very difficult. Like we played one of the best teams in the world, and I could feel like every game like was very tough for me to call. I like it to stay. You're not serious, guys. You're not serious.
Oh, it's great to see you guys celebrating.
I don't know what I'm saying. Thank you, guys.
In terms of your calling, I do want to ask something, because today I wasn't sure at exactly what point that you found out that JD was going to be subbed out on Breeze and they were going to bring Purple in for that map. And what was going through your mind? How did you guys adapt to that?
For me, first of all, like the fact that they didn't. I'm trying to be serious, but it's hard. The fact that they didn't pick Breeze. For me, it showed that they were a bit afraid of us on Breeze. So I think they tried to come up with a different plan, maybe have a Jet in instead of the KO. But I think it was actually easier than when JD played. So I mean, no offense to Purple, I think he's a great player, but I think it didn't help them to change player mid round like this, mid game. But yeah, I think we had a good mentality. Like we were about to win this game. I know, I felt it. You know, I felt it. The preparation is perfect. Everyone's mentality is good. You know, like. Super proud of it.
Of course, you guys, you missed the last Masters tournament. I know how it feels for players when you know get close to qualification and you aren't able to get over the line. But also, I want to throw it back to last year at Champions. I think once you came out of the group stage, a lot of people expected you to maybe go on and win that tournament. So how much unfinished business is there for you going into this year's Champions?
Yeah, I think you know, the Champions is the most important tournament of the year. I know we didn't qualify to Copenhagen, but I mean that was very close as well, close to qualify. So it's always very close, like 1-2 rounds. So you know, like the level in VALORANT is very tight, like especially in EMEA, like only good teams, only good players, and yeah, like it's a bit scary, but getting the chance to win last chance qualifier again is like it's just crazy. You know, I think it's very hard to do. And going forward for Champions, you know, we have like a couple of weeks, and yeah, you know, we're gonna give everything we have. You know, anything can happen there. There's like all the best team in the world, so very exciting.
I gotta also announce that you are our player of the match. I think you expected this one.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, how does it feel to be able to get player of the match on the most important best of 5 of your season?
Yeah, as I said, like you know, during this qualifier, I was okay. You know, I was doing my job, but you know, as I said, with the new rule, in-game leading plus like fragging out, I think that's very difficult to do. And going forward, every game I could like improve myself and try to, you know, show more of my individuality, what I'm capable of. And, shout out to my teammates for trusting all my calls. And, it's very difficult, So very proud of myself, as I said. And I think that's the way it has to be.
And
I think
last,
at some point, I need to show something,
Yeah. Lastly, before I let you go very quickly, a lot of the other teams, they watched you play. All of the teams that qualify for champions, they definitely watched that game. And I'm going to give you the stage if you have a message for all the teams that are looking to play against you.
I mean, get ready for Liquid, Like, champions without Liquid wouldn't mean much, right? No, but I think people are taking us seriously. They respect us, and I hope they respect us even more today,
Thank you very much, Scream. I definitely think they're going to respect you now. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you in Istanbul.
Thank you, Yinsu. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Much love.
And that is Scream. I've got 3 people here with me now, Sliggy, Kaquka, and Lothar. Sliggy, I gotta say, the Liquid Champions qualifier buff it prevailed. They win this tournament again somehow and over again. How would you compare their journey and this win this year compared to what you went through with them last year?
I would say it was actually kind of similar, especially in terms of like lose the first map and then do the reverse sweep in terms of 3 in a row. It's really impressive. I feel like the individuals stepped up to just crazy levels that maybe I haven't even seen before. It might even be Scream's best performance that I've seen for a while. I kind of built it up in my watch party as well. Like, this is a time where he has to prove people wrong, prove the doubt was wrong, and actually just step up to like the goal and be in the talks again for like one of the best duelists in the world. I think he really, especially on this last map, he really proved it.
I'm unmuted now. Should be unmuted. Okay. So what is funny is that you guys know that Scream is a fan of Dragon Ball, right? And it feels like it was actually an episode of Dragon Ball because on Bind he had 8 kills and like 16 deaths, 7 first deaths. Then he was wounded. He went into Super Saiyan mode, and then he went 28 kills on the second map, 26 kills on the third map, and 29 on the third. He went absolutely nuclear. He had 19 first bloods in those 3 maps that they won. And only, if I'm not mistaken, let me check it, it was only 6 first deaths on those 3 maps. Like, absolutely mental.
Yeah, it's completely insane. It's also the differential against the players. Like, if he says that he's going to go on the hunt, he spots weaknesses. He's like, okay, this player is playing here. I'm going to shut him down every single time. I think that Yampi was doing the same with Chronicle, and especially here on this last map is what we could see. I also agree with Scream in saying that maybe the bringing Purple in was too risky on the side of Mech, but hey, you gotta try something.
I mean, he said it was actually easier. He felt like it was easier to play into him. So on the side of Meg, do you guys feel like maybe it was a mistake?
I guess, yeah, looking back at it, it's always one of those, it's always a thin line when you do stuff like this, if you win, you look like a genius. If you lose,
totally.
Everyone can just reflect on it. I do think one thing that was interesting for me as well, Yampi was getting a lot of first kills on the attack with the operator. Maybe like if Purpo had picked up the operator instead and felt a bit more confident, that could have, because Yampi had so much impact in terms of the attack, and Purpo potentially could have had that chance as well.
Yeah, the problem, we were talking about it in the Green Room, is that to play that operator or even that double operator, you need to build up the bank, you need to build up the money to actually making it work, and not making it is just a very risky play. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it's the way that it goes.
I mean, they lost twice after pistol rounds to the Ecos, right? So they weren't able to build up that economy that was so crucial to build up their game plan, right? But I feel like one thing about Scream saying that it felt easier than with the previous iteration of Mac, I feel like it's not because Purple played in the game, but because of the agent changes. Like, the KO has so much denial to the, let's say, playstyle that Liquid has, that it actually either stops the push, stop the defensive attacker side. So it's like, I figure it was just because of the lack of KO that they felt it's easier.
I also wonder, because I felt like when I was watching Mech, maybe they took more duels than they normally did. I wonder if, because they wanted Purpo to not have like much pressure on his shoulders, whether they were trying to like take the game into their own hands a bit more so that he felt like he didn't have to, and then it kind of backfired when they were taking maybe the individual peaks against Yampi's operator.
We're talking a lot about agents, and maybe the key component to them bringing Purpo in is Chronicle not being comfortable playing on the Jet, and if he would have had a different performance on Chamber, maybe it would be on map number 5.
Yeah, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but Mech they're out of LCQ, which means we're not going to see them at Champions. Maybe third-party tournaments, we can see them again. But we spoke about this at the top of the show, but the future is so uncertain now for these guys. You know, they're still unsigned. I think it would be crazy for any of them not to be signed going into next year. But the thought of them maybe having to play their last game together, it feels weird. It doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it must feel so weird, especially for them. They've been a team for a long time, especially the core. But yeah, with their performance as well, even just this tournament individually, I feel like they're all going to get so many offers.
Yes,
there's going to be a lot
totally.
of, yeah, there's going to be some big choices for people to make.
I hope they stay together.
Yeah, the thing is that coming into next year is going to be so weird because to me it's gonna have the Koldamenta effect. Like Koldamenta has been on so many teams, and it's also so weird the first week that you see a team building up and all the players that you've known from different places coming in together. But I guess it is what it is.
It's gonna be a little bit maybe like an NBA draft, you know, like people gathering from all over the places to go into the teams, and it's gonna be like a mishmash of different styles. But I feel like every single player on Mac is so valuable in this slot that it will either to go fully as that 5 that we have seen so far, or 6, who knows, right? But even if that doesn't happen, like they all will find home for sure.
I don't want to entertain the second part just yet, Lothar. I just want them to find a nice home. And going forward, we have champions, of course. Now, LCQ has concluded here. These are all of the teams that have qualified. I kind of want to throw this to you. I did this last year and ask you guys how our teams you feel like will do on the international stage, because obviously, Kaquka, this is the best region.
Yeah, totally.
Obviously.
I'm honestly sad that this year they didn't actually give us the chance of sending 4 teams so that we could have all the 3.
We did win.
We had first, second, and third. So in my book, we're definitely the one and only region above all of them all. But yeah, I think that this is a great representation. I think that Fnatic and FPX 100% deserve it throughout the entirety of the year. I'm very happy for Team Liquid because we know that now they're in that curve of growth again. They're going to show up crazy things. I'm really looking forward to see what happens with an though.
For me, it's going to be like, you know, I'm expecting great things from EMEA. Fnatic, FPX, Team Liquid are going to all have different strengths, but they all are looking exceptional in their own regards. But when it comes to the other regions, I feel like China, Edward Gaming, might be the team that might be a little bit unexpected to many teams, might catch them off guard. But I'm looking forward to Paper X if they will nail down their weaknesses, the over-pushing, the over-aggressive, like the over-aggressiveness behavior.
That's a long list.
Yeah, but it's like, it's going to be amazing champions. I just cannot wait to watch it.
Yeah, it's super stacked. It's super stacked. And I just want to, again, just touch on Team Liquid. I think they kind of proved to themselves that they deserve to be here. They deserve to be on this list. They've looked really, really good. The turnaround with Emil coming in, Bacon's doing a lot of good strats. I think they've done great. Dimasic as well definitely deserves a shout out. Like, I feel really confident with the teams that we're sending. Like, really, really confident.
To top all things, I think that the most important thing is what Lothar said. We are sending in 3 teams that are so different. So it's not that you prepare for a region, for a style. No. You have to prepare individually for the way the Fnatic approaches the game, for the way the Angel approaches the game, and for how crazy Team Liquid can be.
Basically, we're going to win. We got 3 chances. Come on, we did it last time. And last time it came down to EMEA versus
first,
EMEA.
second, third.
Yeah, I mean, we technically still hold the trophy for champions. I'm going to claim that until the end of time. If you guys missed any of the action today, last week, even this entire year over the season, you can go and check out the VODs at valorantesports.com/VODs. As we said before, there's only 2 slots left at champions. Everyone else has been locked in, and one of them will be coming from North America. They're going to be settling it and seeing who they're going to be sending to champions to come second, of course, to EMEA. Either the Guard or 100 Thieves, so make sure you tune in to watch that. But otherwise, that is all the time we have. Thank you to you 3. It's been an absolute crazy week here at LCQ. Thank you to all of the other casters and analysts we've had over the entire year, because this is the last day, actually. Yeah, it's going to be kind of crazy, right? Thank you, of course, to production, to the observers, and to you guys at home for tuning in every single week. That is all from us. We'll see you at the trophy lifting ceremony for EMEA at Istanbul. Thank you for watching.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got hit, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta, it's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got hit, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves